Section 16 of The Interpretation of Dreams. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Interpretation of Dreams by Sigmund Freud. Translated by A. Brill. Section 16. The Material and Sources of Dreams. Recent and indifferent impressions in the dream. Analysis. In the morning, I saw in a bookseller's window a volume entitled The Genus Cyclamen, apparently a monograph on this plant. This cyclamen is my wife's favorite flower. I reproach myself for remembering so seldom to bring her flowers, as she would like me to do. In connection with the theme of giving her flowers, I am reminded of a story which I recently told some friends of mine in proof of my assertion that we often forget in obedience to a purpose of the unconscious, and that forgetfulness always enables us to form a deduction about the secret disposition of the forgetful person. A young woman who has been accustomed to receive a bouquet of flowers from her husband on her birthday misses his token of affection on one of her birthdays, and bursts into tears. The husband comes in, and cannot understand why she is crying until she tells him, "Today is my birthday." He claps his hand to his forehead, and exclaims, "Oh, forgive me, I had completely forgotten it," and proposes to go out immediately in order to get her flowers. But she refuses to be consoled, for she sees in her husband's forgetfulness a proof that she no longer plays the same part in his thoughts as she formerly did. This Frau L. met my wife 2 days ago, and told her that she was feeling well, and asked after me. Some years ago she was a patient of mine. Supplementary facts. I did once actually write something like a monograph on a plant, namely an essay on the coca plant, which attracted the attention of Coelho to the anesthetic properties of cocaine. I hinted that the alkaloid might be employed as an anesthetic, but I was not thorough enough to pursue the matter further. It occurs to me, too, that on the morning of the day following the dream, for the interpretation of which I did not find time till the evening, I had thought of cocaine in a kind of a daydream. If I were afflicted with glaucoma, I would go to Berlin and there undergo an operation incognito in the house of my Berlin friend, at the hands of a surgeon whom he would recommend. The surgeon, who would not know the name of his patient, would boast, as usual, how easy these operations had become since the introduction of cocaine, and I should not betray the fact that I myself had a share in this discovery. With this fantasy were connected thoughts of how awkwardly it really is for a physician to claim the professional services of a colleague. I should be able to pay the Berlin eye specialist, who did not know me like anyone else. Only after recalling this daydream too, I realize that there is concealed behind it the memory of a definite event. Shortly after Coelho's discovery, my father contracted glaucoma. He was operated on by my friend Dr. Stein, the eye specialist. Dr. Coelho was in charge of the cocaine anesthetization, and he made the remark that on this occasion all the three persons who had been responsible for the introduction of cocaine had been brought together. My thoughts now pass on the time when I was last reminded of the history of cocaine. This was a few days earlier, when I received a Verschrift, a publication in which grateful pupils had commemorated the jubilee of their teacher and laboratory director. Among the titles to the fame of persons connected with the laboratory, I found a note to the effect that the discovery of the anesthetic properties of cocaine had been due to Coelho. Now I suddenly become aware that the dream is connected with an experience of the previous evening. I had just accompanied Dr. Stein to his home, and had entered into a discussion of a subject which excites me greatly whenever it is mentioned. While I was walking with him in the entrance hall, Professor Gartner and his wife came up. I could not refrain from congratulating them both upon their blooming appearance. Now Professor Gartner is one of the authors of the Verschrift, of which I have just spoken, and he may well have reminded me of it. And Frau L., of whose birthday disappointment I spoke a little way back, had been mentioned, though of course in another connection, in my conversation with Dr. Konigstein. I shall now try to elucidate the other determinants of the dream content. A dried specimen of the plant accompanies the monograph, as though it were a herbarium, and herbarium reminds me of the gymnasium. The director of our gymnasium once called the pupils of upper classes together, in order that they might examine and clean the gymnasium herbarium. Small insects had been found, bookworms. The director seemed to have little confidence in my ability to assist, for he entrusted me with only a few of the pages. I know to this day that there were crucifiers on them. My interest in botany was never very great. At my preliminary examination in botany, I was required to identify a crucifer, and failed to recognize it. Had not my theoretical knowledge come to my aid, I should have fared badly indeed. Crucifiers suggest composites. The artichoke is really a composite, and in actual fact one which I might call my favourite flower. My wife, more thoughtful than I, often brings this favourite flower of mine home from the market. I see the monograph which I have written lying before me. Here again there is an association. My friend wrote to me yesterday from Berlin. I am thinking a great deal about your dream book. I see it lying before me completed, and I turn the pages. How I envied him this power of vision! If only I could see it lying before me already completed. The folded color plate. When I was a medical student, I suffered a sort of craze for studying monographs exclusively. In spite of my limited means, I subscribed to a number of medical periodicals, whose colored plates offered me much delight. I was rather proud of this inclination to thoroughness. When I subsequently began to publish books myself, I had to draw the plates for my own treatises, and I remember one of them turned out so badly that a well meaning colleague ridiculed me for it. With this is associated, I do not exactly know how, a very early memory of my childhood. My father, by the way of a jest, once gave my elder sister and myself a book containing coloured plates. The book was a narrative of a journey through Persia, in order that we might destroy it. From an educational point of view, this was hardly to be commended. I was at the time 5 years old, and my sister less than 3, and the picture of us two children blissfully tearing the book to pieces, I should add, like an artichoke, leaf by leaf, is almost the only one from this period of my life which has remained vivid in my memory. When I afterwards became a student, I developed a conspicuous fondness for collecting and processing books, an analogy to the inclination for studying from monographs, a hobby alluded in my dream thoughts in connection with cyclamen and artichoke. I became bookworm. Ever since I have been engaged in introspection, I have always traced this earliest passion of my life to this impression of my childhood, or rather, I have recognized in this childish scene a screen or concealing memory of my subsequent bibliophilia. And of course, I learned at an early age that our passions often become our misfortunes. When I was 17, I ran up a very considerable account at a bookseller's, with no means with which to settle it, and my father would hardly accept it as an excuse that my passion was at least a respectable one. But the mention of this experience of my youth brings me back to my conversation with my friend Dr. Konigstein on the evening preceding the dream, for one of the themes of this conversation was the same old reproach that I am much too absorbed in my hobbies. For reasons which are not relevant here, I shall not continue the interpretation of this dream, but will merely indicate the path which leads to it. In the course of the interpretation, I was reminded of my conversation with Dr. Konigstein, and, indeed, of more than one portion of it. When I consider the subjects touched upon in this conversation, the meaning of the dream immediately becomes clear to me. All the train of thought which have been started by my own inclinations and those of my wife, the cocaine, the awkwardness of securing medical treatment from one's own colleagues, my preference for monographical studies, and my neglect of certain subjects, such as botany, all these are continued in and lead up to one branch or another of this widely ramified conversation. The dream once more assumes the character of a justification, of a plea for my rights, like the dream of Irma's injection, the first to be analyzed. It even continues the theme which that dream introduced and discusses it in association with new subject matter, which has been added in the interval between the two dreams. Even the dream's apparently indifferent form of expression at once acquires a meaning. Now it means, I am indeed the man who has written that valuable and successful treatise on cocaine. Just as previously I declared in self justification, I am after all a thorough and industrious student. And in both instances I find the meaning. I can allow myself this. But I may dispense with the further interpretation of the dream, because my only purpose in recording it was to examine the relation of the dream content to the experience of the previous day, which arouses it. As long as I know only the manifest content of this dream, only one relation to any impression of the day is obvious. But after I have completed the interpretation, a second source of the dream becomes apparent in another experience of the same day. The first of these impressions to which the dream refers is an indifferent one, a subordinate circumstance. I see a book in a shop window, whose title holds me for a moment, but whose contents could hardly interest me. The second experience was of great psychic value. I talked earnestly with my friend, the eye specialist, for about an hour. I made allusions in this conversation which must have ruffled the feelings of both of us, and which in me awakened memories in connection with which I was aware of a great variety of inner stimuli. Further, this conversation was broken off unfinished, because some acquaintances joined us. What now is the relation of these two impressions of the day to one another, and to the dream which followed during the night? In the manifestation dream content, I find merely an allusion to the indifferent impression, and I am thus able to reaffirm that the dream prefers to take up into its content experiences of a non essential character. In the dream interpretation, on the contrary, everything converges upon an important and justifiably disturbing event. If I judge the sensation of the dream in the only correct way, according to the latent content which is brought up to light in the analysis, I find that I have unwittingly lighted upon a new and important discovery. I see that the puzzling theory that the dream deals only with worthless odds and ends of the day's experiences has no justification. I am also compelled to contradict the assertion that the psychic life of the waking state is not continued in the dream, and that hence the dream wastes our psychic energy on trivial material. The very opposite is true. What has claimed our attention during the day dominates our dream thoughts also, and we take pains to dream only in connection with such matters as have given us food for thought during the day. Perhaps the most immediate explanation of the fact that I dream of the indifferent impression of the day, while the impression which has with good reason excited me causes me to dream, is that here again we are dealing with the phenomenon of dream distortion, which we have referred to as psychic force playing the part of a censorship. The recollection of the monograph on the genus cyclamen is utilized as though it were an allusion to the conversation with my friend, just as the mention of my patient's friend in the dream of the deferred supper is represented by the allusion smoked salmon. The only question is, by what intermediate links can the impression of the monograph come to assume the relation of the allusion to the conversation with the eye specialist, since such a relation is not at first perceptible? In the example of the deferred supper, the relation is evident at the outset. Smoked salmon, as the favourite dish of the patient's friend, belongs to the circle of ideas which the friend's personality would naturally evoke in the mind of the dreamer. In our new example, we are dealing with two entirely separate impressions, which at first glance seem to have nothing in common, except, indeed, that they occur on the same day. The monograph attracts my attention in the morning. In the evening, I take part in the conversation. The answer furnished by the analysis is as follows: such relations between the two impressions as do not exist from the first are established subsequently between the idea content of one impression and the idea content of the other. I have already picked out the intermediate links emphasized in the course of writing the analysis. Only under some outside influence, perhaps the recollection of the flowers missed by Frau L, would the idea of the monograph on the cyclamen have attached itself to the idea that cyclamen is my wife's favourite flower. I do not believe that these inconspicuous thoughts would have sufficed to evoke a dream. There needs no ghost, my lord, come from the grave, to tell us as this, we read in Hamlet. But behold, in the analysis, I am reminded that the name of the man who interrupted our conversation was Gardener, and that I thought his wife looked blooming. Indeed, now I even remember that one of my female patients, who bears the pretty name of Flora, was for a time the main subject of our conversation. It must have happened that by means of these intermediate links from the sphere of botanical ideas the association was effected between the two events of the day, the indifferent one and the stimulating one. Other relations were then established, that of cocaine for example, which can with perfect appropriateness form a link between the person of Dr. Königstein and the botanical monograph which I have written, and thus secure the fusion of the two circles of ideas, so that now a portion of the first experience may be used as an allusion to the second. I am prepared to find this explanation attacked as either arbitrary or artificial. What would have happened if Professor Gartner and his blooming wife had not appeared, and if the patient who was under discussion had been called not Flora but Anna? And yet the answer is not hard to find. If these thought relations had not been available, others would have probably have been selected. It is easy to establish relations of this sort, as the jocular questions and conundrums with which we amuse ourselves suffice to show. The range of wit is unlimited. To go a step farther, if no sufficiently fertile associations between the two impressions of the day could have been established, the dream would simply have followed a different course. Another of the different impressions of the day, such as to come in multitudes and are forgotten, would have taken the place of the monograph in the dream, would have formed an association with the content of the conversation, and would have represented this in the dream. Since it was the impression of the monograph, and no other that was fated to perform this function, this impression was probably that most suitable for the purpose. One need not, like Lessing's Hans and Schalu, be astonished that only rich people of the world possess the most money. Still the psychological process by which, according to our exposition, the indifferent experience substitutes itself for the psychologically important one seems to us odd and open to question. In a later chapter, we shall undertake the task of making the peculiarities of this seemingly incorrect operation more intelligible. Here we are concerned only with the result of this process, which we are compelled to accept by constantly recurring experiences in the analysis of dreams. In this process, it is as though, in the course of the intermediate steps, a displacement occurs, let us say, of psychic ascent, until ideas of feeble potential, by taking over the charge from the ideas which have a stronger initial potential, reach a degree of intensity which enables them to force their way to consciousness. Such displacements do not in the least surprise us when it is a question of the transference of affective magnitudes or of motor activities. That the lonely spinster transfers her affection to animals, that the bachelor becomes a passionate collector, that the soldier defends a scrap of coloured cloth, his flag, with his life blood, that in a love affair a clasp of hands a moment longer than usual evokes a sensation of bliss, or that in Othello a lost handkerchief causes an outburst of rage, All these are examples of psychic displacements which to us seem incontestable. But if, by the same means, in accordance with the same fundamental principles, a decision is made as to what is to reach our consciousness and what is to be withheld from it, that is to say, what we are to think, this gives us the impression of morbidity, and if it occurs in waking life, we call it an error of thought. We may here anticipate the result of a discussion which will be undertaken later, namely, that the psychic process which we recognized in dream displacement proves to be not a morbidly deranged process, but one merely differing from the normal, one of a more primary nature. Thus we interpret the fact that the dream content takes up remnants of trivial experiences as a manifestation of dream distortion by displacement, and we thereupon remember that we have recognized this dream distortion as the work of a censorship operating between the two psychic instances. We may therefore expect that dream analysis will constantly show us the real and psychically significant source of the dream in the events of the day, the memory of which has been transferred its accentuation to indifferent memory. This conception is in complete opposition to Robert's theory, which consequently has no further value for us. The fact which Robert was trying to explain simply does not exist. Its assumption is based on a misunderstanding, on a failure to substitute the real meaning of the dream for its apparent meaning. A further objection to Robert's doctrine is as follows. If the task of the dream were really to rid our memory, by means of a special psychic activity, of the slag of the day's recollections, our sleep would perforce be more troubled, engaged in more strenuous work, than we can suppose it to be, judging by our waking thoughts. For the number of indifferent impressions of the day, against which we should have to protect our memory, is obviously immeasurably large. The whole night would not be long enough to dispose of them all. It is far more probable that the forgetting of the indifferent impressions takes place without any active interference on the part of our psychic powers. Still, something cautions us against leaving off Robert's theory without further consideration. We have left unexplained the fact that one of the indifferent impressions of the day, indeed, even of the previous day, constantly makes a contribution to the dream content. The relations between this impression and the real source of the dream in the unconscious do not always exist from the outset. As we have seen, they are established subsequently, while the dream is actually at work, as though to serve the purpose of the intended displacement. Something, therefore, must necessitate the opening up of connections in the direction of the recent but indifferent impression. This impression must possess some quality that gives it a special fitness, otherwise it would be as easy for the dream thoughts to shift their accentuation to some inessential component of their own sphere of ideas. Experiences such as the following show us the way to an explanation. If the day has brought us two or more experiences which are worthy to evoke a dream, the dream will blend the allusions of both into a single whole. It obeys the compulsion to make them into a single whole. For example, one summer afternoon I entered a railway carriage in which I found two acquaintances of mine who were unknown to one another. One of them was an influential colleague, the other a member of a distinguished family, which I had been attending in my professional capacity. I introduced the two gentlemen to each other, but during the long journey they conversed with each other through me, so that I had to discuss this or that topic, now with one, now with the other. I asked my colleague to recommend a mutual acquaintance who had just begun to practice as a physician. He replied that he was convinced of the young man's ability, but that his undistinguished appearance would make it difficult for him to obtain patients in the upper ranks of society. To this I rejoined, that is precisely why he needs recommendation. A little later, turning to my other fellow traveller, I inquired about the health of his aunt, the mother of one of my patients, who was at this time prostrated by serious illness. On the night following this journey, I dreamt that the young friend whom I had asked one of my companions to recommend was in a fashionable drawing room, and with all the bearing of a man of the world was making before a distinguished company, in which I recognized all the rich and aristocratic persons of my acquaintance, a funeral oration over the old lady, who in my dream had already died, who was the aunt of my second fellow traveller. I confess frankly that I had not been on good terms with this lady. Thus my dream had once more found the connection between the two impressions of the day, and by means of the two had constructed a unified situation. In view of many similar experiences, I am persuaded to advance the proposition that a dream, of dream simulation, which are offered to it in a subsequent chapter on the function of dreams, we shall consider this impulse of combination as a part of process of condensation, another primary psychic process. I shall now consider the question whether the dream exciting source to which our analysis leads us must always be a recent and significant event, or whether a subjective experience, that is to say, the recollection of a psychologically significant event, a train of thought, may assume the role of a dream stimulus. The very definite answer derived from numerous analyses is as follows. The stimulus of the dream may be a subjective transaction which has been made recent, as it were, by the mental activity of the day. And this is perhaps the best time to summarize in schematic form the different conditions under which the dream sources are operative. The source of a dream may be a. A recent and psychologically significant event which is directly represented in the dream. The dream of Irma's injection, the dream of the friend who is my uncle. B. Several recent and significant events which are combined by the dream in a single whole. The dream of the funeral oration delivered by the young physician. C. One or more recent and significant events which are represented in the dream content by allusion to a contemporary but indifferent event. The dream of botanical monographs. A subjectively significant experience, recollection, train of thought, which is constantly represented in the dream by allusion to a recent but indifferent impression. The dream of my patients during analysis are mostly of this kind. As may be seen, in dream interpretation, the condition is always fulfilled that one component of dream content repeats a recent impression of the day of the dream. The component which is destined to be represented in the dream may either belong to the same circle of ideas, or, as the dream stimulus itself, as an essential or even an inessential element of the same, or it may originate in the neighborhood of an indifferent impression, which has been brought by more or less abandoned associations into relation with the sphere of the dream stimulus. The apparent multiplicity of these conditions results merely from the alternative that a displacement has or has not occurred, and it may here be noted that this alternative enables us to explain the contrasts of the dream quite as readily as the medical theory of the dream explains the series of states from the partial to the complete waking of the brain cells. In considering this series of sources, we note further that psychologically significant but not recent element, a train of thought, a recollection, may be replaced for the purposes of the dream formation by a recent but psychologically indifferent element, provided the following conditions are fulfilled. 1. The dream content preserves a connection with things recently experienced. 2. The dream stimulus is still a psychologically significant event. In one single case, A, both these conditions are fulfilled by the same impression. If we now consider that these same indifferent impressions, which are utilized for the dream, as long as they are recent, lose this qualification as soon as they are a day, or at most several days, older, we are obliged to assume that the very freshness of an impression gives it a certain psychological value for dream formation, somewhat equivalent to the value of emotionally accentuated memories or train of thoughts. Later on, in the light of certain psychological considerations, we shall be able to divine the explanation of this importance of recent impressions in dream formation. Incidentally, our attention here is called to the fact that at night, and unnoticed by our consciousness, important changes may occur in the material comprised by our ideas and memories. The injunction that before making a final decision in any matter, one should sleep on it for a night is obviously fully justified. At this point, we find that we have passed from the psychology of dreaming to the psychology of sleep, a step which there will often be occasion to take. At this point, there arises an objection which threatens to invalidate the conclusions at which we have just arrived. If indifferent impressions can find their way into the dream only so long as they are of recent origin, how does it happen that in the dream content we find elements also from earlier periods of our lives, which, at the time when they were still recent, possessed, as Trumbull puts it, no psychic value, and which, therefore, ought to have been forgotten long ago? Elements, that is, which are neither fresh nor psychologically significant. The objection can be disposed of completely if we have recourse to the results of the psychoanalysis of neurotics. The solution is as follows. The process of shifting and rearrangement, which replaces material of psychic significance by material which is indifferent whether one is dreaming or thinking, has already taken place in these earlier periods of life, and has since become fixed in memory. Those elements which were originally indifferent are in fact no longer so, since they have acquired the value of psychologically significant material. That which has actually remained indifferent can never be reproduced in the dream. From the foregoing exposition, the reader may rightly conclude that I assert that there are no indifferent dream stimuli, and therefore no guileless dreams. This I absolutely and unconditionally believe to be the case, apart from the dreams of children, and perhaps the brief dream reactions to nocturnal sensations. Apart from these exceptions, whatever one dreams is either plainly recognizable as being psychically significant, or it is distorted and can be judged correctly only after complete interpretation, when it proves, after all, to be of psychic significance. The dream never concerns itself with the trifles. We do not sleep to be disturbed by trivialities. Dreams, which are apparently guileless, turn out to be the reverse of innocent, if one takes the trouble to interpret them. If I may be permitted the expression, they ill show the mark of the beast. Since this is another point on which I may expect contradiction, and since I am glad of an opportunity to show dream distortion at work, I shall here subject to analysis a number of guileless dreams from my collection. 1. An intelligent and refined young woman, who in real life is distinctly reserved, one of those people of whom one says that still water runs deep, relates the following dream. I dreamt that I arrived at the market too late, and could get nothing from either the butcher or the greengrocer woman. Surely a guileless dream, but as it has not the appearance of a real dream, I induced her to relate it in detail. Her report then runs as follows. She goes to the market with her cook, who carries the basket. The butcher tells her, after she was asking him for something that is no longer to be obtained, and waits to give her something else with the remark, "That is good too." She refuses, and goes to the greengrocer woman. The latter tries to sell her a peculiar vegetable, which is bound up in bundles, and is black in color. She says, "I don't know that. I won't take it." The connection of the dream with the preceding day is simple enough. She had really gone to the market too late, and had been unable to buy anything. The meat shop was already closed, comes into one's mind as a description of the experience. But wait, it is not that a very vulgar phrase, which, or rather, the opposite of which denotes a certain neglect with regards to man's clothing? The dreamer has not used these words. She has perhaps avoided them. But let us look for the interpretation of the details contained in the dream. When in a dream something has the character of a spoken utterance, that is, when it is said or heard, not merely thought, and the distinction can be usually made with certainty, then it originates in the utterances of waking life, which have of course been treated as raw material, dismembered and slightly altered, and above all, removed from their context. In the work of interpretation, we may take such utterances as our starting point. Where then does the butcher's statement, "that is no longer to be obtained," come from? From myself. I had explained to her some days previously that the oldest experiences of childhood are no longer to be obtained as such, but will be replaced in the analysis by transferences and dreams. Thus I am the butcher, and she refuses to accept these transferences to the present of old ways of thinking and feeling. Where does a dream utterance, "I don't know that, I won't take it," come from? For the purposes of the analysis, this has to be dissected. "I don't know that," she herself had said to her cook, with whom she had a dispute on the previous day. But she had then added, "Behave yourself decently." Here a displacement is palpable. Of the two sentences which she spoke to her cook, she included the insignificant one in her dream, but suppressed the other. But the suppressed sentence, "Behave yourself decently," alone fits in with the rest of the dream content. One might use the words to a man who was making indecent overtures, and had neglected to close his meat shop. That we have really hit upon the trail of interpretation is proved by its agreement with the allusion made by the incident with the greengrocer woman. A vegetable which is sold tied up in bundles, a longish vegetable, as she subsequently adds, and is also black. What can this be but a dream combination of asparagus and black radish? I need not interpret asparagus to the initiated, and the other vegetable too. Think of the exclamation, "Blackie, save yourself!" Seems to me to point to the sexual theme at which we guessed in the beginning, when we wanted to replace the story of the dream by "the meat shop is closed." We are not here concerned with the full meaning of the dream. So much is certain, that it is full of meaning and by no means guileless. 2. Another guileless dream of the same patient, which in some respects is a pendant to the above. Her husband asks her, "Ought not we to have the piano tuned?" She replies, "It's not worth while. The hammers would have to be rebuffed as well." Again, we have the reproduction of an actual event of the preceding day. Her husband had asked her such a question, and she had answered it in such words. But what is the meaning of her dreaming it? She says of the piano, "That is a disgusting old box, which has a bad tone. It belonged to her husband before they were married," etc. But the key to the true solution lies in the phrase, "It isn't worth while." This has its origin in a call paid yesterday to a woman friend. She was asked to take off her coat, but declined, saying, "Thanks, it isn't worth while. I must go in a moment." At this point, I recall that yesterday, during the analysis, she suddenly took hold of her coat, of which a button had come undone. It was as though she meant to say, "Please don't look in, it isn't worth while." Thus box becomes chest, and the interpretation of the dream leads to the years when she was growing out of her childhood, when she began to be dissatisfied with her figure. It leads us back, indeed, to earlier periods. If we take into consideration the disgusting and the bad tone, and remember how often in allusions and in dreams the two small hemispheres of the female body take the place as a substitute and antithesis of the large ones. 3. I will interrupt the analysis of this dreamer in order to insert a short, innocent dream which was dreamed by a young man. He dreamed he was pulling on his winter coat again. This was terrible. The occasion for this dream is apparently the sudden advent of cold weather. On more careful examination, we note that the two brief fragments of the dream do not fit together very well. For what could be terrible about wearing a thick or a heavy coat in cold weather? Unfortunately for the innocency of this dream, the first association, under analysis, yields the recollection that yesterday a lady had confidentially confessed to him that her last child owed its existence to the splitting of a condom. He now reconstructs his thoughts in accordance with this suggestion. A thin condom is dangerous, a thick one is bad. A condom is a pullover, Überzieher, literally pullover, for it is pulled over something. An Überzieher, in German, is a term for a light overcoat. An experience like that related by a lady would indeed be terrible for an unmarried man. We will now return to our other innocent dreamer. 4. She puts a candle into a candlestick, but the candle is broken, so that it does not stand up. The girls at school say she is clumsy, but she replies that it is not her fault. Here, too, there is an actual occasion for the dream, the day before she had actually put a candle into a candlestick. But this one was not broken. An obvious symbolism has here been employed. The candle is an object which excites the female genitals. Its being broken, so that it does not stand upright, signifies impotence on the man's part. It's not her fault. But does this young woman, carefully brought up, and a stranger to all obscenity, know of such an application of the candle? By chance, she was able to tell how she came by this information. While paddling a canoe on the Rhine, a boat passed her which contained some students who were singing rapturously, or rather yelling, when the Queen of Sweden, behind closed shutters, with the candles of Apollo. She does not hear, or else understand the last word. Her husband was asked to give her the required explanation. These verses are then replaced in the dream content by the innocent recollection of a task which she once performed clumsily at her boarding school, because of the closed shutters. The connection between the theme of masturbation and that of impotence is clear enough. Apollo, in the latent dream content, connects this dream with an earlier one in which the virgin Pallas figured. All this is obviously not innocent. 5. Lest it may seem too easy a matter to draw conclusions from dreams concerning the dreamer's real circumstances, I had another dream originating with the same person, which once more appears innocent. I dreamt of doing something, she relates, which I actually did during the day. That is to say, I felt a little trunk so full of books that I had difficulty in closing it. My dream was just like the actual occurrence. Here the dreamer herself emphasizes the correspondence between the dream and the reality. All such criticisms of the dream and comments of the dream, although they have found a place in the waking thoughts, properly belong to the latent dream content, as further examples will confirm. We are told, then, that what the dream relates was actually occurred during the day. It would take us too far afield to show how we arrive at the idea of making use of the English language to help us in the interpretation of this dream. Suffice it to say, what it is again a question of a little box. Compare Chapter 4, The Dream of the Dead Child in the Box, which has been filled so full that nothing can go into it. In all these innocent dreams, the sexual factor as the motive of censorship is very prominent. But this is a subject of primary significance which we must consider later. End of section 16. Recording by Lambda.
Section 17 of the Interpretation of Dreams. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lee Smalley. The Interpretation of Dreams by Sigmund Freud. Translation by A. Brill. Section 17. Infantile Material as Source of Dream, Part 1. As the third of the peculiarities of the dream content, we have adduced the fact, in agreement with all other writers on the subject, excepting Robert, that impressions from our childhood may appear in dreams, which do not seem to be at the disposal of the waking memory. It is, of course, difficult to decide how seldom or how frequently this occurs, because after waking the origin of the respective elements of the dream is not recognized. The proof that we are dealing with impressions of our childhood must thus be adduced objectively, and only in rare instances do the conditions favor such proof. The story is told by A. Maury, as being particularly conclusive, of a man who decides to visit his birthplace after an absence of 20 years. On the night before his departure, he dreams that he is in a totally unfamiliar locality, and that he there meets a strange man, with whom he holds a conversation. Subsequently, upon his return home, he is able to convince himself that this strange locality really exists in the vicinity of his home, and the strange man in the dream turns out to be a friend of his dead father's who is living in the town. This is, of course, a conclusive proof that in his childhood he had seen both the man and the locality. The dream, moreover, is to be interpreted as a dream of impatience, like the dream of the girl who carries in her pocket the ticket for a concert, the dream of the child whose father has promised him an excursion to the Hameau, Chapter 3, and so forth. The motives which reproduce just these impressions of childhood for the dreamer cannot, of course, be discovered without analysis. One of my colleagues who attended my lectures, and who boasted that his dreams were very rarely subject to distortion, told me that he had some time previously seen, in a dream, his former tutor in bed with his nurse, who had remained in the household until his 11th year. The actual location of this scene was realized even in the dream. As he was greatly interested, he related the dream to his elder brother, who laughingly confirmed its reality. The brother said that he remembered the affair very distinctly, for he was 6 years old at the time. The lovers were in the habit of making him, the elder boy, drunk with beer whenever circumstances were favorable to their nocturnal intercourse. The younger child, our dreamer, at that time 3 years of age, slept in the same room as the nurse, but was not regarded as an obstacle. In yet another case, it may be definitely established, without the aid of dream interpretation, that the dream contains elements from childhood, namely, if the dream is a so-called perennial dream, one which, being first dreamt in childhood, recurs again and again in adult years. I may add a few examples of this sort to those already known, although I have no personal knowledge of perennial dreams. A physician in his 30s tells me that a yellow lion, concerning which he is able to give the precisest information, has often appeared in his dream life, from his earliest childhood up to the present day. This lion, known to him from his dreams, was one day discovered in natura as a long-forgotten China animal. The young man then learned from his mother that the lion had been his favorite toy in early childhood, a fact which he himself could no longer remember. If we now turn from the manifest dream content to the dream thoughts which are revealed only on analysis, the experiences of childhood may be found to recur even in dreams whose content would not have led us to suspect anything of the sort. I owe a particularly delightful and instructive example of such a dream to my esteemed colleague of the Yellow Lion. After reading Nansen's account of his polar expedition, he dreamt that he was giving the intrepid explorer electrical treatment on an ice floe for the sciatica of which the latter complained. During the analysis of this dream he remembered an incident of his childhood, without which the dream would be wholly unintelligible. When he was 3 or 4 years of age, he was one day listening attentively to the conversation of his elders. They were talking of exploration, and he presently asked his father whether exploration was a bad illness. He had apparently confounded racin, journey, trips, with racin, gripes, tearing pains, and the derision of his brothers and sisters prevented his ever forgetting the humiliating experience. We have a precisely similar case when, in the analysis of the dream of the monograph on the genus Cyclamen, I stumbled upon a memory, retained from childhood, to the effect that when I was 5 years old my father allowed me to destroy a book embellished with colored plates. It will perhaps be doubted whether this recollection really entered into the composition of the dream content, and it may be suggested that the connection was established subsequently by the analysis. But the abundance and intricacy of the associative connections vouch for the truth of my explanation. Cyclamen, favorite flower, favorite dish, artichoke. To pick to pieces like an artichoke, leaf by leaf, a phrase which at that time one heard daily, apropos of the dividing up of the Chinese Empire. Herbarium, bookworm, whose favorite food is books. I can further assure the reader that the ultimate meaning of the dream, which I have not given here, is most intimately connected with the content of the scene of childhood destruction. In another series of dreams we learn from analysis that the very wish which has given rise to the dream, and whose fulfillment the dream proves to be, has itself originated in childhood, so that one is astonished to find that the child with all his impulses survives in the dream. I shall now continue the interpretation of a dream which has already proved instructive. I refer to the dream in which my friend R. is my uncle. We have carried its interpretation far enough for the wish motive, the wish to be appointed professor, to assert itself palpably, and we have explained the affection felt for my friend R. in the dream as the outcome of opposition to, and defiance of, the two colleagues who appear in the dream thoughts. The dream was my own. I may, therefore, continue the analysis by stating that I did not feel quite satisfied with the solution arrived at. I knew that my opinion of these colleagues, who were so badly treated in my dream thoughts, would have been expressed in very different language in my waking life. The intensity of the wish that I might not share their fate as regards the appointment seemed to me too slight fully to account for the discrepancy between my dream opinion and my waking opinion. If the desire to be addressed by another title were really so intense, it would be proof of a morbid ambition, which I do not think I cherish, and which I believe I was far from entertaining. I do not know how others who think they know me would judge me. Perhaps I really was ambitious, but if I was, my ambition has long since been transferred to objects other than the rank and title of Professor Extraordinarius. Whence, then, the ambition which the dream has ascribed to me? Here I am reminded of a story which I heard often in my childhood, that at my birth an old peasant woman had prophesied to my happy mother, whose firstborn I was, that she had brought a great man into the world. Such prophecies must be made very frequently. There are so many happy and expectant mothers, and so many old peasant women, and other old women who, since their mundane powers have deserted them, turn their eyes toward the future, and the prophetess is not likely to suffer for her prophecies. Is it possible that my thirst for greatness has originated from this source? But here I recollect an impression from the later years of my childhood, which might serve even better as an explanation. One evening, at a restaurant on the Prater, where my parents were accustomed to take me when I was 11 or 12 years of age, we noticed a man who was going from table to table and, for a small sum, improvising verses upon any subject that was given to him. I was sent to bring the poet to our table, and he showed his gratitude. Before asking for a subject, he threw off a few rhymes about himself, and told us that if he could trust his inspiration, I should probably one day become a minister. I can still distinctly remember the impression produced by this second prophecy. It was in the days of the bourgeois ministry. My father had recently brought home the portraits of the bourgeois university graduates, Herbst, Dijkstra, Unger, Berger, and others, and we illuminated the house in their honor. There were even Jews among them, so that every diligent Jewish schoolboy carried a ministerial portfolio in his satchel. The impression of that time must be responsible for the fact that, until shortly before I went to the university, I wanted to study jurisprudence, and changed my mind only at the last moment. A medical man has no chance of becoming a minister. And now for my dream. It is only now that I begin to see that it translates me from the sombre present to the hopeful days of the bourgeois ministry, and completely fulfills what was then my youthful ambition. In treating my two estimable and learned colleagues, merely because they are Jews, so badly, one as though he were a simpleton and the other as though he were a criminal, I am acting as though I were the minister. I have put myself in his place. What a revenge I take upon his Excellency! He refuses to appoint me Professor Extraordinarius, and so, in my dream, I put myself in his place. In another case, I note the fact that although the wish that excites the dream is a contemporary wish, it is nevertheless greatly reinforced by memories of childhood. I refer to a series of dreams which are based on the longing to go to Rome. For a long time to come I shall probably have to satisfy this longing by means of dreams, since, at the season of the year when I should be able to travel, Rome is to be avoided for reasons of health. Thus I once dreamt that I saw the Tiber and the bridge of Sant' Angelo from the window of a railway carriage. Presently the train started, and I realized that I had never entered the city at all. The view that appeared in the dream was modeled after a well-known engraving which I had casually noticed the day before in the drawing-room of one of my patients. In another dream someone took me up a hill and showed me Rome half shrouded in mist, and so distant that I was astonished at the distinctness of the view. The content of this dream is too rich to be fully reported here. The motive, to see the promised land afar, is here easily recognizable. The city which I thus saw in the mist is Lübeck. The original of the hill is the Gleichenberg. In a third dream I am at last in Rome. To my disappointment the scenery is anything but urban. It consists of a little stream of black water, on one side of which are black rocks, while on the other are meadows with large white flowers. I notice a certain Herr Zucker, with whom I am superficially acquainted, and resolve to ask him to show me the way into the city. It is obvious that I am trying in vain to see in my dreams city, which I have never seen in my waking life. If I resolve the landscape into its elements, the white flowers point to Ravenna, which is known to me, and which once, for a time, replaced Rome as the capital of Italy. In the marshes around Ravenna we had found the most beautiful water lilies in the midst of black pools of water. The dream makes them grow in the meadows, like the narcissi of our own Aussee, because we found it so troublesome to cull them from the water. The black rock so close to the water vividly recalls the valley of the Teppel at Carlsbad. Carlsbad now enables me to account for the peculiar circumstance that I asked Herr Zucker to show me the way. In the material of which the dream is woven, I am able to recognize two of those amusing Jewish anecdotes which conceal such profound and, at times, such bitter worldly wisdom, and which we are so fond of quoting in our letters and conversation. One is the story of the Constitution. It tells how a poor Jew sneaks into the Carlsbad express without a ticket, how he is detected, and is treated more and more harshly by the conductor at each succeeding call for tickets, and how, when a friend whom he meets at one of the stations during his miserable journey asks him where he is going, he answers, "To Carlsbad, if my constitution holds out." Associated in memory with this is another story about a Jew who is ignorant of French, and who has express instructions to ask in Paris for the Rue Richelieu. Paris was for many years the goal of my own longing, and I regarded the satisfaction with which I first set foot on the pavements of Paris as a warrant that I should attain to the fulfillment of other wishes also. Moreover, asking the way is a direct allusion to Rome, for, as we know, all roads lead to Rome. And further, the name Zucker, sugar, again points to Carlsbad, whither we send persons afflicted with the constitutional disease diabetes, Zuckerkrankheit, sugar disease. The occasion for this dream was the proposal of my Berlin friend that we should meet in Prague at Easter. A further association with sugar and diabetes might be found in the matters which I had to discuss with him. I long ago learned that the fulfillment of such wishes only called for a little courage, and I then became a zealous pilgrim to Rome. A fourth dream, occurring shortly after the last mentioned, brings me back to Rome. I see a street corner before me, and am astonished that so many German placards should be posted there. On the previous day, when writing to my friend, I had told him, with truly prophetic vision, that Prague would probably not be a comfortable place for German travelers. The dream, therefore, expressed simultaneously the wish to meet him in Rome instead of in the Bohemian capital, and the desire, which probably originated during my student days, that the German language might be accorded more tolerance in Prague. As a matter of fact, I must have understood the Czech language in the first years of my childhood, for I was born in a small village in Moravia, amidst a Slav population. A Czech nursery rhyme, which I heard in my 17th year, became, without effort on my part, so imprinted upon my memory that I can repeat it to this day, although I have no idea of its meaning. Thus in these dreams also there is no lack of manifold relations to the impressions of my early childhood. During my last Italian journey, which took me past Lake Trasimenus, I at length discovered, after I had seen the Tiber, and had reluctantly turned back some 50 miles from Rome, what a reinforcement my longing for the eternal city had received from the impressions of my childhood. I had just conceived a plan of traveling to Naples via Rome the following year, when this sentence, which I must have read in one of our German classics, occurred to me. It is a question which of the two paced to and fro in his room the more impatiently after he had conceived the plan of going to Rome, assistant headmaster Winkelmann or the great General Hannibal. I myself had walked in Hannibal's footsteps. Like him, I was destined never to see Rome, and he too had gone to Campania when all were expecting him in Rome. Hannibal, with whom I had achieved this point of similarity, had been my favorite hero during my years in the gymnasium. Like so many boys of my age, I bestowed my sympathies in the Punic War not on the Romans, but on the Carthaginians. Moreover, when I finally came to realize the consequences of belonging to an alien race, and was forced by the anti-Semitic feeling among my classmates to take a definite stand, the figure of the Semitic commander assumed still greater proportions in my imagination. Hannibal and Rome symbolized, in my youthful eyes, the struggle between the tenacity of the Jews and the organization of the Catholic Church. The significance of our emotional life, which the anti-Semitic movement has since assumed, helped to fix the thoughts and impressions of those earlier days. Thus the desire to go to Rome has in my dream life become the mask and symbol for a number of warmly cherished wishes, for whose realization one had to work with the tenacity and single-mindedness of the Punic general, though their fulfillment at times seemed as remote as Hannibal's lifelong wish to enter Rome. The writer in whose works I found this passage was probably Jean-Paul Richter. And now, for the first time, I happened upon the youthful experience which even to-day still expresses its power in all these emotions and dreams. I might have been 10 or 12 years old when my father began to take me with him on his walks, and in his conversation to reveal his views on the things of this world. Thus it was he once told me the following incident, in order to show me that I had been born into happier times than he. When I was a young man, I was walking one Saturday along the street in the village where you were born. I was well dressed, with a new fur cap on my head. Up comes a Christian, who knocks my cap into the mud and shouts, "Jew, get off the pavement!" "And what did you do?" "I went into the street and picked up the cap," he calmly replied. That did not seem heroic on the part of the big strong man who was leading me, a little fellow, by the hand. I contrasted this situation, which did not please me, with another, more in harmony with my sentiments, the scene in which Hannibal's father, Hamilcar Barcas, made his son swear before the household altar to take vengeance on the Romans. Ever since then Hannibal has had a place in my fantasies. In the first edition of this book I gave here the name Hasdrubal, an amazing error which I explained in my Psychopathology of Everyday Life. I think I can trace my enthusiasm for the Carthaginian general still further back into my childhood, so that it is probably only an instance of an already established emotional relation being transferred to a new vehicle. One of the first books which fell into my childish hands after I learned to read was Thier's Consulate and Empire. I remember that I pasted on the flat backs of my wooden soldiers little labels bearing the names of the imperial marshals, and that at that time Massena, as a Jew Manasseh, was already my avowed favorite. This preference is doubtless also to be explained by the fact of my having been born, 100 years later, on the same date. Napoleon himself is associated with Hannibal through the crossing of the Alps. And perhaps the development of this martial ideal may be traced yet farther back, to the first 3 years of my childhood, to wishes which my alternately friendly and hostile relations with a boy a year older than myself must have evoked in the weaker of the two playmates. The Jewish descent of the marshal is somewhat doubtful. The deeper we go into the analysis of dreams, the more often are we put on the track of childish experiences which play the part of dream sources in the latent dream content. We have learned that dreams very rarely reproduce memories in such a manner as to constitute, unchanged and unabridged, the sole manifest dream content. Nevertheless, a few authentic examples which show such reproduction have been recorded, and I can add a few new ones, which once more refer to scenes of childhood. In the case of one of my patients, a dream once gave a barely distorted reproduction of a sexual incident, which was immediately recognized as an accurate recollection. The memory of it had never been completely lost in the waking life, but it had been greatly obscured, and it was revivified by the previous work of analysis. The dreamer had, at the age of 12, visited a bedridden schoolmate, who had exposed himself, probably only by a chance movement in bed. At the sight of the boy's genitals he was seized by a kind of compulsion, exposed himself, and took hold of the member of the other boy, who, however, looked at him in surprise and indignation, whereupon he became embarrassed and let it go. A dream repeated this scene 23 years later, with all the details of the accompanying emotions, changing it, however, in this respect, that the dreamer played the passive instead of the active role, while the person of the schoolmate was replaced by a contemporary. As a rule, of course, a scene from childhood is represented in the manifest dream content only by an allusion, and must be disentangled from the dream by interpretation. The citation of examples of this kind cannot be very convincing, because any guarantee that they are really experiences of childhood is lacking. If they belong to an earlier period of life, they are no longer recognized by our memory. The conclusion that such childhood experiences recur at all in dreams is justified in psychoanalytic work by a great number of factors, which in their combined results appear to be sufficiently reliable. But when, for the purposes of dream interpretation, such references to childish experiences are torn out of their context, they may not perhaps seem very impressive, especially where I do not even give all the material upon which the interpretation is based. However, I shall not let this deter me from giving a few examples. With one of my female patients all dreams have the character of hurry. She is hurrying so as to be in time, so as not to miss her train, and so on. In one dream she has to visit a girl friend. Her mother had told her to ride and not walk. She runs, however, and keeps on calling. The material that emerged in the analysis allowed one to recognize a memory of childish romping, and, especially for one dream, went back to the popular childish game of rapidly repeating the words of a sentence as though it was all one word. All these harmless jokes with little friends were remembered, because they replaced other less harmless ones. In the original this paragraph contains many plays on the word hetz, hurry, chase, scurry, game, etc. 2. The following dream was dreamed by another female patient. She is in a large room in which there are all sorts of machines. It is rather like what she would imagine an orthopedic institute to be. She hears that I am pressed for time, and that she must undergo treatment along with 5 others. But she resists, and is unwilling to lie down on the bed, or whatever it is, which is intended for her. She stands in a corner and waits for me to say, "It is not true." The others meanwhile laugh at her, saying it is all foolishness on her part. At the same time it is as though she were called upon to make a number of little squares. The first part of the content of this dream is an allusion to the treatment and to the transference to myself. The second contains an allusion to a scene of childhood. The two portions are connected by the mention of a bed. The Orthopedic Institute is an allusion to one of my talks, in which I compared the treatment, with regard to its duration and its nature, to an orthopedic treatment. At the beginning of the treatment I had to tell her that for the present I had little time to give her, but that later on I would devote a whole hour to her daily. This aroused in her the old sensitiveness, which is a leading characteristic of children who are destined to become hysterical. Their desire for love is insatiable. My patient was the youngest of 6 brothers and sisters, hence with 5 others, and as such her father's favorite, but in spite of this she seems to have felt that her beloved father devoted far too little time and attention to her. Her waiting for me to say, "It is not trite," was derived as follows. A little tailor's apprentice had brought her a dress, and she had given him the money for it. Then she asked her husband whether she would have to pay the money again if the boy were to lose it. To tease her, her husband answered yes, the teasing in the dream, and she asked again and again, and waited for him to say, "It is not true." The thought of the latent dream content may now be construed as follows: Will she have to pay me double the amount when I devote twice as much time to her? A thought which is stingy or filthy, the uncleanliness of childhood, is often replaced in dreams by greed for money. The word "filthy" here supplies the bridge. If all the passage referring to her waiting until I say "it is not true" is intended in the dream as a circumlocution for the word "dirty," the standing in the corner and not lying down on the bed are in keeping with this word, as component parts of a scene of her childhood, in which she had soiled her bed, in punishment for which she was put into the corner, with a warning that papa would not love her any more, whereupon her brothers and sisters laughed at her, etc. The little squares refer to her young niece, who showed her the arithmetical trick of writing figures in 9 squares, I think, in such a way that, on being added together in any direction, they make 15. 3. Here is a man's dream. He sees 2 boys tussling with each other. They are Cooper's boys, as he concludes from the tools which are lying about. One of the boys has thrown the other down. The prostrate boy is wearing earrings with blue stones. He runs towards the assailant with lifted cane, in order to chastise him. The boy takes refuge behind a woman, as though she were his mother, who is standing against a wooden fence. She is the wife of a day laborer, and she turns her back to the man who is dreaming. Finally she turns about and stares at him with a horrible look, so that he runs away in terror. The red flesh of the lower lid seems to stand out from her eyes. This dream has made abundant use of trivial occurrences from the previous day, in the course of which he actually saw 2 boys in the street, one of whom threw the other down. When he walked up to them in order to settle the quarrel, both of them took to their heels. Cooper's boys. This is explained only by a subsequent dream, in the analysis of which he used the proverbial expression, "to knock the bottom out of the barrel." Earrings with blue stones, according to his observation, are worn chiefly by prostitutes. This suggests a familiar doggerel rhyme about 2 boys. The other boy was called Marie, that is, he was a girl. The woman standing by the fence. After the scene with the 2 boys, he went for a walk along the bank of the Danube, and, taking advantage of being alone, urinated against a wooden fence. A little farther on a respectably dressed elderly lady smiled at him very pleasantly, and wanted to hand him her card with her address. Since in the dream the woman stood as he had stood while urinating, there is an allusion to a woman urinating, and this explains the horrible look and the prominence of the red flesh, which can only refer to the genitals gaping in a squatting posture. Seen in childhood, they had appeared in later recollection as proud flesh, as a wound. The dream unites two occasions upon which, as a little boy, the dreamer was enabled to see the genitals of little girls, once by throwing the little girl down, and once while the child was urinating, and, as is shown by another association, he had retained in his memory the punishment administered or threatened by his father on account of these manifestations of sexual curiosity. 4. A great mass of childish memories, which have been hastily combined into a fantasy, may be found behind the following dream of an elderly lady. On the Graben she sinks to her knees as though she had broken down. A number of people collect around her, especially cab drivers, but no one helps her to get up. She makes many vain attempts. Finally she must have succeeded, for she is put into a cab which is to take her home. A large, heavily laden basket, something like a market basket, is thrown after her through the window. This is the woman who is always harassed in her dreams, just as she used to be harassed when a child. The first situation of the dream is apparently taken from the sight of a fallen horse, just as broken down points to horse racing. In her youth she was a rider; still earlier she was probably also a horse. With the idea of falling down is connected her first childish reminiscence of the 17-year-old son of the hall porter, who had an epileptic seizure in the street and was brought home in a cab. Of this, of course, she had only heard, but the idea of epileptic fits, of falling down, acquired a great influence over her fantasies, and later on influenced the form of her own hysterical attacks. When a person of the female sex dreams of falling, this almost always has a sexual significance. She becomes a "fallen woman," and, for the purpose of the dream under consideration, this interpretation is probably the least doubtful, for she falls on the Graben, the street in Vienna which is known as the concourse of prostitutes. The market basket admits of more than one interpretation. In the sense of refusal (German Korb = basket = snub, refusal), it reminds her of the many snubs which she at first administered to her suitors and which, she thinks, she herself received later. This agrees with the detail: no one will help her up, which she herself interprets as being disdained. Further, the market basket recalls fantasies which have already appeared in the course of analysis, in which she imagines that she has married far beneath her station, and now goes to the market as a market woman. Lastly, the market basket might be interpreted as the mark of a servant. This suggests further memories of her childhood of a cook who was discharged because she stole. She, too, sank to her knees and begged for mercy. The dreamer was at that time 12 years of age. Then emerges a recollection of a chambermaid, who was dismissed because she had an affair with the coachman of the household, who incidentally married her afterwards. This recollection, therefore, gives us a clue to the cab drivers in the dream, who, in opposition to the reality, do not stand by the fallen woman. But there still remains to be explained the throwing of the basket, in particular, why it is thrown through the window. This reminds her of the forwarding of luggage by rail, to the custom of Fenstern in the country, and to trivial impressions of a summer resort, of a gentleman who threw some blue plums into the window of a lady's room, and of her little sister, who was frightened because an idiot who was passing looked in at the window. And now, from behind all this emerges an obscure recollection from her 10th year of a nurse in the country, to whom one of the men servants made love, and whose conduct the child may have noticed, and who was sent packing, thrown out, together with her lover. In the dream we have the expression "thrown into," an incident which we have been approaching by several other paths. The luggage or box of a servant is disparagingly described in Vienna as 7 plums. "Pack up your 7 plums and get out." Fenstern is the custom, now falling into disuse, found in rural districts of the German Schwarzwald, of lovers who woo their sweethearts at the bedroom windows, to which they ascend by means of a ladder, enjoying such intimacy that the relation practically amounts to a trial marriage. The reputation of the young woman never suffers on account of Fenstern, unless she becomes intimate with too many suitors. Tr. My collection, of course, contains a plethora of such patients' dreams, the analysis of which leads back to impressions of childhood, often dating back to the first 3 years of life, which are remembered obscurely or not at all. But it is a questionable proceeding to draw conclusions from these and apply them to dreams in general, for they are mostly dreams of neurotic, and especially hysterical, persons. And the part played in these dreams by childish scenes might be conditioned by the nature of the neurosis, and not by the nature of dreams in general. In the interpretation of my own dreams, however, which is assuredly not undertaken on account of grave symptoms of illness, it happens just as frequently that in the latent dream content I am unexpectedly confronted with a scene of my childhood, and that a whole series of my dreams will suddenly converge upon the paths proceeding from a single childish experience. I have already given examples of this, and I shall give yet more in different connections. Perhaps I cannot close this chapter more fittingly than by citing several dreams of my own, in which recent events and long forgotten experiences of my childhood appear together as dream sources. End of section 17. Recording by Lee Smalley.
Section 18 of the Interpretation of Dreams. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by K. Hand. The Interpretation of Dreams by Sigmund Freud. Translated by A. Brill. Section 18. Infantile Material as Source of Dream, Part 2. 1. After I have been traveling and have gone to bed hungry and tired, the prime necessities of life begin to assert their claims in sleep, and I dream as follows. I go into a kitchen in order to ask for some pudding. There 3 women are standing, one of whom is the hostess. She is rolling something in her hands as though she were making dumplings. She replies that I must wait until she has finished, not distinctly as a speech. I become impatient and go away affronted. I want to put on an overcoat, but the first I try on is too long. I take it off, and am somewhat astonished to find that it is trimmed with fur. A second coat has a long strip of cloth with a Turkish design sewn into it. A stranger with a long face and a short pointed beard comes up and prevents me from putting it on, declaring that it belongs to him. I now show him that it is covered all over with Turkish embroideries. He asks, "How do the Turkish drawings, strips of cloth, concern you?" But soon we become quite friendly. In the analysis of this dream I remember, quite unexpectedly, the first novel which I ever read, or rather which I began to read from the end of the first volume, when I was perhaps 13 years of age. I have never learned the name of the novel or that of its author, but the end remains vividly in my memory. The hero becomes insane and continually calls out the names of the 3 women who have brought the greatest happiness and the greatest misfortune into his life. Pelagie is one of these names. I still do not know what to make of this recollection during the analysis. Together with the 3 women there now emerge the 3 Parcae who spin the fates of men, and I know that one of the 3 women, the hostess in the dream, is the mother who gives life, and who, moreover, as in my own case, gives the child its first nourishment. Love and hunger meet at the mother's breast. A young man, so runs an anecdote, who became a great admirer of womanly beauty, once observed, when the conversation turned upon the handsome wet nurse who had suckled him as a child, that he was sorry that he had not taken better advantage of his opportunities. I am in the habit of using the anecdote to elucidate the factor of retrospective tendencies in the mechanism of the psychoneuroses. One of the Parcae, then, is rubbing the palms of her hands together as though she were making dumplings. A strange occupation for one of the Fates, and urgently in need of explanation. This explanation is furnished by another and earlier memory of my childhood. When I was 6 years old and receiving my first lessons from my mother, I was expected to believe that we are made of dust and must therefore return to dust. But this did not please me, and I questioned the doctrine. Thereupon my mother rubbed the palms of her hands together, just as in making dumplings, except that there was no dough between them, and showed me the blackish scales of epidermis which were thus rubbed off, as a proof that it is of dust that we are made. Great was my astonishment at this demonstration ad oculos, and I acquiesced in the idea which I was later to hear expressed in the words, "Thou owest nature a death." Thus the women to whom I go in the kitchen, as I so often did in my childhood when I was hungry and my mother sitting by the fire admonished me to wait until lunch was ready, are really the Parcae. And now for the dumplings. At least one of my teachers at the university, the very one to whom I am indebted for my histological knowledge (epidermis), would be reminded by the name Knödel (Knödel means dumpling) of a person whom he had to prosecute for plagiarizing his writings. Committing a plagiarism, taking anything one can lay hands on, even though it belongs to another, obviously leads to the second part of the dream, in which I am treated like the overcoat thief who for some time plied his trade in the lecture halls. I have written the word plagiarism without definite intention, because it occurred to me, and now I see that it must belong to the latent dream content, and that it will serve as a bridge between the different parts of the manifest dream content. The chain of associations, pelagy, plagiarism, pelagiostomy, sharks, fish bladder, connects the old novel with the affair of Knödel and the overcoats. German, Überzieher equals pullover, overcoat, or condom, which obviously refer to an appliance appertaining to the technique of sex. This, it is true, is a very forced and irrational connection, but it is nevertheless one which I could not have established in waking life if it had not already been established by the dream work. Indeed, as though nothing were sacred to this impulse to enforce associations, the beloved name Bruck (Bridge of Words, see above) now serves to remind me of the very institute in which I spent my happiest hours as a student, wanting for nothing. So will you at the breasts of wisdom every day more pleasure find. In the most complete contrast to the desires which plague me (German, plagen) while I dream. And finally there emerges the recollection of another dear teacher, whose name once more sounds like something edible (Fleischl, Fleisch equals meat, like Knödel equals dumplings), and of a pathetic scene in which the scales of epidermis play a part (Mother Hostess), and mental derangement (the novel), and a remedy from the Latin pharmacopoeia (Cuce equals kitchen), which numbs the sensation of hunger. In this manner I could follow the intricate trains of thought still farther, and could fully elucidate that part of the dream which is lacking in the analysis, but I must refrain, because the personal sacrifice which this would involve is too great. I shall take up only one of the threads, which will serve to lead us directly to one of the dream thoughts that lie at the bottom of the medley. The stranger with the long face and pointed beard, who wants to prevent me from putting on the overcoat, has the features of a tradesman of Spalato, of whom my wife bought a great deal of Turkish cloth. His name was Popovic, a suspicious name, which even gave the humorist Stettenheim a pretext for a suggestive remark. He told me his name, and blushingly shook my hand. For the rest, I find the same misuse of names as above in the case of Pelagie, Knödel, Bruck, Fleischl. No one will deny that such playing with names is a childish trick. If I indulge in it the practice amounts to an act of retribution, for my own name has often enough been the subject of such feeble attempts at wit. Goethe once remarked how sensitive a man is in respect to his name, which he feels that he fills even as he fills his skin, Herder having written the following lines on his own name: Der du von Göttern abstammt, von Gothen oder vom Kot, so seid ihr Götterbilder auch du Staub. Thou who art born of the gods, of the Goths, or of the mud, Thus are thy godlike images even dust. I realize that this digression on the misuse of names was intended merely to justify this complaint. But here let us stop. The purchase at Spilato reminds me of another purchase at Cattaro, where I was too cautious, and missed the opportunity of making an excellent bargain. Missing an opportunity at the breast of the wet nursed, see above. One of the dream thoughts occasioned by the sensation of hunger really amounts to this: we should let nothing escape. We should take what we can get, even if we do a little wrong. We should never let an opportunity go by. Life is so short, and death inevitable. Because this is meant even sexually, and because desire is unwilling to check itself before the thought of doing wrong, this philosophy of carpe diem has reason to fear the censorship, and must conceal itself behind a dream. And so all sorts of counter thoughts find expression, with recollections of the time when spiritual nourishment alone was sufficient for the dreamer, with hindrances of every kind, and even threats of disgusting sexual punishments. 2. A second dream requires a longer preliminary statement. I had driven to the Western Station in order to start on a holiday trip to the Aussee, but I went on to the platform in time for the Ischl train, which leaves earlier. There I saw Count Thun, who was again going to see the Emperor at Ischl. In spite of the rain, he arrived in an open carriage, came straight through the entrance gate for the local trains, and with a curt gesture and not a word of explanation he waved back to the gatekeeper, who did not know him and wanted to take his ticket. After he had left in the Ischl train, I was asked to leave the platform and return to the waiting room, but after some difficulty I obtained permission to remain. I passed the time noting how many people bribed the officials to secure a compartment. I fully intended to make a complaint, that is, to demand the same privilege. Meanwhile I sang something to myself, which I afterwards recognized as the aria from the Marriage of Figaro. If my Lord Count would tread a measure, let him but say his pleasure, and I will play the tune. Possibly another person would not have recognized the tune. The whole evening I was in a high-spirited, pugnacious mood. I chaffed the waiter and the cab driver, I hope without hurting their feelings, and now all kinds of bold and revolutionary thoughts came into my mind, such as would fit themselves to the words of Figaro, and the memories of Beaumarchais' comedy, of which I had seen a performance at the Comédie Française. The speech about the great men who have taken the trouble to be born, the seigneurial right which Count Almaviva wishes to exercise with regard to Suzanne, the jokes which our malicious opposition journalists make on the name of Count Thun (German, Thun = do), calling him Graf Nix Thun, Count Do Nothing. I really do not envy him. He now has a difficult audience with the Emperor before him, and it is I who am the real Count Do Nothing, for I am going off for a holiday. I make all sorts of amusing plans for the vacation. Now a gentleman arrives whom I know is a government representative at the medical examinations, and who has won the flattering nickname of the governmental bedfellow, literally by-sleeper, by his activities in this capacity. By insisting on his official status, he secured half a first-class compartment, and I heard one guard say to another, "Where are we going to put the gentleman with the first-class half compartment?" A pretty sort of favoritism. I am paying for a whole first-class compartment. I did actually get a whole compartment to myself, but not in a through carriage, so there was no lavatory at my disposal during the night. My complaints to the guard were fruitless. I revenged myself by suggesting that at least a hole be made in the floor of this compartment to serve the possible needs of passengers. At 2:45 in the morning I wake, with an urgent desire to urinate, from the following dream: a crowd, a students' meeting. A certain Count, Thun or Taffe, is making a speech. Being asked to say something about the Germans, he declares with a contemptuous gesture that their favorite flower is colt's foot, and he then puts into his buttonhole something like a torn leaf, really the crumpled skeleton of a leaf. I jump up, and I jump up, but I am surprised at my implied attitude. Then, more indistinctly, it seems as though this were the vestibule, aula. The exits are thronged, and one must escape. I make my way through a suite of handsomely appointed rooms, evidently ministerial apartments, with furniture of a color between brown and violet, and at last I come to a corridor in which the housekeeper, a fat, elderly woman, is seated. I try to avoid speaking to her, but she apparently thinks I have a right to pass this way, because she asks whether she shall accompany me with the lamp. I indicate with a gesture, or tell her, that she is to remain standing on the stairs, and it seems to me that I am very clever, for after all I am evading detection. Now I am downstairs, and I find a narrow, steeply rising path, which I follow. Again indistinctly, it is as though my second task were to get away from the city, just as my first was to get out of the building. I am riding in a one-horse cab, and I tell the driver to take me to a railway station. I can't drive with you on the railway line itself, I say when he reproaches me as though I had tired him out. Here it seems as though I had already made a journey in his cab, which is usually made by rail. The stations are crowded. I am wondering whether to go to Krems or to Znaim, but I reflect that the court will be there, and I decide in favor of Graz or some such place. Now I am seated in the railway carriage, which is rather like a tram, and I have in my buttonhole a peculiar long braided thing on which are violet brown violets of stiff material, which makes a great impression on people. Here the scene breaks off. I am once more in front of the railway station, but I am in the company of an elderly gentleman. I think out a scheme for remaining unrecognized, but I see this plan already being carried out. Thinking and experiencing are here, as it were, the same thing. He pretends to be blind, at least in one eye, and I hold before him a male glass urinal, which we have to buy in the city, or have bought. I am thus a sick nurse, and have to give him the urinal because he is blind. If the conductor sees us in this position, he must pass by without drawing attention to us. At the same time, the position of the elderly man and his urinating organ is plastically perceived. Then I awake with a desire to urinate. The whole dream seems a sort of fantasy, which takes the dreamer back to the year of revolution, 1848, the memory of which had been revived by the Jubilee of 1898, as well as by a little excursion to Wachau, on which I visited Emmersdorf, the refuge of the student leader Fischoff, to whom several features of the manifest dream content might refer. The association of ideas then leads me to England, to the house of my brother, who used in jest to twit his wife with the title of Tennyson's poem 50 years ago, whereupon the children were used to correct him 15 years ago. This fantasy, however, which attaches itself to the thoughts evoked by the sight of Count Thun, is, like the facade of an Italian church, without organic connection with the structure behind it, but unlike such a facade, it is full of gaps and confused, and in many places portions of the interior break through. The first situation of the dream is made up of a number of scenes, into which I am able to dissect it. The arrogant attitude of the Count in the dream is copied from a scene at my school which occurred in my 15th year. We had hatched a conspiracy against an unpopular and ignorant teacher. The leading spirit in this conspiracy was a schoolmate who since that time seems to have taken Henry VIII of England as his model. It fell to me to carry out the coup d'état, and a discussion of the importance of the Danube (German Donau) to Austria (Wachau) was the occasion of an open revolt. One of our fellow conspirators was our only aristocratic schoolmate. He was called the Giraffe on account of his conspicuous height, and while he was being reprimanded by the tyrant of the school, the professor of German language, he stood just as the Count stood in the dream. The explanation of the favorite flower and in putting it into a buttonhole of something that must have been a flower, which recalls the orchids which I had given that day to a friend, and also a rose of Jericho, prominently recalls the incident in Shakespeare's historical play which opens the civil wars of the red and the white roses. The mention of Henry VIII has paved the way to this reminiscence. Now, it is not very far from roses to red and white carnations. Meanwhile, two little rhymes, one in German, the other in Spanish, insinuate themselves into the analysis. Rosen, Tulpen, Nelken, Aie, Blumen, Welken. And Isabelita, no llores, que se marchitan las flores. The Spanish line occurs in Figaro. Here in Vienna, white carnations have become the badge of the anti-Semites, red ones of the Social Democrats. Behind this is the recollection of an anti-Semitic challenge during a railway journey in beautiful Saxony, Anglo-Saxon. The third scene contributing to the formation of the first situation in the dream dates from my early student days. There was a debate in a German students' club about the relation of philosophy to the general sciences. Being a green youth full of materialistic doctrines, I thrust myself forward in order to defend an extremely one-sided position. Thereupon a sagacious older fellow student, who has since then shown his capacity for leading men and organizing the masses, and who, moreover, bears a name belonging to the animal kingdom, rose and gave us a thorough dressing down. He too, he said, had herded swine in his youth, and had then returned repentant to his father's house. I jumped up, as in the dream, became piggishly rude, and retorted that, since I knew he had herded swine, I was not surprised at the tone of his discourse. In the dream, I am surprised at my German nationalistic feelings. There was a great commotion, and an almost general demand that I should retract my words, but I stood my ground. The insulted student was too sensible to take the advice which was offered him, that he should send me a challenge, and let the matter drop. The remaining elements of this scene of the dream are of more remote origin. What does it mean that the Count should make a scornful reference to Coltsfoot? Here I must question my train of associations. Coltsfoot, German Huflatich, Lattice, lettuce, Salathund, the dog that grudges others what he cannot eat himself. Here plenty of opprobrious epithets may be discerned. Giraffe, German Aff equals monkey, ape, pig, sow, dog. I might even arrive by way of the name at donkey, and thereby pour contempt upon an academic professor. Furthermore, I translate Coltsfoot, Huflatich, I do not know whether I do so correctly, by Piesenlied. I get this idea from Zola's Germinal, in which some children are told to bring some dandelion salad with them. The dog, Chien, has a name sounding not unlike the verb for the major function, chier, as pisser stands for in the minor one. Now we shall soon have the indecent in all its three physical categories, for in the same Germinal, which deals with the future revolution, there is a description of a very peculiar contest, which relates to the production of the gaseous excretion known as flatus. And now I cannot but observe how the way to this flatus has been prepared a long while since, beginning with the flowers, and proceeding to the Spanish rhyme of Isabelita, and to Ferdinand and Isabella, and by way of Henry VIII to English history at the time of the Armada, after the victorious termination of which the English struck a medal with the inscription Flavit et dissipati sunt, for the storm had scattered the Spanish fleet. I had thought of using this phrase, half jestingly, as the title of a chapter on therapy, if I should ever succeed in giving a detailed account of my conception and treatment of hysteria. I cannot give so detailed an interpretation of the second scene of the dream out of the sheer regard for the censorship. For at this point I put myself in the place of a certain eminent gentleman of the Revolutionary period, who had an adventure with an eagle, German Adler, who is said to have suffered from incontinence of the bowels, incontinentia, and etc. And here I believe I should not be justified in passing the censorship, even though it was an aulic counselor, aula counselarizis alicus, who told me the greater part of this history. The suite of rooms in the dream is suggested by His Excellency's private saloon carriage, into which I was able to glance, but it means, as it so often does in dreams, a woman. The personality of the housekeeper is an ungrateful allusion to a witty old lady which ill repays her for the good times and the many good stories which I have enjoyed in her house. The incident of the lamp goes back to Grillparzer, who notes a charming experience of a similar nature, of which he afterwards made use in Hero and Leander, the waves of the sea and of love, the Armada and the storm. I must forego a detailed analysis of the two remaining portions of the dream. I shall single out only those elements which lead me back to the two scenes of my childhood, for the sake of which alone I have selected the dream. The reader will rightly assume that it is sexual material which necessitates the suppression, but he may not be content with this explanation. There are many things of which one makes no secret to oneself, but which must be treated as secrets in addressing others, and here we are concerned not with the reasons which induce me to conceal the solution, but with the motive of the inner censorship which conceals the real content of the dream even from myself. Concerning this, I will confess that the analysis reveals these three portions of the dream as impertinent boasting, the exuberance of an absurd megalomania, long ago suppressed in my waking life, which however dares to show itself with individual ramifications even in the manifest dream content. It seems to me that I am a cunning fellow, making the high-spirited mood of the evening before the dream perfectly intelligible. Boasting of every kind, indeed thus, the mention of gras points to the phrase, what price gras, which one is wont to use when one feels unusually wealthy. Readers who recall Master Rabelais' inimitable description of the life and deeds of Gargantua and his son Pantagruel will be able to enroll even the suggested content of the first portion of the dream among the boasts to which I have alluded. But the following belongs to the two scenes of childhood of which I have spoken. I had bought a new trunk for this journey, the color of which, a brownish violet, appears in the dream several times. Violet brown violets of a stiff cloth on an object which is known as a girl catcher, the furniture in the ministerial chambers. Children, we know, believe that one attracts people's attention with anything new. Now I have been told of the following incident of my childhood. My recollection of the occurrence itself has been replaced by my recollection of the story. I am told that at the age of 2 I still used occasionally to wet my bed, and that when I was reproved for doing so I consoled my father by promising to buy him a new red bed in N, the nearest large town. Hence the interpolation in the dream that we had bought the urinal in the city, or had to buy it. One must keep one's promises. One should note, moreover, the association of the male urinal and the woman's trunk box. All the megalomania of the child is contained in this promise. The significance of dreams of urinary difficulties in the case of children has already been considered in the interpretation of an earlier dream. Cross-reference the dream in chapter 5a. The psychoanalysis of neurotics has taught us to recognize the intimate connection between wetting the bed and the character trait of ambition. Then, when I was 7 or 8 years of age, another domestic incident occurred which I remember very well. One evening before going to bed I had disregarded the dictates of discretion and had satisfied my needs in my parents' bedroom and in their presence. Reprimanding me for this delinquency, my father remarked, "That boy will never amount to anything." This must have been a terrible affront to my ambition, for allusions to this scene recur again and again in my dreams, and are constantly coupled with enumerations of my accomplishments and successes, as though I wanted to say, "You see, I have amounted to something after all." This childish scene furnishes the elements for the last image of the dream, in which the roles are interchanged, of course for the purpose of revenge. The elderly man, obviously my father, for the blindness in one eye signifies his one-sided glaucoma, is now urinating before me as I once urinated before him. By means of the glaucoma I remind my father of cocaine, which stood him in good stead during his operations, as though I had thereby fulfilled my promise. Besides, I make sport of him, since he is blind. I must hold the glass in front of him, and I delight in allusions to my knowledge of the theory of hysteria, of which I am proud. If the two childish scenes of urination are, according to my theory, closely associated with the desire for greatness, their resuscitation on the journey to Aussee was further favored by the accidental circumstance that my compartment had no lavatory, and that I must be prepared to postpone relief during the journey, as actually happened in the morning when I woke with the sensation of a bodily need. I suppose one might be inclined to credit this sensation with being the actual stimulus of the dream. I should, however, prefer a different explanation, namely, that the dream thoughts first gave rise to the desire to urinate. It is quite unusual for me to be disturbed in sleep by any physical need, least of all at the time when I woke on this occasion, 3:45 in the morning. I would forestall a further objection by remarking that I have hardly ever felt a desire to urinate after waking early on other journeys made under more comfortable circumstances. However, I can leave this point undecided without weakening my argument. Further, since experience in dream analysis has drawn my attention to the fact that even from dreams the interpretation of which seems at first sight complete, because the dream sources and the wish stimuli are easily demonstrable, important trains of thought proceed which reach back into the earliest years of childhood. I had to ask myself whether this characteristic does not even constitute an essential condition of dreaming. If it were permissible to generalize this notion, I should say that every dream is connected through its manifest content with recent experiences, while through its latent content it is connected with the most remote experiences, and I can actually show in the analysis of hysteria that these remote experiences have in a very real sense remained recent right up to the present. But I still find it very difficult to prove this conjecture. I shall have to return to the probable role in dream formation of the earliest experiences of our childhood in another connection. Chapter 7. Of the three peculiarities of the dream memory considered above, one, the preference for the unimportant in the dream content, has been satisfactorily explained by tracing it back to dream distortion. We have succeeded in establishing the existence of the other two peculiarities, the preferential selection of recent and also of infantile material, but we have found it impossible to derive them from the motives of the dream. Let us keep in mind these two characteristics which we still have to explain or evaluate. A place will have to be found for them elsewhere, either in the discussion of the psychology of the sleeping state or in the consideration of the structure of the psychic apparatus, which we shall undertake later after we have seen that by means of dream interpretation we are able to glance as through an inspection hole into the interior of this apparatus. But here and now I will emphasize another result of the last few dream analyses. The dream often appears to have several meanings. Not only may several wish fulfillments be combined in it, as our examples show, but one meaning or one wish fulfillment may conceal another, until in the lowest stratum one comes upon the fulfillment of a wish from the earliest period of childhood. And here again it may be questioned whether the word often at the beginning of this sentence may not more correctly be replaced by constantly. End section 18.
Section 19 of the Interpretation of Dreams. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Judith Parker. The Interpretation of Dreams by Sigmund Freud, translated by A. Brill, Section 19. The somatic sources of dreams. If we attempt to interest a cultured layman in the problems of dreams, and if, with this end in view, we ask him what he believes to be the source of dreams, we shall generally find that he feels quite sure he knows at least this part of the solution. He thinks immediately of the influence exercised on the formation of dreams by a disturbed or impeded digestion. In parentheses, quote, dreams come from the stomach, end quote, end parentheses. An accidental position of the body, a trifling occurrence during sleep. He does not seem to suspect that even after all these factors have been duly considered, something still remains to be explained. In the introductory chapter, we examined at length the opinion of scientific writers on the role of somatic stimuli in the formation of dreams, so that here we need only recall the results of this inquiry. We have seen that 3 kinds of somatic stimuli will be distinguished: the objective sensory stimuli, which proceed from external objects, the inner states of excitation of the sensory organs, having only a subjective reality, and the bodily stimuli arising within the body. And we have also noticed that the writers on dreams are inclined to thrust into the background any psychic sources of dreams which may operate simultaneously with the somatic stimuli, or to exclude them altogether. In testing the claims made on behalf of these somatic stimuli, we have learned that the significance of the objective excitation of the sensory organs, whether accidental stimuli operating during sleep, or such as cannot be excluded from the dormant relation of these dream images and ideas to the internal bodily stimuli, and confirmed by experiment, that the part played by the subjective sensory stimuli appears to be demonstrated by the recurrence of hypnagogic sensory images in dreams, and that although the broadly accepted relation of these dream images and ideas to the internal bodily stimuli cannot be exhaustively demonstrated, it is at all events confirmed by the well-known influence which an excited state of the digestive, urinary, and sexual organs exercises upon the content of our dreams. Nerve stimulus and bodily stimulus would thus be the anatomical sources of dreams. That is, according to many writers, the sole and exclusive sources of dreams. But we have already considered a number of doubtful points, which seem to question not so much the correctness of the somatic theory as its adequacy. However confident the representatives of this theory may be of its factual basis, especially in respect of the accidental and external nerve stimuli, which may without difficulty be recognized in the dream content, nevertheless they have all come near to admitting that the rich content of ideas found in dreams cannot be derived from the external nerve stimuli alone. In this connection, Miss Mary Whitten Calkins tested her own dreams and those of a second person for a period of 6 weeks, and found that the element of external sensory perception was demonstrable in only 13.2% and 6.7% of these dreams, respectively. Only 2 dreams in the whole collection could be referred to organic sensations. These statistics confirm what a cursory survey of our own experience would already have led us to suspect. A distinction has often been made between nerve stimulus dreams, which have already been thoroughly investigated, and other forms of dreams. Spitta, for example, divided dreams into nerve stimulus dreams and association dreams. But it was obvious that this solution remained unsatisfactory unless the link between the somatic sources of dreams and their ideational content could be indicated. In addition to the first objection, that of the insufficient frequency of the external sources of stimulus, a second objection presents itself, namely the inadequacy of the explanations of dreams afforded by this category of dream sources. There are 2 things which the representatives of this theory have failed to explain. Firstly, why the true nature of the external stimulus is not recognized in the dream, but is constantly mistaken for something else. And secondly, why the result of the reaction of the perceiving mind to this misconceived stimulus should be so indeterminate and variable. We have seen that Strumpel, in answer to these questions, asserts that the mind, since it turns away from the outer world during sleep, is not in a position to give the correct interpretation of the objective sensory stimulus, but is forced to construct illusions on the basis of the indefinite stimulation arriving from many directions. Quote, when by an external or internal nerve stimulus during sleep, a feeling or a complex of feelings, or any sort of psychic process arises in the mind and is perceived by the mind, this process calls up from the mind perceptual images belonging to the sphere of the waking experiences. That is to say, earlier perceptions, either unembellished or with psychic values appertaining to them. It collects about itself, as it were, a greater or lesser number of such images, from which the impression resulting from the nerve stimulus receives its psychic value. In this connection, it is commonly said, as in ordinary language we say of the waking procedure, that the mind interprets in sleep the impressions of nervous stimuli. The result of this interpretation is the so-called nerve stimulus dream. That is, a dream the components of which are conditioned by the fact that a nerve stimulus produces its psychical effect in the life of the mind in accordance with the laws of reproduction. End quote. In all essential points, identical with this doctrine, is Wundt's statement that the concepts of dreams proceed, at all events for the most part, from sensory stimuli, and especially from the stimuli of general sensation, and are therefore mostly fantastic illusions, probably only to a small extent pure memory conceptions raised to the condition of hallucination. To illustrate the relation between dream content and dream stimuli, which follows from this theory, Strumpel makes use of an excellent simile. It is, quote, as though 10 fingers of a person ignorant of music were to stray over the keyboard of an instrument, end quote. The implication is that the dream is not a psychic phenomenon originating from psychic motives, but the result of a physiological stimulus, which expresses itself in psychic symptomatology, because the apparatus affected by the stimulus is not capable of any other mode of expression. Upon a similar assumption is based the explanation of obsessions, which Maynard attempted in his famous simile of the dial on which individual figures are most deeply embossed. Popular though this theory of the somatic dream stimuli has become, and seductive though it may seem, it is none the less easy to detect its weak point. Every somatic dream stimulus which provokes the psychic apparatus in sleep to interpretation by the formation of illusions may evoke an incalculable number of such attempts at interpretation. It may consequently be represented in the dream content by an extraordinary number of different concepts. But the theory of Strumpel and Wundt cannot point to any sort of motive which controls the relation between the external stimulus and the dream concept chosen to interpret it, and therefore it cannot explain the peculiar choice which the stimuli often enough make in the course of their productive activity. Other objections may be raised against the fundamental assumption behind the theory of illusions. The assumption that during sleep the mind is not in a condition to recognize the real nature of the objective sensory stimuli. The old physiologist Burdach shows us that the mind is quite capable, even during sleep, of a correct interpretation of the sensory impressions which reach it, and of reacting in accordance with this correct interpretation, inasmuch as he demonstrates that certain sensory impressions which seem important to the individual may be accepted from the general neglect of the sleeping mind, parentheses, as in the example of nurse and child, end parentheses, and that one is more surely awakened by one's own name than by an indifferent auditory impression, all of which presupposes, of course, that the mind discriminates between sensations even in sleep. Burdach infers from these observations that we must not assume that the mind is incapable of interpreting sensory stimuli in the sleeping state, but rather that it is not sufficiently interested in them. The arguments which Burdach employed in 1830 reappear unchanged in the works of Lipps, in parentheses, in the year 1883, end parentheses, where they are employed for the purpose of attacking the theory of somatic stimuli. According to these arguments, the mind seems to be like the sleeper in the anecdote, who, on being asked, "Are you asleep?" answers no, and on being again addressed with the words, "Then lend me 10 florins," takes refuge in the excuse, "I am asleep." Footnote: I would advise everyone to read the exact and detailed records, collected in 2 volumes, of the dreams experimentally produced by Morley Vold, in order to convince himself how little the conditions of the experiments help to explain the content of the individual dream, and how little such experiments help us towards an understanding of the problems of dreams. The inadequacy of the theory of somatic dream stimuli may be further demonstrated in another way. Observation shows that external stimuli do not oblige me to dream, even though these stimuli appear in the dream content as soon as I begin to dream, supposing that I do dream. In response to a touch or pressure stimulus experienced while I am asleep, a variety of reactions are at my disposal. I may overlook it and find on waking that my leg has become uncovered, or that I have been lying on an arm. Indeed, pathology offers me a host of examples of powerfully exciting sensory and motor stimuli of different kinds which remain ineffective during sleep. I may perceive the sensation during sleep, and though my sleep, as it were, as constantly happens in the case of pain stimuli, but without weaving the pain into the texture of a dream. And thirdly, I may wake up in response to the stimulus simply in order to avoid it. Still another, 4th reaction is possible, namely that the nerve stimulus may cause me to dream. But the other possible reactions occur quite as frequently as the reaction of dream formation. This, however, would not be the case if the incentive to dreaming did not lie outside the somatic dream sources. End of footnote. Appreciating the importance of the above-mentioned lacunae in the explanation of dreams by somatic stimuli, other writers, Scherner, for example, and, following him, the philosopher Volkite, endeavored to determine more precisely the nature of the psychic activities which cause the many-colored images of our dreams to proceed from the somatic stimuli. And in so doing, they approached the problem of the essential nature of dreams as a problem of psychology, and regarded dreaming as a psychic activity. Scherner not only gave a poetical, vivid, and glowing description of the psychic peculiarities which unfold themselves in the course of dream formation. But he also believed that he had hit upon the principle of the method the mind employs in dealing with the stimuli which are offered to it. The dream, according to Scherner, in the free activity of the fantasy which has been released from the shackles imposed upon it during the day, strives to represent symbolically the nature of the organ from which the stimulus proceeds. Thus there exists a sort of dream book, a guide to the interpretation of dreams, by means of which bodily sensations, the conditions of the organs, and states of stimulation may be inferred from the dream images. Quote, "Thus the image of a cat expressed extreme ill temper, the image of pale smooth pastry, the nudity of the body. The human body as a whole is pictured by the fantasy of the dream as a house, and the individual organs of the body as parts of the house. In toothache dreams, a vaulted vestibule corresponds to the mouth, and a staircase to the descent from the pharynx to the esophagus. In the headache dream, a ceiling covered with disgusting toad-like spiders is chosen to denote the upper part of the head." End quote. Quote, "Many different symbols are employed by our dreams for the same organ. Thus the breathing lung finds its symbol in a roaring stove filled with flames, the heart in empty boxes and baskets, and the bladder in round bag-shaped or merely hollow objects. It is of particular significance that at the close of the dream, the stimulating organ or its function is often represented without disguise, and usually on the dreamer's own body. Thus the toothache dream commonly ends by the dreamer drawing a tooth out of his mouth." End quote. It cannot be said that this theory of dream interpretation has found much favor with other writers. It seems above all extravagant, and so Scherner's readers have hesitated to give it even the small amount of credit to which it is, in my opinion, entitled. As will be seen, it tends to a revival of dream interpretation by means of symbolism, a method employed by the ancients. Only the province from which the interpretation is to be derived is restricted to the human body. The lack of a scientifically comprehensible technique of interpretation must seriously limit the applicability of Scherner's theory. Arbitrariness in the interpretation of dreams would appear to be by no means excluded, especially since in this case also a stimulus may be expressed in the dream content by several representative symbols. Thus, even Scherner's follower Volkite was unable to confirm the representation of the body as a house. Another objection is that here again the dream activity is regarded as a useless and aimless activity of the mind, since according to this theory, the mind is content with merely forming fantasies around the stimulus with which it is dealing, without even remotely attempting to abolish the stimulus. Scherner's theory of the symbolization of bodily stimuli by the dream is seriously damaged by yet another objection. These bodily stimuli are present at all times, and it is generally assumed that the mind is more accessible to them during sleep than in the waking state. It is therefore impossible to understand why the mind does not dream continuously all night long, and why it does not dream every night about all the organs. If one attempts to evade this objection by positing the condition that special excitations must proceed from the eye, the ear, the teeth, the bowels, etc., in order to arouse the dream activity, one is confronted with the difficulty of proving that this increase of stimulation is objective. and proof is possible only in a very few cases. If the dream of flying is a symbolization of the upward and downward motion of the pulmonary lobes, either this dream, as has already been remarked by Strumpel, should be dreamt much oftener, or it should be possible to show that respiration is more active during this dream. Yet a third alternative is possible, and it is the most probable of all, namely that now and again special motives are operative to direct the attention to the visceral sensations which are constantly present. But this would take us far beyond the scope of Scherner's theory. The value of Scherner's and Volkite's disquisitions resides in their calling our attention to a number of characteristics of the dream content which are in need of explanation, and which seem to promise fresh discoveries. It is quite true that symbolizations of the bodily organs and functions do occur in dreams. For example, that water in a dream often signifies a desire to urinate, that the male genital organ may be represented by an upright staff or a pillar, etc. With dreams which exhibit a very animated field of vision and brilliant colors, in contrast to the dimness of other dreams, the interpretation that they are, quote, dreams due to visual stimulation, end quote, can hardly be dismissed, nor can we dispute the participation of illusion formation in dreams which contain noise and a medley of voices. A dream like that of Scherner's, that two rows of fair, handsome boys stood facing one another on a bridge, attacking one another and then resuming their positions, until finally the dreamer himself sat down on a bridge and drew a long tooth from his jaw, or a similar dream of Volkite's, in which two rows of drawers played a part, and which again ended in the extraction of a tooth. Dream formations of this kind, of which both writers relate a great number, forbid our dismissing Scherner's theory as an idle invention without seeking the kernel of truth which may be contained in it. We are therefore confronted with the task of finding a different explanation of the supposed symbolization of the alleged dental stimulus. Throughout our consideration of the theory of the somatic sources of dreams, I have refrained from urging the argument which arises from our analyses of dreams. If, by a procedure which has not been followed by other writers in their investigation of dreams, we can prove that the dream possesses intrinsic value as psychic action, that a wish supplies the motive of its formation, and that the experiences of the previous day furnish the most obvious material of its content, any other theory of dreams which neglects such an important method of investigation, and accordingly makes the dream appear a useless and enigmatical psychic reaction to somatic stimuli, may be dismissed without special criticism. For in this case there would have to be, and this is highly improbable, two entirely different kinds of dreams, of which only one kind has come under our observation, while the other kind alone has been observed by the earlier investigators. It only remains now to find a place in our theory of dreams for the facts on which the current doctrine of somatic dream stimuli is based. We have already taken the first step in this direction in advancing the thesis that the dream work is under a compulsion to elaborate into a unified whole all the dream stimuli which are simultaneously present. We have seen that when two or more experiences capable of making an impression on the mind have been left over from the previous day, the wishes that result from them are united into one dream. Similarly, that the impressions possessing psychic value and the indifferent experiences of the previous day unite in the dream material, provided that connecting ideas between the two can be established. Thus the dream appears to be a reaction to everything which is simultaneously present as actual in the sleeping mind. As far as we have hitherto analyzed the dream material, we have discovered it to be a collection of psychic remnants and memory traces, which we were obliged to credit on account of the preference shown for recent and for infantile material, with a character of psychological actuality, though the nature of this actuality was not at the time determinable. We shall now have little difficulty in predicting what will happen when to these actualities of the memory fresh material in the form of sensations is added during sleep. These stimuli, again, are of importance to the dream because they are actual. They are united with the other psychic actualities to provide the material for dream formation. To express it in other words, the stimuli which occur during sleep are elaborated into a wish fulfillment, of which the other components are the psychic remnants of daily experience, with which we are already familiar. This combination, however, is not inevitable. We have seen that more than one kind of behavior toward the physical stimuli received during sleep is possible. Where this combination is effected, a conceptual material for the dream content has been found, which will represent both kinds of dream sources, the somatic as well as the psychic. The nature of the dream is not altered when somatic material is added to the psychic dream source. It still remains a wish fulfillment, no matter how its expression is determined by the actual material available. I should like to find room here for a number of peculiarities which are able to modify the significance of external stimuli for the dream. I imagine that a cooperation of individual physiological and accidental factors, which depend on the circumstances of the moment, determines how one will behave in individual cases of more intensive objective stimulation during sleep. Habitual or accidental profundity of sleep, in conjunction with the intensity of the stimulus, will in one case make it possible so to suppress the stimulus that it will not disturb the sleeper, while in another case it will force the sleeper to wake, or will assist the attempt to subdue the stimulus by weaving it into the texture of the dream. In accordance with the multiplicity of these constellations, external objective stimuli will be expressed more rarely or more frequently in the case of one person than in that of another. In my own case, since I am an excellent sleeper and obstinately refuse to allow myself to be disturbed during sleep on any pretext whatever, this intrusion of external causes of excitation into my dreams is very rare, whereas psychic motives apparently cause me to dream very easily. Indeed, I have noted only a single dream in which an objective, painful source of stimulation is demonstrable, and it will be highly instructive to see what effect the external stimulus had in this particular dream. I am riding a gray horse, at first timidly and awkwardly, as though I were merely carried along. Then I meet a colleague, P., also on horseback, and dressed in rough frieze. He is sitting erect in the saddle. He calls my attention to something, probably to the fact that I have a very bad seat. Now I begin to feel more and more at ease on the back of my highly intelligent horse. I sit more comfortably, and I find that I am quite at home up here. My saddle is a sort of pad which completely fills the space between the neck and the rump of the horse. I ride between two vans and just manage to clear them. After riding up the street for some distance, I turn round and wish to dismount, at first in front of a little open chapel which is built facing onto the street. Then I do really dismount in front of a chapel which stands near the first one. The hotel is in the same street. I might let the horse go there by itself, but I prefer to lead it thither. It seems as though I should be ashamed to arrive there on horseback. In front of the hotel there stands a page boy who shows me a note of mine, which has been found, and ridicules me on account of it. On the note is written, doubly underlined, "Eat nothing," and then a second sentence, indistinct, something like "Do not work." At the same time, a hazy idea that I am in a strange city in which I do not work. It will not at once be apparent that this dream originated under the influence, or rather under the compulsion, of a pain stimulus. The day before, however, I had suffered from boils, which made every movement a torture, and at last a boil had grown to the size of an apple at the root of the scrotum, and had caused me the most intolerable pains at every step. A feverish lassitude, lack of appetite, and the hard work which I had nevertheless done during the day, had conspired with the pain to upset me. I was not altogether in a condition to discharge my duties as a physician, but in view of the nature and the location of the malady, it was possible to imagine something else for which I was most of all unfit, namely writing. Now it is this very activity of writing into which I am plunged by the dream. It is the most energetic denial of the pain which imagination could conceive. As a matter of fact, I cannot ride. I do not dream of doing so. I never sat on a horse but once, and then without a saddle, and I did not like it. But in this dream I ride as though I had no boil on the perineum, or rather I ride just because I want to have none. Probably being thus comforted, I did not feel anything of my pain during the first few hours of my sleep. Then the painful sensations made themselves felt and tried to wake me, whereupon the dream came and said to me soothingly, "Go on sleeping, you are not going to wake. You have no boil, for you are riding on horseback, and with a boil just there no one could ride." And the dream was successful. The pain was stifled, and I went on sleeping. But the dream was not satisfied with suggesting away the boil by tenaciously holding fast to an idea incompatible with the malady, thus behaving like the hallucinatory insanity of a mother who has lost her child, or of a merchant who has lost his fortune. In addition, the details of the sensation denied, and of the image used to suppress it, serve the dream also as a means to connect other material actually present in the mind with the situation in the dream, and to give this material representation. I am riding on a gray horse. The color of the horse exactly corresponds with the pepper and salt suit in which I last saw my colleague P. in the country. I have been warned that highly seasoned food is the cause of boils, and in any case it is preferable as an etiological explanation to sugar, which might be thought of in connection with furunculosis. My friend P. likes to ride the high horse with me ever since he took my place in the treatment of a female patient, in whose case I had performed great feats, but who really, like the horse in the story of the Sunday equestrian, led me wherever she wished. Thus the horse comes to be a symbolic representation of a lady patient. In the dream it is highly intelligent. I feel quite at home refers to the position which I occupied in the patient's household until I was replaced by my colleague P. I thought you were safe in the saddle up there, one of my few well-wishers among the eminent physicians of the city recently said to me, with reference to the same household. And it was a feat to practice psychotherapy for 8 to 10 hours a day while suffering such pain. But I know that I cannot continue my peculiarly strenuous work for any length of time without perfect physical health. And the dream is full of dismal allusions to the situation which would result if my illness continued. The note, such as neurasthenics carry and show to their doctors. Do not work, do not eat. On further interpretation, I see that the dream activity has succeeded in finding its way from the wish situation of riding to some very early childish quarrels which must have occurred between myself and a nephew, who is a year older than I, and is now living in England. It has also taken up elements from my journeys in Italy. The street in the dream is built up out of impressions of Verona and Siena. A still deeper interpretation leads to sexual dream thoughts, and I recall what the dream allusions to that beautiful country were supposed to mean in the dream of a female patient who had never been to Italy. Parentheses, to Italy, German, gen Italien equals genitals, end parentheses. At the same time, there are references to the house in which I preceded my friend P as physician and to the place where the boil is located. In another dream, I was similarly successful in warding off a threatened disturbance of my sleep. This time the threat came from a sensory stimulus. It was only chance, however, that enabled me to discover the connection between the dream and the accidental dream stimulus, and in this way to understand the dream. One midsummer morning in a Tyrolese mountain resort, I woke with the knowledge that I had dreamed the Pope is dead. I was not able to interpret this short non-visual dream. I could remember only one possible basis of the dream, namely, that shortly before this the newspapers had reported that His Holiness was slightly indisposed. But in the course of the morning my wife asked me, "Did you hear the dreadful tolling of the church bells this morning?" I had no idea that I had heard it, but now I understood my dream. It was the reaction of my need for sleep to the noise by which the pious Tyroleans were trying to wake me. I avenged myself on them by the conclusion which formed the content of my dream, and continued to sleep without any further interest in the tolling of the bells. Among the dreams mentioned in the previous chapters, there are several which might serve as examples of the elaboration of so-called nerve stimuli. The dream of drinking in long draughts is such an example. Here the somatic stimulus seems to be the sole source of the dream, and the wish arising from the sensation, thirst, the only motive for dreaming. We find much the same thing in other simple dreams, where the somatic stimulus is able of itself to generate a wish. The dream of the sick woman who throws the cooling apparatus from her cheek at night is an instance of an unusual manner of reaching to a pain stimulus with a wish fulfillment. It seems as though the patient had temporarily succeeded in making herself analgesic, and accompanied this by ascribing her pains to a stranger. My dream of the 3 Parsi is obviously a hunger dream, but it has contrived to shift the need for food right back to the child's longing for its mother's breast, and to use a harmless desire as a mask for a more serious one that cannot venture to express itself so openly. In the dream of Count Thun, we were able to see by what paths an accidental physical need was brought into relation with the strongest, but also the most rigorously repressed impulses of the psychic life. And when, as in the case reported by Garnier, the first consul incorporates the sound of an exploding infernal machine into a dream of battle before it causes him to wake, the true purpose for which alone psychic activity concerns itself with sensations during sleep is revealed with unusual clarity. A young lawyer who is full of his first great bankruptcy case and falls asleep in the afternoon behaves just as the great Napoleon did. He dreams of a certain G. Reich in Husiaten, whose acquaintance he has made in connection with the bankruptcy case. But Husiaten forces itself upon his attention still further. He is obliged to wake only to hear his wife, who is suffering from bronchial catarrh, violently coughing. Let us compare the dream of Napoleon I, who incidentally was an excellent sleeper, with that of the sleepy student who was awakened by his landlady with the reminder that he had to go to the hospital, and who thereupon dreamt himself into a bed in the hospital and then slept on, the underlying reasoning being as follows: if I am already in the hospital, I needn't get up to go there. This is obviously a convenience dream. The sleeper frankly admits to himself his motive in dreaming, but he thereby reveals one of the secrets of dreaming in general. In a certain sense, all dreams are convenience dreams. They serve the purpose of continuing to sleep instead of waking. The dream is the guardian of sleep, not its disturber. In another place we shall have occasion to justify this conception in respect to the psychic factors that make for waking, but we can already demonstrate its applicability to the objective external stimuli. Either the mind does not concern itself at all with the causes of sensations during sleep, if it is able to carry this attitude through as against the intensity of the stimuli and their significance, of which it is well aware, or it employs the dream to deny these stimuli, or thirdly, if it is obliged to recognize the stimuli, it seeks that interpretation of them which will represent the actual sensation as a component of a desired situation, which is compatible with sleep. The actual sensation is woven into the dream in order to deprive it of its reality. Napoleon is permitted to go on sleeping, if it is only a dream memory of the thunder, of the guns at Arcole which is trying to disturb him. The two sources from which I know of this dream do not entirely agree as to its content. The wish to sleep, to which the conscious ego has adjusted itself, and which, together with the dream censorship and the secondary elaboration to be mentioned later, represents the ego's contribution to the dream, must thus always be taken into account as a motive of dream formation, and every successful dream is a fulfillment of this wish. The relation of this general, constantly present, and unvarying sleep wish to the other wishes, of which now one and now another is fulfilled by the dream content, will be the subject of later consideration. In the wish to sleep, we have discovered a motive capable of supplying the deficiency in the theory of Strumpel and Wundt, and of explaining the perversity and capriciousness of the interpretation of the external stimulus. The correct interpretation, of which the sleeping mind is perfectly capable, would involve active interest and would require the sleeper to wake. Hence, of those interpretations which are possible at all, only such are admitted as are acceptable to the dictatorial censorship of the sleep wish. The logic of dream situations would run, for example, it is the nightingale and not the lark. For if it is the lark, love's night is at an end. From among the interpretations of the stimulus, which are thus admissible, that one is selected which can secure the best connection with the wish impulses that are lying in wait in the mind. Thus everything is definitely determined, and nothing is left to caprice. The misinterpretation is not an illusion, but, if you will, an excuse. Here again, as in substitution by displacement in the service of the dream censorship, we have an act of deflection of the normal psychic procedure. If the external nerve stimuli and the inner bodily stimuli are sufficiently intense to compel psychic attention, they represent, that is, if they result in dreaming at all and not in waking, a fixed point for dream formation, a nucleus in the dream material, for which an appropriate wish fulfillment is sought, just as mediating ideas between two psychical dream stimuli are sought. To this extent, it is true of a number of dreams that the somatic element dictates the dream content. In this extreme case, even a wish that is not actually present may be aroused for the purpose of dream formation. But the dream cannot do otherwise than represent a wish in some situation as fulfilled. It is, as it were, confronted with the task of discovering what wish can be represented as fulfilled by the given sensation, even if this given material is of a painful or disagreeable character. Yet it is not unserviceable for the purposes of dream formation. The psychic life has at its disposal even wishes whose fulfillment evokes displeasure, which seems a contradiction, but becomes perfectly intelligible if we take into account the presence of two sorts of psychic instants and the censorship that subsists between them. In the psychic life there exist, as we have seen, repressed wishes which belong to the first system, and to whose fulfillment the second system is opposed. We do not mean this in a historic sense, that such wishes have once existed and have subsequently been destroyed. The doctrine of repression, which we need in the study of psychoneuroses, asserts that such repressed wishes still exist, but simultaneously with an inhibition which weighs them down. Language has hit upon the truth when it speaks of the suppression, in parentheses, sub-pression, or pushing under, end parentheses, of such impulses. The psychic mechanism which enables such suppressed wishes to force their way to realization is retained in being and in working order. But if it happens that such a suppressed wish is fulfilled, the vanquished inhibition of the second system, which is capable of consciousness, is then expressed as discomfort. And, in order to conclude this argument, if sensations of a disagreeable character which originate from somatic sources are present during sleep, this constellation is utilized by the dream activity to procure the fulfillment, with more or less maintenance of the censorship, of an otherwise suppressed wish. This state of affairs makes possible a certain number of anxiety dreams, while others of these dream formations which are unfavorable to the wish theory exhibit a different mechanism. For the anxiety in dreams may of course be of a psychoneurotic character, originating in psychosexual excitation, in which case the anxiety corresponds to repressed libido. Then this anxiety, like the whole anxiety dream, has the significance of a neurotic symptom, and we stand at the dividing line where the wish-fulfilling tendency of dreams is frustrated. But in other anxiety dreams, the feeling of anxiety comes from somatic sources, as in the case of persons suffering from pulmonary or cardiac trouble, with occasional difficulty in breathing. And then it is used to help such strongly suppressed wishes to attain fulfillment in a dream, the dreaming of which, from psychic motives, would have resulted in the same release of anxiety. It is not difficult to reconcile these two apparently contradictory cases. When two psychic formations, an affective inclination and a conceptual content, are intimately connected, either one being actually present will evoke the other, even in a dream. Now the anxiety of somatic origin evokes the suppressed conceptual content. Now it is the released conceptual content, accompanied by sexual excitement, which causes the release of anxiety. In the one case, it may be said that a somatically determined affect is psychically interpreted. In the other case, all is of psychic origin, but the content which has been suppressed is easily replaced by a somatic interpretation which fits the anxiety. The difficulties which lie in the way of understanding all this have little to do with dreams. They are due to the fact that in discussing these points we are touching upon the problems of the development of anxiety and of repression. The general aggregate of bodily sensation must undoubtedly be included among the dominant dream stimuli of internal bodily origin. Not that it is capable of supplying the dream content, but it forces the dream thoughts to make a choice from the material destined to serve the purpose of representation in the dream content, inasmuch as it brings within easy reach that part of the material which is adapted to its own character, and holds the rest at a distance. Moreover, this general feeling which survives from the preceding day is of course connected with the psychic residues that are significant for the dream. Moreover, this feeling itself may be either maintained or overcome in the dream, so that it may, if it is painful, veer around into its opposite. If the somatic sources of excitation during sleep, that is, the sensations of sleep, are not of unusual intensity, the part which they play in dream formation is, in my judgment, similar to that of those impressions of the day which are still recent, but of no great significance. I mean that they are utilized for the dream formation if they are of such a kind that they can be united with the conceptual content of the psychic dream source, but not otherwise. They are treated as a cheap, ever-ready material which can be used whenever is needed, and not as valuable material which itself prescribes the manner in which it must be utilized. I might suggest the analogy of a connoisseur giving an artist a rare stone, a piece of onyx, for example, in order that it may be fashioned into a work of art. Here the size of the stone, its color, and its markings help to decide what head or what scene shall be represented, while if he is dealing with a uniform and abundant material such as marble or sandstone, the artist is guided only by the idea which takes shape in his mind. Only in this way, it seems to me, can we explain the fact that the dream content furnished by physical stimuli of somatic origin, which are not unusually accentuated, does not make its appearance in all dreams and every night. Perhaps an example which takes us back to the interpretation of dreams will best illustrate my meaning. One day I was trying to understand the significance of the sensation of being inhibited, of not being able to move from the spot, of not being able to get something done, etc., which occurs so frequently in dreams and is so closely allied to anxiety. That night I had the following dream. I am very incompletely dressed, and I go from a flat on the ground floor, up a flight of stairs to an upper story. In doing this, I jump up 3 stairs at a time, and I am glad to find that I can mount the stairs so quickly. Suddenly I notice that a servant maid is coming down the stairs, that is, towards me. I am ashamed and try to hurry away, and now comes this feeling of being inhibited. I am glued to the stairs and cannot move from the spot. Analysis. The situation of the dream is taken from an everyday reality. In a house in Vienna, I have 2 apartments which are connected only by the main staircase. My consultation rooms and my study are on the raised ground floor, and my living rooms are on the first floor. Late at night, when I have finished my work downstairs, I go upstairs to my bedroom. On the evening before the dream, I had actually gone this short distance with my garments in disarray. That is, I had taken off my collar, tie, and cuffs. But in the dream, this had changed into a more advanced, but, as usual, indefinite degree of undress. It is a habit of mine to run up 2 or 3 steps at a time. Moreover, there was a wish fulfillment recognized even in the dream, for the ease with which I run upstairs reassures me as to the condition of my heart. Further, the manner in which I run upstairs is an effective contrast to the sensation of being inhibited which occurs in the second half of the dream. It shows me, what needed no proof, that dreams have no difficulty in representing motor actions fully and completely carried out. Think, for example, of flying in dreams. But the stairs up which I go are not those of my own house. At first I do not recognize them. Only the person coming towards me informs me of their whereabouts. This woman is the maid of an old lady whom I visit twice daily in order to give her hypodermic injections. The stairs, too, are precisely similar to those which I have to climb twice a day in this old lady's house. How do these stairs and the woman get into my dream? The shame of not being fully dressed is undoubtedly of a sexual character. The servant of whom I dream is older than I, surly and by no means attractive. These questions remind me of the following incident. When I pay my morning visit at this house, I am usually seized with a desire to clear my throat. The sputum falls on the stairs. There is no spittoon on either of the 2 floors, and I consider that the stairs should be kept clean, not at my expense, but rather by the provision of a spittoon. The housekeeper, another elderly, curmudgeonly person, but, as I willingly admit, a woman of cleanly instincts, takes a different view of the matter. She lies in wait for me to see whether I shall take the liberty referred to, and if she sees that I do, I can distinctly hear her growl. For days thereafter, when we meet, she refuses to greet me with the customary signs of respect. On the day before the dream, the housekeeper's attitude was reinforced by that of the maid. I had just furnished my usual hurried visit to the patient when the servant confronted me in the anteroom, observing, "You might as well have wiped your shoes today, doctor, before you came into the room. The red carpet is all dirty again from your feet." This is the only justification for the appearance of the stairs and the maid in my dream. Between my leaping upstairs and my spitting on the stairs, there is an intimate connection. Pharyngitis and cardiac troubles are both supposed to be punishments for the vice of smoking, on account of which vice my own housekeeper does not credit me with excessive tidiness, so that my reputation suffers in both the houses, which my dream fuses into one. I must postpone the further interpretation of this dream until I can indicate the origin of the typical dream of being incompletely clothed. In the meantime, as a provisional deduction, from the dream just related, I note that the dream sensation of inhibited movement is always aroused at a point where a certain connection requires it. A peculiar condition of my motor system during sleep cannot be responsible for this dream content, since a moment earlier I found myself, as though in confirmation of this fact, skipping lightly up the stairs. End of section 19. Recording by Judith Parker, drjudithparker.com.
Section 20 of the Interpretation of Dreams. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Pamela Krantz. The Interpretation of Dreams by Sigmund Freud. Translated by A. Brill. Section 20. Typical Dreams. The embarrassment dream of nakedness. Generally speaking, we are not in a position to interpret another person's dream if he is unwilling to furnish us with the unconscious thoughts which lie behind the dream content, and for this reason the practical applicability of our method of dream interpretation is often seriously restricted. But there are dreams which exhibit a complete contrast to the individual's customary liberty to endow his dream world with a special individuality, thereby making it inaccessible to an alien understanding. There are a number of dreams which almost everyone has dreamed in the same manner, and of which we are accustomed to assume that they have the same significance in the case of every dreamer. A peculiar interest attaches to these typical dreams, because no matter who dreams them, they presumably all derive from the same sources, so that they would seem to be particularly fitted to provide us with information as to the sources of dreams. With quite special expectations, therefore, we shall proceed to test our technique of dream interpretation on these typical dreams, and only with extreme reluctance shall we admit that precisely in respect of this material our method is not fully verified. In the interpretation of typical dreams we, as a rule, fail to obtain those associations from the dreamer which in other cases have led us to comprehension of the dream, or else these associations are confused and inadequate, so that they do not help us to solve our problem. Why this is the case, and how we can remedy this defect in our technique, are points which will be discussed in a later chapter. The reader will then understand why I can deal with only a few of the group of typical dreams in this chapter, and why I have postponed the discussion of the others. A. The embarrassment dream of nakedness. In a dream in which one is naked or scantily clad in the presence of strangers, it sometimes happens that one is not in the least ashamed of one's condition. But the dream of nakedness demands our attention only when shame and embarrassment are felt in it, when one wishes to escape or to hide, and when one feels the strange inhibition of being unable to stir from the spot, and of being utterly powerless to alter the painful situation. It is only in this connection that the dream is typical. Otherwise, the nucleus of its content may be involved in all sorts of other connections, or may be replaced by individual amplifications. The essential point is that one has a painful feeling of shame, and is anxious to hide one's nakedness, usually by means of locomotion, but is absolutely unable to do so. I believe that the great majority of my readers will at some time have found themselves in this situation in a dream. The nature and manner of the exposure is usually rather vague. The dreamer will say, perhaps, "I was in my chemise," but this is rarely a clear image. In most cases the lack of clothing is so indeterminate that it is described in narrating the dream by an alternative, "I was in my chemise or my petticoat." As a rule, the deficiency in clothing is not serious enough to justify the feeling of shame attached to it. For a man who has served in the army, nakedness is often replaced by a manner of dressing that is contrary to regulations. "I was in the street without my saber, and I saw some officers approaching," or "I had no collar," or "I was wearing checked civilian trousers," etc. The persons before whom one is ashamed are almost always strangers, whose faces remain indeterminate. It never happens, in the typical dream, that one is reproved or even noticed on account of the lack of clothing, which causes one such embarrassment. On the contrary, the people in the dream appear to be quite indifferent. Or, as I was able to note in one particularly vivid dream, they have stiff and solemn expressions. This gives us food for thought. The dreamer's embarrassment and the spectator's indifference constitute a contradiction such as often occurs in dreams. It would be more in keeping with the dreamer's feelings if the strangers were to look at him in astonishment, or were to laugh at him, or be outraged. I think, however, that this obnoxious feature has been displaced by wish fulfillment, while the embarrassment is for some reason retained, so that the two components are not in agreement. We have an interesting proof that the dream which is partially distorted by wish fulfillment has not been properly understood, for it has been made the basis of a fairy tale familiar to us all in Andersen's version of the Emperor's New Clothes, and it has more recently received poetical treatment by Fulda in The Talisman. In Andersen's fairy tale we are told of two impostors who weave a costly garment for the Emperor, which shall, however, be visible only to the good and true. The Emperor goes forth clad to this invisible garment, and since the imaginary fabric serves as a sort of touchstone, the people are frightened into behaving as though they did not notice the Emperor's nakedness. But this is really the situation in our dream. It is not very venturesome to assume that the unintelligible dream content has provided an incentive to invent a state of undress which gives meaning to the situation present in the memory. This situation is thereby robbed of its original meaning and made to serve alien ends. But we shall see that such a misunderstanding of the dream content often occurs through the conscious activity of a second psychic system, and is to be recognized as a factor of the final form of the dream. And further, that in the development of obsessions and phobias similar misunderstandings, still of course within the same psychic personality, play a decisive part. It is even possible to specify whence the material for the fresh interpretation of the dream is taken. The impostor is the dream, the Emperor is the dreamer himself, and the moralizing tendency betrays a hazy knowledge of the fact that there is a question, in the latent dream content, of forbidden wishes, victims of repression. The connection in which such dreams appear during my analysis of neurotics proves beyond a doubt that a memory of the dreamer's earliest childhood lies at the foundation of the dream. Only in our childhood was there a time when we were seen by our relatives, as well as by strange nurses, servants, and visitors, in a state of insufficient clothing, and at that time we were not ashamed of our nakedness. In the case of many rather older children it may be observed that being undressed has an exciting effect upon them, instead of making them feel ashamed. They laugh, leap about, slap or thump their own bodies. The mother or whoever is present scolds them, saying, "Fie, that is shameful, you mustn't do that." Children often show a desire to display themselves. It is hardly possible to pass through a village in country districts without meeting a 2 or 3-year-old child who lifts up his or her blouse or frock before the traveler, possibly in his honor. One of my patients has retained in his conscious memory a scene from his 8th year in which, after undressing for bed, he wanted to dance into his little sister's room in his shirt, but was prevented by the servant. In the history of the childhood of neurotics, exposure before children of the opposite sex plays a prominent part. In paranoia, the delusion of being observed while dressing and undressing may be directly traced to these experiences. And among those who have remained perverse, there is a class in whom the childish impulse is accentuated into a symptom, the class of exhibitionists. This age of childhood, in which the sense of shame is unknown, seems a paradise when we look back upon it later, and paradise itself is nothing but the mass fantasy of the childhood of the individual. This is why in paradise men are naked and unashamed, until the moment arrives when shame and fear awaken. Expulsion follows, and sexual life and cultural development begin. Into this paradise dreams can take us back every night. We have already ventured the conjecture that the impressions of our earliest childhood, from the prehistoric period until about the end of the 3rd year, crave reproduction for their own sake, perhaps without further reference to their content, so that their repetition is a wish fulfillment. Dreams of nakedness, then, are exhibition dreams. The nucleus of an exhibition dream is furnished by one's own person, which is seen not as that of a child, but as it exists in the present, and by the idea of scanty clothing which emerges indistinctly, owing to the superimposition of so many later situations of being partially clothed, or out of consideration for the censorship. To these elements are added the persons in whose presence one is ashamed. I know of no example in which the actual spectators of these infantile exhibitions reappear in a dream, for a dream is hardly ever a simple recollection. Strangely enough, those persons who are the objects of our sexual interest in childhood are omitted from all reproductions, in dreams, in hysteria or in obsessional neurosis. Paranoia alone restores the spectators, and is fanatically convinced of their presence, although they remain unseen. The substitute for these persons offered by the dream, the number of strangers who take no notice of the spectacle offered them, is precisely the counter-wish to that single, intimately known person for whom the exposure was intended. A number of strangers, moreover, often occur in dreams in all sorts of other connections. As a counter-wish they always signify a secret. It will be seen that even that restitution of the old state of affairs that occurs in paranoia complies with this counter tendency. One is no longer alone. One is quite positively being watched. But the spectators are a number of strange, curiously indeterminate people. For obvious reasons, the presence of the whole family in the dream has the same significance. Furthermore, repression finds a place in the exhibition dream. For the disagreeable sensation of the dream is, of course, the reaction on the part of the second psychic instance to the fact that the exhibitionistic scene, which has been condemned by the censorship, has nevertheless succeeded in presenting itself. The only way to avoid this sensation would be to refrain from reviving the scene. In a later chapter we shall deal once again with the feeling of inhibition. In our dreams it represents to perfection a conflict of the will, a denial. According to our unconscious purpose, the exhibition is to proceed. According to the demands of the censorship, it is to come to an end. The relation of our typical dreams to fairy tales and other fiction and poetry is neither sporadic nor accidental. Sometimes the penetrating insight of the poet has analytically recognized the process of transformation of which the poet is otherwise the instrument, and has followed it up in the reverse direction. That is to say, has traced a poem to a dream. A friend has called my attention to the following passage in G. Keller's Der Grüne Heinrich. I do not wish, dear Lee, that you should ever come to realize from experience the exquisite and piquant truth in the situation of Odysseus, when he appears naked and covered with mud, before Nausicaa and her playmates. Would you like to know what it means? Let us for a moment consider the incident closely. If you are ever parted from your home, and from all that is dear to you, and wander about in a strange country; if you have seen much and experienced much; if you have cares and sorrows, and are perhaps utterly wretched and forlorn, you will some night inevitably dream that you are approaching your home. You will see it shining and glittering in the loveliest colors; lovely and gracious figures will come to meet you; and then you will suddenly discover that you are ragged, naked, and covered with dust. An indescribable feeling of shame and fear overcomes you. You try to cover yourself, to hide, and you wake up bathed in sweat. As long as humanity exists, this will be the dream of the care-laden, tempest-tossed man. And thus Homer has drawn this situation from the profoundest depths of the eternal nature of humanity. What are the profoundest depths of the eternal nature of humanity, which the poet commonly hopes to awaken in his listeners, but these stirrings of the psychic life which are rooted in that age of childhood which subsequently becomes prehistoric? Childish wishes, now suppressed and forbidden, break into the dream behind the unobjectionable and permissibly conscious wishes of the homeless man, and it is for this reason that the dream, which is objectified in the legend of Nausicaa, regularly develops into an anxiety dream. My own dream of hurrying upstairs, which presently changed into being glued to the stairs, is likewise an exhibition dream, for it reveals the essential ingredients of such a dream. It must therefore be possible to trace it back to experiences in my childhood, and the knowledge of these should enable us to conclude how far the servant's behavior to me, that is, her reproach that I had soiled the carpet, helped her to secure the position which she occupies in the dream. Now I am actually able to furnish the desired explanation. One learns in a psychoanalysis to interpret temporal proximity by material connection. Two ideas which are apparently without connection, but which occur in immediate succession, belong to a unity which has to be deciphered. Just as an A and A B, when written in succession, must be pronounced as one syllable, ab, it is just the same with the interrelations of dreams. The dream of the stairs has been taken from a series of dreams with whose other members I am familiar, having interpreted them. A dream included in this series must belong to the same context. Now the other dreams of the series are based on the memory of a nurse to whom I was entrusted for a season, from the time when I was still at the breast to the age of 2½ and of whom a hazy recollection has remained in my consciousness. According to information which I recently obtained from my mother, she was old and ugly, but very intelligent and thorough. According to the inferences which I am justified in drawing from my dreams, she did not always treat me quite kindly, but spoke harshly to me when I showed insufficient understanding of the necessity for cleanliness. Inasmuch as the maid endeavored to continue my education in this respect, she is entitled to be treated, in my dream, as an incarnation of the prehistoric old woman. It is to be assumed, of course, that the child was fond of his teacher in spite of her harsh behavior. End of Section 20. Recording by Pamela Krantz.
Section 21 of the Interpretation of Dreams. This is LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Tony Hall. The Interpretation of Dreams by Sigmund Freud, translated by A. Brill, Section 21. Dreams of the Death of Beloved Persons. Another series of dreams which may be called typical are those whose content is that a beloved relative, a parent, brother, sister, child, or the like has died. We must at once distinguish two classes of such dreams, those in which the dreamer remains unmoved, and those in which he feels profoundly grieved by the death of the beloved person, even expressing this grief by shedding tears in his sleep. We may ignore the dreams of the first group. They have no claim to be reckoned as typical. If they are analysed, it is found that they signify something that is not contained in them, that they are intended to mask another wish of some kind. This is the case in the dream of the aunt who sees the only son of her sister lying on a bier, chapter 4. The dream does not mean that she desires the death of her little nephew. As we have learned, it merely conceals the wish to see a certain beloved person again after a long separation. The same person whom she has seen after as long an interval at the funeral of another nephew. This wish, which is the real content of the dream, gives no cause for sorrow, and for that reason no sorrow is felt in the dream. We see here that the feeling contained in the dream does not belong to the manifest, but to the latent dream content, and that the effective content has remained free from the distortion which has befallen the conceptual content. It is otherwise with those dreams in which the death of a beloved relative is imagined, and in which a painful effect is felt. These signify, as their content tells us, the wish that the person in question might die, and since I may here expect that the feelings of all my readers and of all who have had such dreams will lead them to reject my explanation, I must endeavour to rest my proof on the broadest possible basis. We have already cited a dream from which we could see that the wishes represented as fulfilled in dreams are not always current wishes. There may also be bygone, discarded, buried and repressed wishes, which we must nevertheless credit with a sort of continued existence, merely on account of their reappearance in a dream. They are not dead like persons who have died, in the sense that we know death, but are rather like the shades in the Odyssey which awaken to a certain degree of life so soon as they have drunk blood. The dream of the dead child in the box, chapter 4, contained a wish that had been present 15 years earlier, and which had at that time been frankly admitted as real. Further, and this perhaps is not unimportant from the standpoint of the theory of dreams, a recollection from the dreamer's earliest childhood was at the root of this wish also. When the dreamer was a little child, but exactly when cannot be definitely determined, she heard that her mother, during the pregnancy of which she was the outcome, had fallen into a profound emotional depression, and had passionately wished for the death of the child in her womb. Having herself grown up and become pregnant, she was only following the example of her mother. If anyone dreams that his father or mother, his brother or sister has died, and his dream expresses grief, I should never adduce this as proof that he wishes any of them dead now. The theory of dreams does not go as far as to require this. It is satisfied with concluding that the dreamer has wished them dead at some time or other during his childhood. I fear, however, that this limitation will not go far to appease my critics. Probably they will just as energetically deny the possibility that they ever had such thoughts, as they protest that they do not harbour them now. I must, therefore, reconstruct a portion of the submerged infantile psychology on the basis of the evidence of the present. Let us first of all consider the relation of children to their brothers and sisters. I do not know why we presuppose that it must be a loving one, since examples of enmity among adult brothers and sisters are frequent in everyone's experience, and since we are so often able to verify the fact that this estrangement originated during childhood, or has always existed. Moreover, many adults who today are devoted to their brother and sisters and support them in adversity lived with them in almost continuous enmity during their childhood. The elder child ill-treated the younger, slandered him and robbed him of his toys. The younger was consumed with helpless fury against the elder, envied and feared him, or his earliest impulse toward liberty and his first revolt against injustice were directed against his oppressor. The parents say that the children do not agree, and cannot find the reason for it. It is not difficult to see that the character even of a well-behaved child is not the character we should wish to find in an adult. A child is absolutely egoistical. He feels his wants acutely and strives remorselessly to satisfy them, especially against his competitors, other children, and first of all against his brothers and sisters. And yet we do not on that account call a child wicked, we call him naughty. He is not responsible for his misdeeds, either in our own judgment or in the eyes of the law. And this is as it should be, for we may expect within the very period of life which we reckon as childhood, altruistic impulses and morality will awake in the little egoist, and that, in the words of Maynard, a secondary ego will overlay and inhibit the primary ego. Morality, of course, does not develop simultaneously in all its departments, and furthermore the duration of the amoral period of childhood differs in different individuals. Where this morality fails to develop, we are prone to speak of degeneration, but here the case is obviously one of arrested development. Where the primary character is already overlaid by the later development, it may be at least partially uncovered again by an attack of hysteria. The correspondence between the so-called hysterical character and that of a naughty child is positively striking. The obsessional neurosis, on the other hand, corresponds to a supermorality, which develops as a strong reinforcement against the primary character that is threatening to revive. Many persons, then, who now love their brothers and sisters, and who would feel bereaved by their death, harbour in their unconscious hostile wishes survivals from an earlier period, wishes which are able to realise themselves in dreams. It is, however, quite especially interesting to observe the behaviour of little children, up to their 3rd or 4th year, towards their younger brothers or sisters. So far the child has been the only one. Now he is informed that the stork has brought a new baby. The child inspects the new arrival, and expresses his opinion with decision. "The stork had better take it back again." Hans, whose phobia was the subject of the analysis in the above-mentioned publication, cried out at the age of 3½ while feverish, shortly after the birth of a sister, "But I don't want to have a little sister." In his neurosis, 18 months later, he frankly confessed the wish that his mother should drop the child into the bath while bathing it, in order that it might die. With all this, Hans was a good-natured, affectionate child, who soon became fond of his sister and took her under his special protection. I seriously declare it as my opinion that a child is able to estimate the disadvantages which he has to expect on account of a newcomer. A connection of mine, who now gets on very well with a sister who is 4 years her junior, responded to the news of his sister's arrival with the reservation, "But I shan't give her my red cap anyhow." If the child should come to realise only at a later stage that its happiness may be prejudiced by a younger brother or sister, its enmity will be aroused at this period. I know of a case where a girl, not 3 years of age, tried to strangle an infant in its cradle because she suspected that its continued presence boded her no good. Children at this time of life are capable of a jealousy that is perfectly evident and extremely intense. Again, perhaps the little brother or sister really soon disappears, and the child once more draws to himself the whole affection of the household. Then a new child is sent by the stork. Is it not natural that the favourite should conceive the wish that the new rival might meet the same fate as the earlier one, in order that he may be as happy as he was before the birth of the first child, and during the interval after his death? Of course, this attitude of the child towards the younger brother or sister is, under normal circumstances, a mere function of the difference of age. After a certain interval, the maternal instincts of the older girl will be awakened towards the helpless newborn infant. Such cases of death in the experience of children may soon be forgotten in the family, but psychoanalytical investigation shows that they are very significant for a later neurosis. Feelings of hostility towards brothers and sisters must occur far more frequently in children than is observed by their obtuse elders. Since the above was written, a great many observations relating to the originally hostile attitude of children towards their brothers and sisters, and toward one of their parents, have been recorded in the literature of psychoanalysis. One writer, Spitaler, gives the following peculiarly sincere and ingenious description of this typical childish attitude as he experienced in his earliest childhood. Moreover, there was now a second Adolf, a little creature whom they declared was my brother. I could not understand what he could be for, or why they should pretend he was a being like myself. I was sufficient unto myself. What did I want with a brother? And he was not only useless, he was also even troublesome. When I plagued my grandmother, he too wanted to plague her. When I was wheeled about in the baby carriage, he sat opposite me and took up half the room, so that we could not help kicking one another. In the case of my own children, who followed one another rapidly, I missed the opportunity of making such observations. I am now retrieving it, thanks to my little nephew, whose undisputed domination was disturbed after 15 months by the arrival of a feminine rival. I hear, it is true, that the young man behaves very chivalrously towards his little sister, that he kisses her hand and strokes her, but in spite of this, I have convinced myself that even before the completion of his 2nd year, he is using his new command of language to criticise this person, who, to him, after all, seems superfluous. Whenever the conversation turns upon her, he chimes in and cries angrily, "Too little, too little." During the first few months, since the child has outgrown this disparagement, owing to her splendid development, he has found another reason for his insistence that she does not deserve so much attention. He reminds us, on every suitable pretext, she hasn't any teeth. We all of us recollect the case of the eldest daughter of another sister of mine. The child, who was then 6 years of age, spent a full half-hour in going from one aunt to another with the question, "Lucy can't understand that, can she?" Lucy was her rival, 2½ years younger. The 3½-year-old Hans embodied his devastating criticism of his little sister in these identical words, "Look, sit." He assumed that she was unable to speak on account of her lack of teeth. I have never failed to come across this dream of the death of brothers or sisters, denoting an intense hostility, e.g., I have met it in all my female patients. I have met with only one exception, which could easily be interpreted into a confirmation of the rule. Once, in the course of a sitting, when I was explaining this state of affairs to a female patient, since it seemed to have some bearing on the symptoms under consideration that day, she answered, to my astonishment, that she had never had such dreams. But another dream occurred to her, which presumably had nothing to do with the case. A dream which she had first dreamed at the age of 4, when she was the youngest child, and had since then dreamed repeatedly. A number of children, all her brothers and sisters with her boy and girl cousins, were romping about in a meadow. Suddenly they all grew wings, flew up and were gone. She had no idea of the significance of this dream, but we can hardly fail to recognise it as a dream of the death of all the brothers and sisters in its original form, and but little influenced by the censorship. I will venture to add the following analysis of it. On the death of one out of this large number of children, in this case the children of 2 brothers were brought up together as brothers and sisters, would not our dreamer, at that time not yet 4 years of age, have asked some wise grown-up person, "What becomes of children when they are dead?" The answer would probably have been, "They grow wings and become angels." After this explanation, all the brothers and sisters and cousins in the dreams now have wings, like angels, and, this is the most important point, they fly away. Our little angel maker is left alone. Just think, the only one out of such a crowd. That the children romp about a meadow, from which they fly away, points almost certainly to butterflies. It is as though the child had been influenced by the same association of ideas which led the ancients to imagine Psyche, the soul, with the wings of a butterfly. Perhaps some readers will now object that the inimical impulses of children towards their brothers and sisters may perhaps be admitted. But how does the childish character arrive at such heights of wickedness as to desire the death of a rival or a stronger playmate, as though all misdeeds could be atoned for only by death. Those who speak in this fashion forget that the child's idea of being dead has little but the word in common with our own. The child knows nothing of the horrors of decay, of shivering in the cold grave, of the terror of the infinite nothing, the thought of which the adult, as all the myths of the hereafter testify, finds so intolerable. The fear of death is alien to the child, and so he plays with the horrid word and threatens another child. If you do that again, you will die, just like Francis died. At which the poor mother shudders, unable perhaps to forget that the greater proportion of mortals do not survive beyond the years of childhood. Even at the age of 8, a child returning from a visit to a natural history museum may say to her mother, "Mamma, I do love you so. If you ever die, I am going to have you stuffed and set you up here in the room, so that I can always see you." So different from our own is the childish conception of being dead. To my astonishment, I was told that a highly intelligent boy of 10, after the sudden death of his father, said, "I understand that father is dead, but I can't see why he does not come home to supper." Further material relating to this subject will be found in the section Kinderseele, edited by Frau Dr. von Hug-Helmuth in Imago, Volume 1-5, 1912-18. Being dead means, for the child, who has been spared the sight of the suffering that precedes death, much the same as being gone and ceasing to annoy the survivors. The child does not distinguish the means by which this absence is brought about, whether by distance or estrangement or death. If, during the child's prehistoric years, a nurse was being dismissed, and if his mother dies a while later, the two experiences, as we discover by analysis, form links of a chain in his memory. The fact that the child does not very intensely miss those who are absent has been realised, to her sorrow, by many a mother, when she has returned home from an absence of several weeks and has been told upon inquiry, "The children have not asked for their mother once." But if she really departs for that undiscovered country from whose bourne no traveller returns, the children seem at first to have forgotten her, and only subsequently do they begin to remember their dead mother. The observation of a father trained in psychoanalysis was able to detect the very moment when his very intelligent little daughter, aged 4, realised the difference between being away and being dead. The child was being troublesome at table, and noted that one of the waitresses in the pension was looking at her with an expression of annoyance. "Josephine ought to be dead," she thereupon remarked to her father. "But why dead?" asked the father soothingly. "Wouldn't it be enough if she went away?" "No," replied the child, "then she would come back again." To the uncurbed self-love, narcissism of the child, every inconvenience constitutes the crime of lèse majesté, and as, in draconian code, the child's feelings prescribe for all such crimes the one invariable punishment. While, therefore, the child has its motives for desiring the absence of another child, it is lacking in all those restraints which would prevent it from clothing this wish in the form of a death wish. And the psychic reaction to dreams of a death wish proves that, in spite of all the differences of content, the wish in the case of the child is, after all, identical with the corresponding wish of an adult. If, then, the death wish of a child in respect of his brothers and sisters is explained by his childish egoism, which makes him regard his brothers and sisters as rivals, how are we to account for the same wish in respect of his parents, who bestow their love on him and satisfy his needs, and whose preservation he ought to desire for these very egoistical reasons? Towards a solution of this difficulty we may be guided by our knowledge that the very great majority of dreams of the death of a parent refer to the parent of the same sex as the dreamer, so that a man generally dreams of the death of his father, and a woman of the death of her mother. I do not claim that this happens constantly, but that it happens in a great majority of cases is so evident that it requires explanation by some factor of general significance. Broadly speaking, it is as though a sexual preference made itself felt at an early age, as though the boy regarded his father and the girl her mother as a rival in love, by whose removal he or she could but profit. The situation is frequently disguised by the intervention of a tendency to punishment, which, in the form of a moral reaction, threatens the loss of the beloved parent. Before rejecting this idea as monstrous, let the reader again consider the actual relations between parents and children. We must distinguish between the traditional standard of conduct, the filial piety expected in this relation, and what daily observation shows us to be the fact. More than one occasion for enmity lies hidden amongst the relations of parents and children. Conditions are present in the greatest abundance, under which wishes cannot pass the censorship are bound to arise. Let us first consider the relation between father and son. In my opinion, the sanctity with which we have endorsed the injunctions of the Decalogue dulls our perception of the reality. Perhaps we hardly dare permit ourselves to perceive that the greater part of humanity neglects to obey the fifth commandment. In the lowest as well as the highest strata of human society, filial piety towards parents is wont to recede before other interests. The obscure legends which have been handed down to us from the primeval ages of human society in mythology and folklore give a deplorable idea of the despotic power of the father and the ruthlessness with which it was exercised. Kronos devours his children, as the wild boar devours the litter of the sow. Zeus emasculates his father, and takes his place as ruler. The more tyrannically the father ruled in the ancient family, the more surely must the son, as his appointed successor, have assumed the position of an enemy, and the greater must have been his impatience to attain to supremacy through the death of his father. Even in our own middle-class families, the father commonly fosters the growth of the germ of hatred which is naturally inherent in the paternal relation, by refusing to allow the son to be a free agent, or by denying him the means of becoming so. A physician often has occasion to remark that a son's grief at the loss of his father cannot quench his gratification that he has at last obtained his freedom. Fathers, as a rule, cling desperately to as much of the sadly antiquated potestas patris familias as still survives in our modern society, and the poet who, like Ibsen, puts the immemorial strife between father and son in the foreground of his drama is sure of his effect. The causes of conflict between mother and daughter arise when the daughter grows up and finds herself watched by her mother when she longs for real sexual freedom, while the mother is reminded by the budding beauty of her daughter that for her the time has come to renounce sexual claims. All these circumstances are obvious to everyone, but they do not help us to explain dreams of the death of their parents in persons for whom filial piety has long since come to be unquestionable. We are, however, prepared by the foregoing discussion to look for the origin of a death wish in the earliest years of childhood. In the case of psychoneurotics, analysis confirms this conjecture beyond all doubt, for analysis tells us that the sexual wishes of the child, insofar as they deserve this designation in their nascent state, awaken at a very early age, and that the earliest affection of the girl child is lavished on the father, while the earliest infantile desires of the boy are directed upon the mother. For the boy, the father, and for the girl, the mother, becomes an obnoxious rival, and we have already shown, in the case of brothers and sisters, how readily in children this feeling leads to the death wish. As a general rule, sexual selection soon makes its appearance in the parents. It is a natural tendency for the father to spoil his little daughters, and for the mother to take the part of the sons, while both, so long as the glamour of sex does not prejudice their judgment, are strict in training the children. The child is perfectly conscious of this partiality and offers resistance to the parent who opposes it. To find love in an adult is for the child not merely the satisfaction of a special need. It means also that the child's will is indulged in all other respects. Thus the child is obeying its own sexual instinct and at the same time reinforcing the stimulus proceeding from the parents when its choice between the parents corresponds with their own. The signs of these infantile tendencies are for the most part overlooked, and yet some of them may be observed even after the early years of childhood. An 8-year-old girl of my acquaintance, whenever her mother is called away from the table, takes advantage of her absence to proclaim herself her successor. "Now I shall be mamma. Carl, do you want some more vegetables? Have some more, do," etc. A particularly clever and lively little girl, not yet 4 years of age, in whom this trait of child psychology is unusually transparent, says frankly, "Now mummy can go away, then daddy must marry me and I will be his wife." Nor does this wish by any means exclude the possibility that the child may most tenderly love its mother. If the little boy is allowed to sleep at his mother's side whenever his father goes on a journey, and if after his father's return he has to go back to the nursery, to a person whom he likes far less, the wish may readily arise that his father might always be absent, so that he might keep his place beside his dear, beautiful mamma, and the father's death is obviously a means for the attainment of this wish. For the child's experience has taught him that dead folks, like grandpapa, for example, are always absent, they never come back. While such observations of young children readily accommodate themselves to the interpretation suggested, they do not, it is true, carry the complete conviction which is forced upon a physician by the psychoanalysis of adult neurotics. The dreams of neurotic patients are communicated with preliminaries of such a nature that their interpretation as wish dreams becomes inevitable. One day I find a lady depressed and weeping. She says, "I do not want to see my relatives any more, they must shudder at me." Thereupon, almost without any transition, she tells me that she has remembered a dream, whose significance, of course, she does not understand. She dreamed it was when she was 4 years old, and it was this. A fox or a lynx is walking about the roof, then something falls down, or she falls down, and after that her mother is carried out of the house dead, whereat the dreamer weeps bitterly. I have no sooner informed her that this dream must signify a childish wish to see her mother dead, and that it is because of this dream that she thinks that her relatives must shudder at her, than she furnishes material in explanation of the dream. Lynx eye is an opprobrious epithet which a street boy once bestowed on her when she was a very small child, and when she was 3 years old a brick or tile fell on her mother's head, so that she bled profusely. End of section 21. Recording by Tony Hall, Cumbria. Section 22 of the Interpretation of Dreams. This is LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Tony Hall. The Interpretation of Dreams by Sigmund Freud. Translated by A. Brill. Section 22. I once had occasion to make a thorough study of a young girl who was passing through various psychic states. In the state of frenzied confusion with which her illness began, the patient manifested a quite peculiar aversion for her mother. She struck her and abused her whenever she approached the bed, while at the same period she was affectionate and submissive to a much older sister. Then there followed a lucid but rather apathetic condition with badly disturbed sleep. It was in this phase that I began to treat her and to analyse her dreams. An enormous number of these dealt, in a more or less veiled fashion, with the death of the girl's mother. Now she was present at the funeral of an old woman, now she saw herself and her sister sitting at a table dressed in mourning. The meaning of the dreams could not be doubted. During her progressive improvement, hysterical phobias made their appearance, the most distressing of which was the fear that something had happened to her mother. Wherever she might be at the time, she had then to hurry home in order to convince herself that her mother was still alive. Now this case, considered in conjunction with the rest of my experience, was very instructive. It showed, in polyglot translations, as it were, the different ways in which the psychic apparatus reacts to the same exciting idea. In the state of confusion, which I regard as an overthrow of the second psychic instance by the first instance, at other times suppressed, the unconscious enmity towards the mother gained the upper hand, and found physical expression. Then, when the patient became calmer, the insurrection was suppressed, and the domination of the censorship restored, and this enmity had access only to the realms of dreams, in which it realized the wish that the mother might die, and, after the normal condition had still further strengthened, it created the excessive concern for the mother as a hysterical counter-reaction and defensive phenomenon. In the light of these considerations, it is no longer inexplicable why hysterical girls are so often extravagantly attached to their mothers. On another occasion, I had an opportunity of obtaining a profound insight into the unconscious psychic life of a young man for whom an obsessional neurosis made life almost unendurable, so that he could not go into the streets because he was tormented by the fear that he would kill everyone he met. He spent his days in contriving evidence of an alibi in case he should be accused of any murder that might have been committed in the city. It goes without saying that this man was as moral as he was highly cultured. The analysis, which, by the way, led to a cure, revealed, as the basis of this distressing obsession, murderous impulses in respect of his rather over-strict father, impulses which, to his astonishment, had consciously expressed themselves when he was 7 years old, but which, of course, had originated in a much earlier period of his childhood. After the painful illness and death of his father, when the young man was in his 31st year, the obsessive reproach made its appearance, which transferred itself to strangers in the form of this phobia. Anyone capable of wishing to push his own father from a mountain top into an abyss cannot be trusted to spare the lives of persons less closely related to him. He therefore does well to lock himself into his room. According to my already extensive experience, parents play a leading part in the infantile psychology of all persons who subsequently become psychoneurotics. Falling in love with one parent and hating the other forms part of the permanent stock of the psychic impulses which arise in early childhood, and are of such importance as the material of the subsequent neurosis. But I do not believe that psychoneurotics are to be sharply distinguished in this respect from other persons who remain normal. That is, I do not believe that they are capable of creating something absolutely new and peculiar to themselves. It is far more probable, and this is confirmed by incidental observations of normal children, that in their amorous or hostile attitude towards their parents, psychoneurotics do no more than reveal to us, by magnification, something that occurs less markedly and intensively in the minds of the majority of children. Antiquity has furnished us with legendary matter which corroborates this belief, and the profound and universal validity of the old legends is explicable only by an equally universal validity of the above-mentioned hypothesis of infantile psychology. I am referring to the legend of King Oedipus and the Oedipus Rex of Sophocles. Oedipus, the son of Laius, king of Thebes and Jocasta, is exposed as a suckling because an oracle had informed the father that his son, who was still unborn, would be his murderer. He is rescued and grows up as a king's son at a foreign court, until, being uncertain of his origin, he too consults the oracle and is warned to avoid his native place, for he is destined to become the murderer of his father and the husband of his mother. On the road leading away from his supposed home, he meets King Laius, and in a sudden quarrel strikes him dead. He comes to Thebes, where he solves the riddle of the Sphinx, who is barring the way to the city, whereupon he is elected king by the grateful Thebans, and is rewarded with the hand of Jocasta. He reigns for many years in peace and honour, and begets 2 sons and 2 daughters upon his unknown mother, until at last a plague breaks out, which causes the Thebians to consult the oracle anew. Here Sophocles' tragedy begins. The messengers bring the reply that the plague will stop as soon as the murderer of Laius is driven from the country. But where is he? Where shall he be found? Faint and hard to be known, the trace of the ancient guilt? The action of the play consists simply in the disclosure, approached step by step and artistically delayed, and comparable to the work of a psychoanalysis, that Oedipus himself is the murderer of Laius, and that he is the son of the murdered man and Jocasta. Shocked by the abominable crime which he has unwittingly committed, Oedipus blinds himself and departs from his native city. The prophecy of the oracle has been fulfilled. The Oedipus Rex is a tragedy of fate. Its tragic effect depends on the conflict between the all-powerful will of the gods and the vain efforts of human beings threatened with disaster. Resignation to the divine will and the perception of one's own impotence is the lesson which the deeply moved spectator is supposed to learn from the tragedy. Modern authors have therefore sought to achieve a similar tragic effect by expressing the same conflict in stories of their own invention. But the playgoers have looked on unmoved at the unavailing efforts of guiltless men to avert the fulfilment of course or oracle. The modern tragedies of destiny have failed in their effect. If the Oedipus Rex is capable of moving a modern reader or playgoer no less powerfully than it moved the contemporary Greeks, the only possible explanation is that the effect of the Greek tragedy does not depend upon the conflict between fate and human will, but upon the peculiar nature of the material by which this conflict is revealed. There must be a voice within us which is prepared to acknowledge the compelling power of fate in the Oedipus, while we are able to condemn the situations occurring in Die Ohrenfrau or other tragedies of fate as arbitrary inventions. And there actually is a motive in the story of King Oedipus which explains the verdict of this inner voice. His fate moves us only because it might have been our own, because the oracle laid upon us before our birth the very curse which rested upon him. It may be that we were all destined to direct our first sexual impulses towards our mothers, and our first impulses of hatred and violence toward our fathers. Our dreams convince us that we were. King Oedipus, who slew his father Laius and wedded his mother Jocasta, is nothing more or less than a wish fulfillment, the fulfillment of the wish of our childhood. But we, more fortunate than he, insofar as we have not become psychoneurotics, have since our childhood succeeded in withdrawing our sexual impulses from our mothers and in forgetting our jealousy of our fathers. We recoil from the person for whom this primitive wish of our childhood has been fulfilled with all the force of the repression which these wishes have undergone in our minds since childhood. As the poet brings the guilt of Oedipus to light by his investigation, he forces us to become aware of our own inner selves, in which the same impulses are still extant, even though they are suppressed. The antithesis with which the chorus departs: "Behold, this is Oedipus, who unravelled the great riddle and was first in power, whose fortune of the townsmen praised and envied. See in what dreaded adversity he sank." This admonition touches us and our own pride, we who, since the years of our childhood, have grown so wise and so powerful in our own estimation. Like Oedipus, we live in ignorance of the desires that offend morality, the desires that nature has forced upon us, and after their unveiling, we may well prefer to avert our gaze from the scenes of our childhood. In the very text of Sophocles' tragedy, there is an unmistakable reference to the fact that the Oedipus legend had its source in dream material of immemorial antiquity, the content of which was the painful disturbance of the child's relations to its parents, caused by the first impulses of sexuality. Jocasta comforts Oedipus, who is not yet enlightened, but is troubled by the recollection of the oracle, by an allusion to a dream which is often dreamed, though it cannot, in her opinion, mean anything. For many a man hath seen himself in dreams his mother's mate, but he who gives no heed to such matters bears the easier life. The dream of having sexual intercourse with one's mother was as common then as it is today with many people, who tell it with indignation and astonishment. As may well be imagined, it is the key to the tragedy and the complement to the dream of the death of the father. The Oedipus fable is the reaction of fantasy to these two typical dreams, and just as such a dream, when occurring to an adult, is experienced with feelings of aversion, so the content of the fable must include terror and self-chastisement. The form which it subsequently assumed was the result of an uncomprehending secondary elaboration of the material, which sought to make it serve a theological intention. Another of the great poetic tragedies, Shakespeare's Hamlet, is rooted in the same soil as Oedipus Rex. But the whole difference in the psychic life of the two widely separated periods of civilization, and the progress, during the course of time, of repression in the emotional life of humanity, is manifested in the differing treatment of the same material. In Oedipus Rex, the basic wish fantasy of the child is brought to light and realised as it is in dreams. In Hamlet it remains repressed, and we learn of its existence, as we discover the relevant facts in a neurosis, only through the inhibitory effects which proceed from it. In the more modern drama, the curious fact that it is possible to remain in complete uncertainty as to the character of the hero has proved to be quite consistent with the overpowering effect of the tragedy. The play is based upon Hamlet's hesitation in accomplishing the task of revenge assigned to him. The text does not give the cause or the motive of this hesitation, nor have the manifold attempts at interpretation succeeded in doing so. According to the still prevailing conception, a conception for which Goethe was first responsible, Hamlet represents the type of man whose active energy is paralysed by excessive intellectual activity. Sicklied o'er with the pale cast of thought. According to another conception, the poet has endeavoured to portray a morbid, irresolute character on the verge of neurasthenia. The plot of the drama, however, shows us that Hamlet is by no means intended to appear as a character wholly incapable of action. On two separate occasions we see him assert himself, once in a sudden outburst of rage, when he stabs the eavesdropper behind the arras, and on the other occasion when he deliberately and even craftily, with the complete unscrupulousness of a prince of the Renaissance, sends the two courtiers to death, which was intended for himself. What is it then that inhibits him in accomplishing the task which his father's ghost has laid upon him? Here the explanation offers itself that it is the peculiar nature of this task. Hamlet is able to do anything but take vengeance upon the man who did away with his father, and has taken his father's place with his mother. The man who shows him in realisation the repressed desires of his own childhood. The loathing which should have driven him to revenge is thus replaced by self-reproach, by conscientious scruples, which tell him that he himself is no better than the murderer whom he is required to punish. I have here translated into consciousness what had to remain unconscious in the mind of the hero. If anyone wishes to call Hamlet an hysterical subject, I cannot but admit that this is the deduction to be drawn from my interpretation. The sexual aversion which Hamlet expresses in conversation with Ophelia is perfectly consistent with this deduction. the same sexual aversion which during the first few years was increasingly to take possession of the poet's soul, until it found its supreme utterance in Timon of Athens. It can, of course, be only the poet's own psychology with which we are confronted in Hamlet. And in a work on Shakespeare by George Brandes, 1896, I find the statement that the drama was composed immediately after the death of Shakespeare's father, 1601, that is to say, when he was still mourning his loss, and during a revival, as we may fairly assume, of his own childish feelings in respect of his father. It is known, too, that Shakespeare's son, who died in childhood, bore the name of Hamnet, identical with Hamlet. Just as Hamlet treats of the relation of the son to his parents, so Macbeth, which was written about the same period, is based upon the theme of childlessness. Just as all neurotic symptoms, like dreams themselves, are capable of hyper-interpretation, and even require such hyper-interpretation before they become perfectly intelligible, so every genuine poetical creation must have proceeded from more than one motive, more than one impulse in the mind of the poet, and must admit of more than one interpretation. I have here attempted to interpret only the deepest stratum of impulses in the mind of the creative poet. With regard to typical dreams of the death of relatives, I must add a few words upon their significance from the point of view of the theory of dreams in general. These dreams show us the occurrence of a very unusual state of things. They show us that the dream thought created by the repressed wish completely escapes the censorship and is transferred to the dream without alteration. Special conditions must obtain in order to make this possible. The following two factors favour the production of these dreams. First, this is the last wish that we could credit ourselves with harbouring. We believe such a wish would never occur to us even in a dream. The dream censorship is therefore unprepared for this monstrosity, just as the laws of Solon did not foresee the necessity of establishing a penalty for patricide. Secondly, the repressed and unsuspected wish is, in this special case, frequently met halfway by a residue from the day's experience, in the form of some concern for the life of the beloved person. This anxiety cannot enter into the dream otherwise than by taking advantage of the corresponding wish. But the wish is able to mask itself behind the concern which has been aroused during the day. If one is inclined to think that all this is really a much simpler process, and to imagine that one merely continues during the night and in one's dream what was begun during the day, one removes the dreams of the death of those dear to us out of all connection with the general explanation of dreams, and a problem that may very well be solved remains a problem needlessly. It is instructive to trace the relation of these dreams to anxiety dreams. In dreams of the death of those dear to us, the repressed wish has found a way of avoiding the censorship, and the distortion for which the censorship is responsible. An invariable concomitant phenomenon, then, is that painful emotions are felt in the dream. Similarly, an anxiety dream occurs only when the censorship is entirely or partially overpowered. And, on the other hand, the overpowering of the censorship is facilitated when the actual sensation of anxiety is already present from somatic sources. It thus becomes obvious for what purpose the censorship performs its office and practices dream distortion. It does so in order to prevent the development of anxiety or other forms of painful effect. I have spoken in the foregoing sections of the egoism of the child's psyche, and I now emphasize this peculiarity in order to suggest a connection. For dreams too have retained this characteristic. All dreams are absolutely egoistical. In every dream the beloved ego appears, even though in a disguised form. The wishes that are realized in dreams are invariably the wishes of this ego. It is only a deceptive appearance if interest in another person is believed to have evoked a dream. I will now analyse a few examples which appear to contradict this assertion. 1. A boy not yet 4 years of age relates the following dream. He saw a large garnished dish, on which was a large joint of roast meat, and the joint was suddenly, not carved but eaten up. He did not see the person who ate it. As we know, the neurotic also is inclined to immoderation and excess. Who can he be, this strange person, of whose luxurious repast the little fellow dreams? The experience of the day must supply the answer. For some days past the boy, in accordance with the doctor's orders, had been living on a milk diet. But on the evening of the dream day he had been naughty and, as a punishment, had been deprived of his supper. He had already undergone one such hunger cure, and had borne his deprivation bravely. He knew that he would get nothing, but he did not even allude to the fact that he was hungry. Training was beginning to produce its effect. This is demonstrated even by the dream, which reveals the beginnings of dream distortion. There is no doubt that he himself is the person whose desires are directed toward this abundant meal, and a meal of roast meat at that. But since he knows that this is forbidden him, he does not dare, as hungry children do in dreams, to sit down to the meal himself. The person remains anonymous. Number 2. One night I dream that I see on a bookseller's counter a new volume of one of those collectors' series, which I am in the habit of buying, monographs on artistic subjects, history, famous artistic centres, etc. The new collection is entitled Famous Orators, or Orations, and the first number bears the name of Dr. Lecture. On analysis, it seems to me improbable that the fame of Dr. Lecture, the long-winded speaker of the German opposition, should occupy my thoughts while I am dreaming. The fact is that a few days ago I undertook the psychological treatment of some new patients, and am now forced to talk for 10 to 12 hours a day. Thus I myself am a long-winded speaker. Number 3. On another occasion, I dream that a university lecturer of my acquaintance says to me, "My son, the myopic." Then follows a dialogue of brief observation and replies. A third portion of the dream follows, in which I and my sons appear, and so far as the latent dream content is concerned, the father, the son, and Professor M are merely lay figures, representing myself and my eldest son. Later on I shall examine this dream again, on account of another peculiarity. Number 4. The following dream gives an example of really base egoistical feelings which conceal themselves behind an affectionate concern. My friend Otto looks ill. His face is brown and his eyes protrude. Otto is my family physician, to whom I owe a debt greater than I can ever hope to repay, since he has watched for years over the health of my children, has treated them successfully when they have been ill, and, moreover, has given them presents whenever he could find any excuse for doing so. He paid us a visit on the day of the dream, and my wife noticed that he looked tired and exhausted. At night I dream of him, and my dream attributes to him certain of the symptoms of Baystow's disease. If you were to disregard my rules for dream interpretation, you would understand this dream to mean that I am concerned about the health of my friend, and that this concern is realized in the dream. It would thus constitute a contradiction not only of the assertion that a dream is a wish fulfillment, but also of the assertion that it is acceptable only to egoistical impulses. But will those who thus interpret my dream explain why I should fear that Otto has Baystow's disease, for which diagnosis his appearance does not afford the slightest justification? My analysis, on the other hand, furnishes the following material, deriving from an incident which had occurred 6 years earlier. We were driving, a small party of us, including Professor R, in the dark through the forest of N, which lies at a distance of some hours from where we were staying in the country. The driver, who was not quite sober, overthrew us and the carriage down a bank, and it was only by good fortune that we all escaped unhurt. but we were forced to spend the night at the nearest inn, where the news of our mishap aroused great sympathy. A certain gentleman who showed unmistakable symptoms of morbus base dowi, the brownish colour of the skin of the face and the protruding eyes, but no goiter, placed himself entirely at our disposal and asked what he could do for us. Professor R. answered in his decisive way, "Nothing except lend me a nightshirt," whereupon our generous friend replied, "I am sorry, but I cannot do that," and left us. In continuing the analysis, it occurs to me that Basedow is the name not only of a physician, but also of a famous pedagogue. Now that I am wide awake, I do not feel quite sure of this fact. My friend Otto is the person whom I have asked to take charge of the physical education of my children, especially during the age of puberty, hence the nightshirt, in case anything should happen to me. By seeing Otto in my dream with the morbid symptoms of our above-mentioned generous helper, I clearly mean to say, if anything happens to me, he will do just as little for my children as Baron L did for us, in spite of his amiable offers. The egoistical flavour of this dream should now be obvious enough. But where is the wish fulfilment to be found in this? Not in the vengeance wreaked on my friend Otto, who seems to be fated to be badly treated in my dreams, but in the following circumstance. Inasmuch as in my dream I represented Otto as Baron L, I likewise identified myself with another person, namely with Professor R, for I have asked something of Otto, just as R asked something of Baron L at the time of the incident I have described. And this is the point, for Professor R has gone his way independently, outside academic circles, just as I myself have done, and has only in his later years received the title which he had earned before. Once more, then, I want to be a professor. The very phrase "in his later years" is a wish fulfilment, for it means that I shall live long enough to steer my boys through the age of puberty myself. End of section 22. Recording by Tony Hall, Cumbria.
Section 23 of the Interpretation of Dreams. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by the Bobby Lee. The Interpretation of Dreams by Sigmund Freud. Translated by A. Brill. Section 22. Typical Dreams. Other types. Of other typical dreams in which one flies with a feeling of ease or falls in terror, I know nothing from my own experience, and whatever I have to say about them I owe to my psychoanalysis. From the information thus obtained, one must conclude that these dreams also reproduce impressions made in childhood. That is, that they refer to the games involving rapid motion, which have such an extraordinary attraction for children. Where the uncle who has never made a child fly by running with it across the room with outstretched arms, or has never played at falling with it by rocking it on his knee and then suddenly straightening his leg, or by lifting it above his head and suddenly pretending to withdraw his supporting hand. At such moments, children shout with joy and insatiably demand a repetition of the performance, especially if a little fright and dizziness are involved in the game. In after years, they repeat their sensations in dreams, but in dreams they omit the hand that held them, so that now they are free to float or fall. We know that all the small children have a fondness for such games as rocking and seesawing, and if they see gymnastic performances at the circus, their recollection of such games is refreshed. In some boys, a hysterical attack will consist simply in the reproduction of such performances, which they accomplish with great dexterity. Not infrequently, sexual sensations are excited by these games of movement, which are quite neutral in themselves. To express the matter in a few words, the exciting games of childhood are repeated in dreams of flying, falling, reeling, and the like, but the voluptuous feelings are not transformed into anxiety. But as every mother knows, the excited play of children often enough culminates in quarreling and tears. Psychoanalytic investigation has enabled us to conclude that in the predilection shown by children for gymnastic performances and in the repetition of these in hysterical attacks, there is besides the pleasure felt in the organ, yet another factor at work, often unconscious, namely a memory picture of sexual intercourse observed in human beings or animals. A young colleague who is entirely free from nervousness tells me in this connection, I know from my own experience that while swinging and at the moment at which the downward movement was at its maximum, I used to have a curious feeling in my genitals, which although it was not really pleasing to me, I must describe it as a voluptuous feeling. I have often heard from patients that the first erections with voluptuous sensations which they can remember to have had in boyhood occurred while they were climbing. It is established with complete certainty by psychoanalysis that the first sexual sensations often have their origin in the scufflings and wrestlings of childhood. I have therefore good reason for rejecting the explanation that it is the state of our dermal sensations during sleep, the sensation of the movements of the lines, etc., that evokes dreams of flying and falling. I see that these very sensations have been reproduced from the memory to which the dream refers, and that they are therefore dream content and not dream sources. I do not for a moment deny, however, that I am unable to furnish a full explanation of this series of typical dreams. Precisely, here my material leaves me in the lurch. I must adhere to the general opinion that all the dermal and kinetic sensations of these typical dreams are awakened as soon as any psychic motive of whatever kind has need of them, and that they are neglected when there is no such need of them. The relation to infantile experiences seems to be confirmed by the indications which I have obtained from the analysis of psychoneurotics, but I am unable to say what other meanings might, in the course of the dreamer's life, have become attached to the memory of these sensations, different perhaps in each individual, despite the typical appearance of these dreams, and I should very much like to be in a position to fill this gap with careful analysis of good examples. To those who wonder why I complain of lack of material despite the frequency of these dreams of flying, falling, tooth drawing, etc., I must explain that I myself have never experienced any such dreams since I have turned my attention to the subject of dream interpretation. The dreams of neurotics, which are at my disposal, however, are not all capable of interpretation, and very often it is impossible to penetrate to the farthest point of their hidden intention. A certain psychic force which participated in the building up of these neuroses, and which again becomes active during its dissolution, opposes interpretation of the final problem. End of section 23. Recording by the Bobby Lee. Section 24 of the Interpretation of Dreams. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by the Bobby Lee. The Interpretation of Dreams by Sigmund Freud. Translated by A. Brill. Section 23. Typical dreams. The examination dream. Everyone who has received his certificate of matriculation after passing his final examination at a school complains of the persistence with which he is plagued by anxiety dreams in which he has failed or must go through his course again, etc. For the holder of a university degree, this typical dream is replaced by another, which represents that he has not taken his doctor's degree, to which he vainly objects while still asleep, that he has already been practicing for years, or is already a university lecturer, or the senior partner of a firm of lawyers, and so on. These are the ineradicable memories of the punishments we suffered as children for misdeeds which we had committed, memories which were revived in us on the dies irae, dies illa, of the grueling examination at the two critical junctures in our careers as students. The examination anxiety of neurotics is likewise intensified by this childish fear. When our student days are over, it's no longer our parents or teachers who see to our punishment. The inexorable chain of cause and effect of later life has taken over our further education. Now we dream of our matriculation or the examination for the doctor's degree, and who has not been faint-hearted on such occasions? Whenever we fear that we may be punished by some unpleasant result because we have done something carelessly or wrongly, because we have not been as thorough as we might have been, in short, whenever we feel the burden of responsibility. For a further explanation of examination dreams, I have to thank a remark made by a colleague who had studied this subject, who once stated in the course of a scientific discussion that in his experience the examination dream occurred only to persons who had passed the examination, never to those who had flunked. We have had increasing confirmation of the fact that the anxiety dream of examination occurs when the dreamer is anticipating a responsible task on the following day, with the possibility of disgrace. Recourse will then be had to an occasion in the past on which a great anxiety proved to have been without real justification, having indeed been refuted by the outcome. Such a dream would be a very striking example of the way in which the dream content is misunderstood by the waking instance. The exclamation which is regarded as a protest against the dream, "But I am already a doctor," etc., would in reality be the consolation offered by the dream, and should therefore be worded as follows: "Do not be afraid of the morrow. Think of the anxiety which you felt before your matriculation. Yet nothing happened to justify it, for now you are a doctor," etc. But the anxiety which you attribute to the dream really has its origin in the residues of the dream day. The tests of this interpretation, which I have been able to make in my own case and in that of others, although by no means exhaustive, were entirely in its favor. For example, I failed in my examination for the doctor's degree in medical jurisprudence. Never once has the matter worried me in my dreams, while I have often enough been examined in botany, zoology, and chemistry, and I sat for the examinations in these subjects with well-justified anxiety, but escaped disaster through the clemency of fate or of the examiner. In my dreams of school examinations, I am always examined in history, a subject in which I passed brilliantly at the time, but only, I must admit, because my good-natured professor, my one-eyed benefactor in another dream, did not overlook the fact that on the examination paper which I returned to him, I had crossed out with my fingernail the second of 3 questions, as a hint that he should not insist on it. One of my patients, who withdrew before the matriculation examination only to pass it later, but failed in the officer's examination so that he did not become an officer, tells me that he often dreams of the former examination, but never of the latter. End of section 24. Recording by the Bobby Lee.
Section 25 of the Interpretation of Dreams. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by TechSavvy. The Interpretation of Dreams by Sigmund Freud. Translated by A. Brill. Section 25. The Dream Work. Condensation. All other previous attempts to solve the problems of dreams have concerned themselves directly with the manifest dream content as it is retained in the memory. They have sought to obtain an interpretation of the dream from this content, or if they dispensed with an interpretation to base their conclusions concerning the dream on the evidence provided by this content. We, however, are confronted by a different set of data. For us, a new psychic material interposes itself between the dream content and the results of our investigations. The latent dream content, or dream thoughts, which are obtained only by our method. We develop the solution of the dream from this latent content, and not from the manifest dream content. We are thus confronted with a new problem, an entirely novel task, that of examining and tracing the relations between the latent dream thoughts and the manifest dream content, and the processes by which the latter has grown out of the former. The dream thoughts and the dream content present themselves as two descriptions of the same content in two different languages. Or, to put it more clearly, the dream content appears to us as a translation of the dream thoughts into another mode of expression whose symbols and laws of composition we must learn by comparing the origin with the translation. The dream thoughts we can understand without further trouble the moment we have ascertained them. The dream content is, as it were, presented in hieroglyphics, whose symbols must be translated one by one into the language of the dream thoughts. It would, of course, be incorrect to attempt to read these symbols in accordance with their values as pictures, instead of in accordance with their meaning as symbols. For instance, I have before me a picture, puzzle, rebus, a house, upon whose roof there is a boat, then a single letter, then a running figure, whose head has been omitted, and so on. As a critic, I might be tempted to judge this composition and its elements to be nonsensical. A boat is out of place on the roof of a house, and a headless man cannot run. The man, too, is larger than the house. And if the whole thing is meant to represent a landscape, the single letters have no right in it, since they do not occur in nature. A correct judgment of the picture puzzle is possible only if I make no such objections to the whole and its parts. And if on the contrary I take the trouble to replace each image by syllable or word which it may represent by virtue of some allusion or relation. The words thus put together are no longer meaningless, but might constitute the most beautiful and pregnant aphorism. Now a dream is such a picture puzzle, and our predecessors in the art of dream interpretation have made the mistake of judging the rebus as an artistic composition. As such, of course, it appears nonsensical and worthless. A. Condensation. The first thing that becomes clear to the investigator when he compares the dream content with the dream thoughts is that a tremendous work of condensation has been accomplished. The dream is meager, paltry, and laconic in comparison with the range and copiousness of the dream thoughts. The dream, when written down, fills half a page. The analysis, which contains the dream thoughts, requires 6, 8, 12 times as much space. The ratio varies with different dreams, but in my experience it is always of the same order. As a rule, the extent of the compression which has been accomplished is underestimated, owing to the fact that the dream thoughts which have been brought to light are believed to be the whole of the material, whereas a continuation of the work of interpretation would reveal still further thoughts hidden in the dream. We have already found it necessary to remark that one can never be really sure that one has interpreted a dream completely. Even if the solution seems satisfying and flawless, it is always possible that yet another meaning has been manifested by the same dream. Thus, the degree of condensation is, strictly speaking, indeterminable. Exception may be taken, and at first sight the objection seems perfectly plausible, to the assertion that the disproportion between dream content and dream thoughts justifies the conclusion that a considerable condensation of psychic material occurs in the formation of dreams. For we often have the feeling that we have been dreaming a great deal all night, and have then forgotten most of what we have dreamed. The dream which we remember on waking would thus appear to be merely a remnant of the dream work, which would surely equal the dream thoughts in range if only we could remember it completely. To a certain extent this is undoubtedly true. There is no getting away from the fact that a dream is most accurately reproduced if we try to remember it immediately after waking, and that the recollection of it becomes more and more defective as the day goes on. On the other hand, it has to be recognized that the impression that we have dreamed a good deal more than we are able to reproduce is very often based on illusion, the origin of which we shall explain later on. Moreover, the assumption of a condensation in the dream work is not affected by the possibility of forgetting a part of dreams, for it may be demonstrated by the multitude of ideas pertaining to those individual parts of the dream which do remain in the memory. If a large part of the dream has really escaped the memory, we are probably deprived of access to a new series of dream thoughts. We have no justification for expecting that those portions of the dream which have been lost should likewise have referred only to those thoughts which we know from the analysis of the portions which have been preserved. In view of the very great number of ideas which analysis elicits for each individual element of the dream content, the principal doubt in the minds of many readers will be whether it is permissible to count everything that subsequently occurs to the mind during analysis as forming part of the dream thoughts. In other words, to assume that all these thoughts have been active in the sleeping state, and have taken part in the formation of the dream. Is it not more probable that new combinations of thoughts are developed in the course of analysis, which did not participate in the formation of the dream? To this objection I can give only a conditional reply. It is true, of course, that separate combinations of thoughts make their first appearance during the analysis, but one can convince oneself every time this happens that such new combinations have been established only between thoughts which have already been connected in other ways in dream thoughts. The new combinations are, so to speak, corollaries, short circuits, which are made possible by the existence of other more fundamental modes of connection. In respect of the great majority of groups of thoughts revealed by analysis, we are obliged to admit that they have already been active in the formation of the dream. For if we work through a succession of such thoughts which at first sight seem to have played no part in the formation of the dream, we suddenly come upon a thought which occurs in the dream content, and is indispensable to its interpretation, but which is nevertheless inaccessible except through this chain of thoughts. The reader may here turn to the dream of the botanical monograph, which is obviously the result of an astonishing degree of condensation. Even though I have not given the complete analysis. But how, then, are we to imagine the psychic condition of the sleeper which precedes dreaming? Do all the dream thoughts exist side by side, or do they pursue one another? Or are there several simultaneous trains of thought, proceeding from different centers, which subsequently meet? I do not think it is necessary at this point to form a plastic conception of the psychic condition at the time of dream formation. But let us not forget that we are concerned with unconscious thinking, and that the process may easily be different from that which we observe in ourselves in deliberate contemplation accompanied by consciousness. The fact, however, is irrefutable that dream formation is based on a process of condensation. How, then, is this condensation effected? Now, if we consider that of the dream thoughts ascertained only the most restricted number are represented in the dream by means of one of their conceptual elements, we might conclude that the condensation is accomplished by means of omission, inasmuch as the dream is not a faithful translation or projection point by point of the dream thoughts, but a very incomplete and defective reproduction of them. This view, as we shall soon perceive, is a very inadequate one. But for the present let us take it as a point of departure and ask ourselves, if only a few of the elements of the dream thoughts make their way into the dream content, what are the conditions that determine their selection? In order to solve this problem, let us turn our attention to those elements of the dream content which must have fulfilled the condition for which we are looking. The most suitable material for this investigation will be a dream to whose formation a particularly intense condensation has contributed. I select the dream cited in Chapter 5 of the Botanical Monograph. Dream content. I have written a monograph upon a certain indeterminate species of plant. The book lies before me. I am just turning over a folded colored plate. A dried specimen of the plant is bound up in this copy as in a herbarium. The most prominent element of this dream is the botanical monograph. This is derived from the impressions of the dream day. I had actually seen a monograph on the genus Cyclamen in a bookseller's window. The mention of these genus is lacking in the dream content. Only the monograph and its relation to botany have remained. The botanical monograph immediately reveals its relation to the work on cocaine which I once wrote. From cocaine the train of thought proceeds on the one hand to a Festschrift, and on the other to my friend the oculist, Dr. Coinstein, who was partly responsible for the introduction of cocaine as a local anesthetic. Moreover, Dr. Coinstein is connected with the recollection of an interrupted conversation I had with him on the previous evening, and with all sorts of ideas relating to the remuneration of the medical and surgical services among colleagues. This conversation, then, is the actual dream stimulus. The monograph on a cyclamen is also a real incident, but one of an indifferent nature. As I now see, the botanical monograph of the dream proves to be a more common mean between the two experiences of the day, taken over unchanged from an indifferent impression, and bound with the physically significant experience by means of the most copious associations. Not only the combined idea of the botanical monograph, however, but also each of its separate elements, botanical and monograph, penetrates farther and farther by manifold associations into the confused tangle of the dream thoughts. To botanical belong the recollections of the person of Professor Gartner. German Gartner is equivalent to gardener. Of his blooming wife. Of my patient, whose name is Flora, and of a lady concerning whom I told the story of the forgotten flowers. Gartner again leads me to the laboratory, and the conversation with Coningstein and the allusion to the two female patients belongs to the same conversation. From the lady with the flowers a train of thoughts branches off to the favorite flowers of my wife, whose other branch leads to the title of the hastily seen monograph. Further, botanical recalls an episode at the gymnasium, and a university examination, and a fresh subject, that of my hobbies, which was broached in the above-mentioned conversation, is linked up by means of what is humorously called my favorite flower, the artichoke, with the train of thoughts proceeding from the forgotten flowers. Behind artichoke there lies on the one hand a recollection of Italy, and on the other a reminiscence of a scene of my childhood, in which I first formed an acquaintance, which has since then grown so intimate with books. Botanical, then, is a veritable nucleus, and for the dream the meeting point of many trains of thought, which, I can testify, had all really been brought into connection by the conversation referred to. Here we find ourselves in a thought factory, in which, as in the weaver's masterpiece, the little shuttles to and fro fly, and the threads unnoted flow. One throw links up 1,000 threads. Monograph in the dream again touches two themes: the one-sided nature of my studies and the costliness of my hobbies. The impression derived from this first investigation is that the elements botanical and monograph were taken up into the dream content because they were able to offer the most numerous points of contact with the greatest number of dream thoughts, and thus represented nodal points at which a great number of the dream thoughts met together, and because they were of manifold significance in respect of the meaning of the dream. The fact upon which this explanation is based may be expressed in another form. Every element of the dream content proves to be over-determined. That is, it appears several times over in the dream thoughts. We shall learn more if we examine the other components of the dream in respect of their occurrence in the dream thoughts. The colored plate refers (cf. the analysis in Chapter 5) to a new subject, the criticism passed upon my work by colleagues, and also to a subject already represented in the dream, my hobbies, and further to a memory of my childhood, in which I pull to pieces a book with colored plates. The dried specimen of the plant relates to my experience with the herbarium at the gymnasium, and gives this memory particular emphasis. Thus I perceive the nature of the relation between the dream content and the dream thoughts. Not only are the elements of the dream determined several times over by the dream thoughts, but the individual dream thoughts are represented in the dream by several elements. Starting from an element of the dream, the path of the association leads to a number of dream thoughts, and from a single dream thought to several elements of the dream. In the process of dream formation, therefore, it is not the case that a single dream thought or a group of dream thoughts supplies the dream content with an abbreviation of itself as its representative, and that the next dream thought supplies another abbreviation as its representative, much as representatives are elected from among the population. But rather that the whole mass of the dream thoughts is subjected to a certain elaboration, in the course of which those elements that receive the strongest and completest support stand out in relief, so that the process might perhaps be likened to election by the scrutin du list. Whatever dream I may subject to such a dissection, I always find the same fundamental principle confirmed, that the dream elements have been formed out of the whole mass of the dream thoughts, and that every one of them appears, in relation to the dream thoughts, to have a multiple determination. It is certainly not superfluous to demonstrate this relation of the dream content to the dream thoughts by means of a further example, which is distinguished by a particularly artful intertwining of reciprocal relations. The dream is that of a patient whom I am treating for claustrophobia, fear of enclosed spaces. It will soon become evident why I feel myself called upon to entitle this exceptionally clever piece of dream activity. End of section 25.
Section 26 of The Interpretation of Dreams. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Interpretation of Dreams by Sigmund Freud. Translated by A. Brill. Section 26. A Beautiful Dream. The dreamer is driving with a great number of companions in the X Street, where there is a modest hostelry, which is not the case. A theatrical performance is being given in one of the rooms of the inn. He is first spectator, then actor. Finally, the company is told to change their clothes in order to return to the city. Some of the company are shown to the rooms on the ground floor, others to the room on the first floor. Then a dispute arises. The people upstairs are annoyed because those downstairs have not yet finished changing, so that they cannot come down. His brother is upstairs, he is downstairs, and he is angry with his brother because they are so hurried. This part obscure. Besides, it was already decided, upon their arrival, who was to go upstairs and who down. Then he goes alone up the hill towards the city, and he walks so heavily and with such difficulty that he cannot move from the spot. An elderly gentleman joins him and talks angrily of the King of Italy. Finally, towards the top of the hill, he is able to walk much more easily. The difficulty experienced in climbing the hill was so distinct that for some time after waking he was in doubt whether the experience was a dream or the reality. Judged by the manifest content, this dream can hardly be eulogized. Contrary to the rules, I shall begin the interpretation with that portion to which the dreamer referred as being the most distinct. The difficulty dreamed of, and probably experienced during the dream difficulty in climbing, accompanied by the dysphonia, was one of the symptoms which the patient had actually exhibited some years before, and which, in conjunction with other symptoms, was at the time attributed to tuberculosis, probably strictly simulated. From our study of the exhibition dreams, we are already acquainted with this sensation of being inhibited in motion, peculiar to dreams, and here again we find it utilized as material always available for the purpose of any other kind of representation. The part of the dream content which represents climbing as difficult at first, and easier at the top of the hill, made me think, while it was being related, of the well-known masterly introduction of Daudet's Sappho. Here a young man carries the woman he loves upstairs. She is at first as light as a feather, but the higher he climbs the more she weighs. And this scene is symbolic of the process of their relation, in describing which Daudet seeks to admonish young men not to lavish an earnest affection upon girls of humble origin and dubious antecedents. Although I knew that my patient had recently had a love affair with an actress, and had broken it off, I hardly expected to find the interpretation which occurred to me as correct. The situation in Sappho is actually the reverse of that in the dream, for in the dream climbing was difficult at first, and easy later on. In the novel, the symbolism is pertinent only if what was at first easily carried finally proves to be a heavy burden. To my astonishment, the patient remarked that the interpretation fitted in very well with the plot of a play which he had seen in the previous evening. The play was called Rundum Wein, Round About Vienna, and treated of the career of a girl who was at first respectable, but who subsequently lapsed into the demi-monde, and formed relations with the highly placed lovers, thereby climbing, but finally she went downhill faster and faster. This play reminded him of another, entitled Von Stufe zu Stufe, from step to step, the poster advertising which depicted a flight of stairs. To continue the interpretation, the actress with whom he had had his most recent and complicated affair had lived in the next street. There is no inn in this street. However, while he was spending part of the summer in Vienna, for the sake of this lady, he had lodged German Abstiegen, meaning stopped, literally stepped off, at a small hotel in the neighborhood. When he was leaving the hotel, he asked the cab driver, "I am glad at all events that I didn't get any vermin here." Incidentally, the dread of the vermin is one of his phobias. Whereupon the cab driver answered, "How could anybody stop there? That isn't a hotel at all. It's really nothing but a pub." The pub immediately reminded him of a quotation of a wonderful host. "I was lately a guest." The host in the poem by Hulan is an apple tree. Now, a second quotation continues the train of thought. Faust, dancing with a young witch. "A lovely dream once came to me. I can beheld an apple tree, and there two fairest apples shone. They lured me so I climbed thereon." The fair one. "Apples have been desired by you, since first in paradise they grew, and I am moved with joy to know that such within my garden grow." There is not the slightest doubt what is meant by the apple tree and the apples. A beautiful bosom stood high among the charms by which the actress had bewitched our dreamer. Judging by the context of the analysis, we had every reason to assume that the dream referred to an impression of the dreamer's childhood. If this is correct, it must be referred to the wet nurse of the dreamer, who is now a man of nearly 30 years of age. The bosom of the nurse is in reality an inn for the child. The nurse, as well as Dodit Sappho, appears as an illusion to his recently abandoned mistress. The elder brother of the patient also appears in the dream content. He is upstairs while the dreamer himself is downstairs. This again is an inversion, for the brother, as I happen to know, has lost his social position, while my patient has retained his. In relating the dream content, the dreamer avoided saying that his brother was upstairs and that he himself was downstairs. This would have been an obvious expression, for in Austria we say that a man is on the ground floor when he has lost his fortune and social position, just as we say that he has come down. Now the fact at this point in the dream something is represented as inverted must have a meaning, and the inversion must apply to some other relation between the dream thoughts and the dream content. There is an indication which suggests how this inversion is to be understood. It obviously applies to the end of the dream, where the circumstances of climbing are the reverse of those described in Sappho. Now it is evident what inversion is meant. In Sappho, the man carries the woman who stands in a sexual relation to him. In the dream thoughts, conversely, there is a reference to a woman carrying a man, and as this could occur only in childhood, the reference is once more to the nurse who carries the heavy child. Thus the final portion of the dream succeeds in representing Sappho and the nurse in the same allusion. Just as the name Sappho has not been selected by the poet without the reference to lesbian practice, so the portions of the dream in which people are busy upstairs and downstairs, above and beneath, point to the fantasies of the sexual content with which the dreamer is occupied, and which, as suppressed carvings, are not unconnected with this neurosis. Dream interpretation itself does not show that these are fancies and not memories of actual happenings. It only furnishes us with a set of thoughts and leaves it to us to determine their actual value. In this case, real and imagined happenings appear at first as of equal value, and not only here, but also in the creation of more important psychic structures than dreams. A large company, as we already know, signifies a secret. The brother is none other than a representative drawn into the scenes of childhood by fancying backwards of all the subsequent for women's favours. Through the medium of an experience indifferent in itself, the episode of the gentleman who talks angrily of the King of Italy refers to the intrusion of people of low rank into aristocratic society. It is as though a warning which Dudet gives to young men were to be supplemented by a similar warning applicable to a suckling child. The fantastic nature of the situation relating the dreamer's wet nurse is shown by the circumstance, objectively ascertained, that the nurse in this case was his mother. In the two dreams here cited, I have shown by italics where one of the elements of the dream recurs in the dream thoughts, in order to make the multiple relations of the former more obvious. Since, however, the analysis of these dreams has not been carried to completion, it will probably be worthwhile to consider a dream with a full analysis, in order to demonstrate the manifold determination of the dream content. For this purpose, I shall select the dream of Irma's injection. See Chapter 2. From this example, we shall readily see that the condensation work in the dream formation has made use of more means than one. The chief person in the dream content is my patient Irma, who is seen with the features which belong to her waking life, and who, therefore, in the first instance represents herself, but her attitude as I examine her at the window is taken from a recollection of another person, of the lady for whom I should like to exchange my patient, as is shown by the dream thoughts. Inasmuch as Irma has a diphtheritic membrane, which recalls my anxiety about my eldest daughter, she comes to represent this child of mine, behind whom, connected with her by the identity of their names, is concealed the person of the patient who died from the effects of the poison. In the further course of the dream, the significance of Irma's personality changes, without the alteration of her image as it is seen in the dream. She becomes one of the children whom we examine in the public dispensaries for children's diseases, where my friends display the difference in their mental capacities. The transition was obviously effected by the idea of my little daughter. Owing to her unwillingness to open her mouth, the same Irma constitutes an allusion to another lady who was examined by me, and also in the same connection to my wife. Further, in the morbid changes which I discover in her throat, I have summarized allusions to quite a number of other persons. All these people whom I encounter as I follow up the associations suggested by Irma do not appear personally in the dream. They are concealed behind the dream person Irma, who is thus developed into collective image, which, as might be expected, has contradictory features. Irma comes to represent these other persons who are discarded in the work of condensation, inasmuch as I follow anything to happen to her which reminds me of these persons, trait by trait. For the purposes of the dream condensation, I may construct a composite person in yet another fashion, by combining the actual features of two or more persons in a single dream image. It is in this fashion that the Dr. M of my dream was constructed. He bears the name Dr. M, and he speaks and acts as Dr. M does, but his bodily characteristics and his malady belong to another person, my elder brother. A single feature, paleness, is doubly determined, owing to the fact that it is common to both persons. Dr. R in my dream about my uncle is a similar composite person. But here the dream image is constructed in yet another fashion. I have not united features peculiar to the one person with the features of the other, thereby abridging by certain features the memory picture of each, but I have adopted the method employed by Galton in producing family portraits, namely, I have superimposed the two images so that the common features stand out in stronger relief, while those which do not coincide neutralize one another and become indistinct. In the dream of my uncle, the fair beard stands out in relief as an emphasized feature from a physiognomy which belongs to two persons, and which is consequently blurred. Further, in its reference to growing grey, the beard contains an allusion to my father and to myself. The construction of collective and composite persons is one of the principal methods of dream condensation. We shall presently have occasion to deal with this in another connection. The notion of dysentery in the dream of Irma's injection was likewise a multiple determination. On the one hand, because of paraphasic assonance with diphtheria, and on the other because of its reference to the patient whom I sent to the East, and whose hysteria had been wrongly diagnosed. The mention of propiles in the dream proves again to be an interesting case of condensation. Not propiles but amiles were included in the dream thoughts. One might think that here is a simple displacement had occurred in the course of the dream formation. This is in fact the case, but the displacement serves the purpose of the condensation, as is shown by the following supplementary analysis. If I dwell for a moment upon the word propyline, German, its assonance with the word propylium suggests itself to me. But propylium is to be found not only in Athens but also in Munich. In the latter city, a year before my dream, I had visited a friend who was seriously ill, and the reference to him in trimethylamine, which follows closely upon propyls, is unmistakable. I pass over the striking circumstances that here, as elsewhere in the analysis of dreams, associations of most widely differing values are employed by making thought connections as though they were equivalent, and I yield to the temptation to regard the procedure by which amiles in the dream thoughts are replaced in the dream content by propiles as a sort of plastic process. On the one hand, here is a group of ideas relating to my friend Otto, who does not understand me, thinks I am in the wrong, and gives me the liquor that smells of amiles. On the other hand, there is a group of ideas connected with the first, by contrast, relating to my Berlin friend, who does not understand me, who would always think that I was right, and to whom I am indebted for so much valuable information concerning the chemistry of sexual processes. What elements in the Otto group are to attract my particular attention are determined by the recent circumstances which are responsible for the dream. Amiles belong to the elements so distinguished, which are predestined to find their way into the dream content. The large group of ideas centering upon William is actually stimulated by the contrast between William and Otto, and those elements in it are emphasized which are in tune with those already stirred up in the Otto group. In the whole of this dream, I am continually recoiling from somebody who excites my displeasure towards another person with whom I can at will confront the first. Trait by trait, I appeal to the friend as against the enemy. Thus, amiles in the Otto group awakes recollections in the other group, also belonging to the region of chemistry. Trimethylamine, which receives support from several quarters, finds its way into the dream content. Amiles too might have got into the dream content unchanged, but yields to the influence of the William group, inasmuch as out of the whole range of recollections covered by this name an element is sought out which is able to furnish a double determination for amiles. Propiles is closely associated with amiles. From the William group comes Munich with its propylium, but both groups are united in the propiles propylium. As though by a compromise, this intermediate element then makes its way into the dream content. Here a common mean which permits of a multiple determination has been created. It thus becomes palpable that a multiple determination must facilitate penetration into the dream content. For the purpose of this dream formation, a placement of the attention has been unhesitatingly effected, what is really intended, to something adjacent to its associations. The study of the dream of Irma's injection has now enabled us to obtain some insight into the process of condensation which occurs in the formation of dreams. We perceive, as peculiarities of the condensing process, a selection of those elements which occur several times over in the dream content. The formation of new unities, composite persons, mixed images, and the production of the common means. The purpose which is served by the condensation, and the means by which it is brought about, will be investigated when we come to the study, in all their bearings, the psychic process at work in the formation of dreams. Let us for the present be content with establishing the fact of dream condensation as the relation between the dream thoughts and the dream content which deserves the attention. The condensation work of dreams becomes most palpable when it takes words and means as its objects. Generally speaking, words are often treated in dreams as things, and therefore undergo the same combination as idea of things. The result of such dreams are comical and bizarre word formations. 1. A colleague sent an essay of his, in which he had, in my opinion, overestimated the value of a recent physiological discovery, and he had expressed himself, moreover, in extravagant terms. On the following night I dreamed a sentence which is obviously referred to this essay. That is truly Noractal style. The solution of this word formation at first gave me some difficulty. It was unquestionably formed as a parody of the superlative colossal pyramidal, but it is not easy to say where it came from. At last the monster fell apart into the two names, Nora and Ekdal, from the two well-known plays by Ibsen. I had previously read a newspaper article on Ibsen by the writer, whose latest work I was now criticizing in the dream. 2. One of my female patients dreams that a man with a fair beard and a peculiar glittering eye is pointing to a signboard attached to a tree which reads Uclemparia, wet. Analysis. The man was rather authoritative looking, and his peculiar glittering eye at once recalled the church of San Paulo near Rome, where she had seen the mosaic portraits of the popes. One of the early popes had a golden eye. This is really an optical illusion, to which the guides usually call attention. Further associations showed that the general physiognomy of the man corresponded with her own clergyman, and the shape of the fair beard recalled her doctor, myself, while the stature of the man in the dream recalled her father. All these persons stand in the same relation to her. They are all guiding and directing the course of her life. On further questioning, the golden eye recalled the gold money, the rather expensive psychoanalytic treatment which gives her a great deal of concern. Gold, moreover, recalls the gold cure for alcoholism. Her D, whom she would have married if it had not been for his clinging to the disgusting alcohol habit, she does not object to anyone's taking an occasional drink. She herself sometimes drinks beer and liquors. This again brings her back to a visit to San Paulo and its surroundings. She remembers that in the neighboring monastery of the Tre Fontaine, she drank a liquor made of eucalyptus by the Trappist monks of the monastery. She then relates how the monks transformed this malarial and swampy region into a dry and wholesome neighborhood by planting numbers of eucalyptus trees. The word euclamperia, which resolves itself into eucalyptus and malaria, and the word wet refers to the former swampy nature of the locality. Wet also suggests dry. Dry is actually the name of the man whom she would have married but for his overindulgence in alcohol. The peculiar name of Dry is of Germanic origin, dry, meaning tree, and hence alludes to the monastery of the three dry fountains. In talking of Mr. Dry's habit, she used the strong expression, he could drink a fountain. Mr. Dry jocosely refers to his habit by saying, you know I must drink because I am always dry, referring to his name. The eucalyptus refers also to her neurosis, which was at first diagnosed as malaria. She went to Italy because her attacks of anxiety, which were accompanied by marked rigors and shivering, were thought to be of malarial origin. She brought some eucalyptus oil from the monks, and she maintains that it was done her much good. The condensation euclamperia wet is, therefore, the point of junction for the dream, as well as the neurosis. 3. In a rather long and confused dream of my own, the apparent nucleus of which is a sea voyage, it occurs to me that the next port is Hersing, and the next after that Fleece. The latter is the name of my friend in B, to which city I have often journeyed. But Hersing is put together from the names of the places in the neighbourhood of Vienna, which so frequently end with ing, Heidsing, Leising, Modeling, the old Medlitz, Mes Deliciae, my joy, that is, my own name, the German for joy being Freude, and the English Hearsay, which points to calumny, and establishes the relation to the indifferent dream stimulus of the day. A poem in Fliegende Blätter about a slanderous dwarf, sagt hat gesagt, by the combination of the final syllabi ing with the name Fleece, Flissingen is obtained, which is a real port through which my brother passes when he comes to visit us from England. But the English for Flissingen is Flushing, which signifies blushing and recalls patients suffering from erythrophobia, fear of blushing, whom I sometimes treat, and also a recent publication of Bestrews relating to this neurosis the reading of which angered me. The same analysis and synthesis of syllables, a veritable chemistry of syllables, serves us for many a jest in waking life. What is the cheapest method of obtaining silver? You go to a field where silver berries are growing and pick them. Then the berries are eliminated and the silver remains in free state. The first person who read and criticized this book made an objection with which the other readers will probably agree, that the dreamer often appears too witty. That is true, so long as it applies to the dreamer. It involves a condemnation only when its application is extended to the interpreter of the dream. In waking reality, I can make very little claim to the predicate witty. If my dream appear witty, that is not the fault of my individuality, but of the peculiar psychological conditions under which the dream is fabricated, and is intimately connected with the theory of wit and comical. The dream becomes witty because the shortest and most direct way to the expression of its thoughts is barred for it. The dream is under constraint. My reader may convince themselves that the dreams of my patients give the impression of being quite as witty, at least in intention, as my own, and even more so. Nevertheless, this reproach impelled me to compare the technique of wit with the dream work. 4. Upon another occasion, I had a dream which consisted of two separate parts. The first was the vividly remembered word autodidasker, and the second was a faithful reproduction in the dream content of a short and harmless fancy which had been developed a few days earlier, and which was to the effect that I must tell Professor N when I next saw him. The patient about whose condition I last consulted you is really suffering from neurosis, just as you suspected. So not only must the newly coined word autodidasker satisfy the requirement that it should contain or represent a compressed meaning, but this meaning must have a valid connection with my resolve repeated from waking life to give Professor N due credit for his diagnosis. Now, autodidasker is easily separated into author, German author, autodidact, and Lasker, with whom is associated the name Lassalle. The first of these words leads me to the occasion of the dream, which this time is significant. I had brought home to my wife several volumes of a well-known author, who is a friend of my brother's, and who, as I have learned, comes from the same neighborhood as myself, J. David. One evening she told me how profoundly impressed she had been by the pathetic sadness of a story in one of David's novels, a story of wasted lands. And our conversation turned into signs of talent which we perceive in our own children. Under the influence of what she had read, my wife expressed some concern about our children, and I comforted her with the remark that precisely such degree as she feared can be averted by training. During the night my thoughts proceeded farther, took up my wife's concern for the children, and interwove with it all sorts of other things. Something which the novelist had said to my brother on the subject of marriage showed my thoughts a path which might lead to representation in the dream. This path led to Breslau. A lady who was a very good friend of ours had married and gone to live there. I found in Breslau Lasker and Lassalle two examples to justify the fear lest our boy should be ruined by women. Examples which enabled me to represent simultaneously two ways of influencing a man to his undoing. The Churchill affirm, by which these thoughts may be summarized, leads me, if taken in another sense, to my brother, who is still married, and whose name is Alexander. Now I see that Alex, as we abbreviate the name, sounds almost like an inversion of Lasker, and that this fact must have contributed to send my thoughts on a detour by way of Breslau. But the playing with names and syllables in which I am here engaged has yet another meaning. It represents the wish that my brother may enjoy a happy family life, and this in the following manner. In the novel of artistic life, L'Oeuvre, which by virtue of its content must have been in association with my dream thoughts, the author, as is well known, has incidentally given a description of his own person and his own domestic happiness, and appears under the name of Sandoz. In the metamorphosis of his name he probably went to work as follows: Zola, when inverted, gives aloes. but this was still too undisguised. He therefore replaced the last syllable al, which stands at the beginning of the name Alexander, by the third syllable of the same name, and thus arrived at Sandoz. My autodidasker originates in a similar fashion. My fantasy that I am telling Professor N that the patient whom we have both seen is suffering from neurosis found its way into the dream in the following manner. Shortly before the close of my working year, I had a patient in whose case my powers of diagnosis failed me. The serious organic trouble, possibly some alternative degeneration of the spinal cord, was to be assumed, but could not be conclusively demonstrated. It would have been tempting to diagnose the trouble as a neurosis, and this would have put an end to all my difficulties, but for the fact of the sexual anamnesis, failing which I am unwilling to admit a neurosis, was so energetically denied by the patient. In my embarrassment, I called to my assistance the physician whom I respect most of all men, and to whose authority I surrendered most completely. He listened to my doubts and told me he thought them justified, and then said, "Keep on observing the man. It is probably a neurosis." Since I know that he does not share my opinions concerning the etiology of the neurosis, I refrained from contradicting him. But I did not conceal my skepticism. A few days later I informed the patient that I did not know what to do with him, and advised him to go to someone else. Thereupon, to my great astonishment, he began to beg my pardon for having lied to me. He had felt so ashamed, and he now revealed to me just a piece of sexual etiology which I had expected, and which I found necessary for assuming the existence of a neurosis. This was a relief to me, but at the same time a humiliation, for I had to admit that my consultant, who was not disconcerted by the absence of anamnesis, had judged the case more correctly. I made up my mind to tell him, when I next saw him, that he had been right and I had been wrong. This is just what I do in the dream. But what sort of a wish is fulfilled if I acknowledge that I am mistaken? This is precisely my wish. I wish to be mistaken as regards my fears, that is to say, I wish that my wife, whose fears I have appropriated in my dream thoughts, may prove to be mistaken. The subject to which the fact of being right or wrong is related in the dream is not far remote from that which is really of interest to the dream thoughts. We have the same pair of alternatives of either organic or functional impairment caused by a woman, or actually by the sexual life, either diabetic paralysis or a neurosis, with which latter the nature of Lassalle's undoing is indirectly connected. In this well constructed dream, Professor N appears not merely on the account of his analogy, and my wish to be proved mistaken, or associated references to Breslau and the family of our married friend who lives there, but also on the account of the following little dialogue which followed our consultation. After he had acquitted himself to his professional duties by making the above mentioned suggestion, Dr. N proceeded to discuss personal matters. "How many children have you now?" "6." A thoughtful and respectful gesture. "Girls, boys?" "3 each. They are the pride of my riches." "Well, you must be careful. There is no difficulty about the girls, but the boys are a difficulty later on as regards their upbringing." I replied that until now they had been very tractable. Obviously this prognosis of my boy's future pleased me as little as the diagnosis of my patient, whom he believed to be suffering only from a neurosis. These two impressions, then, are connected by their continuity, by their being successively received, and when I incorporate the story of the neurosis into the dream, I substitute it for the conversation on the subject of the upbringing, which is even more closely connected with the dream thoughts, since it touches so closely upon the anxiety subsequently expressed by my wife. Thus, even my fear that N may prove to be right in his remarks on the difficulties to be met with in bringing up boys, is admitted into the dream content, inasmuch as it is concealed behind the representation of my wish that I may be wrong to harbour such apprehensions. The same fantasy serves, without alteration, to represent both the conflicting alternatives. Examination dreams present the same difficulties to the interpretation that I have already described as characteristic of most typical dreams. The associative material which the dreamer supplies only rarely suffices for the interpretation, A deeper understanding of such dreams has to be accumulated from the considerable number of examples. Not long ago, I arrived at a conviction that reassurances like, "But you're already a doctor," and so on, not only convey a consolation, but imply a reproach as well. This would have done, "You're already so old, so far advanced in life, and yet you will commit such follies, are guilty of such childish behavior." This mixture of self criticism and consolation would correspond with the examination dreams. After this, it is no longer surprising that the reproaches in the last analyzed examples concerning follies and childish behaviors should relate to the repetitions of the reprehensible sexual acts. The verbal transformations in the dream are very similar to those which are known to occur in paranoia, and which are observed also in hysteria and obsession. The linguistic tricks of children, who at a certain age actually treat words as objects, and even invent new language and artificial syntaxes, are a common source of such occurrences both in dreams and psychoneuroses. The analysis of nonsensical word formation in dreams is particularly well suited to demonstrate the degree of condensation affected in the dream work. From the small number of selected examples here considered, it must not be concluded that such material is seldom observed, or is it at all exceptional. It is, on the contrary, very frequent, but owing to the dependence of dream interpretation on psychoanalytic treatment, very few examples are noted down and reported, and most of the analyses which are reported are comprehensible only to the specialist in neuropathology. When a spoken utterance, expressly distinguished as such from a thought, occurs in a dream, it is an invariable rule that the dream speech has originated from remembered speech in the dream material. The wording of the speech has either been preserved in its entirety, or has been slightly altered in expression. Frequently the dream speech is pieced together from different recollections of spoken remarks. The wording has remained the same, but the sense has perhaps become ambiguous, or differs from the wording. Not infrequently the dream speech serves merely as an allusion to an incident in connection with which the remembered speech was made. In the case of a young man who was suffering from the obsessions, but whose intellectual functions were intact and highly developed, I recently found the only exception to this rule. The speeches which occurred in his dreams did not originate in speeches which he had heard and made himself, but correspond to the undistorted verbal expression of his obsessive thoughts, which came to his waking consciousness only in an altered form. End of section 26. Read by Lambda.
Section 27 of The Interpretation of Dreams. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Interpretation of Dreams by Sigmund Freud. Translated by A. Brill. Section 27. The Work of Displacement. Another, and probably no less significant relation must have already forced itself upon our attention while we were collecting examples of dream condensation. We may have noticed that these elements which obtrude themselves in the dream content as its essential components do not by any means play this same part in the dream thoughts. As a corollary to this, the converse of this statement is also true. That which is obviously the essential content of the dream thoughts need not be represented at all in the dream. The dream is, as it were, centered elsewhere. Its content is arranged about elements which do not constitute the central point of the dream thoughts. Thus, for example, in the dream of the botanical monograph, the central point of the dream content is evidently the element botanical. In the dream thoughts, we are concerned with the complications and conflicts resulting from services rendered between colleagues which place them under mutual obligations. Later on, with the reproach that I am in the habit of sacrificing too much time to my hobbies, and the element botanical finds no place in this nucleus of the dream thoughts unless it is loosely connected with it by antithesis, for botany was never among my favorite subjects. In the Sappho dream of my patient, ascending and descending, being upstairs and down, is made the central point. The The dream, however, is concerned with the danger of sexual relations with persons of low degree, so that only one of the elements of the dream thoughts seem to have found its way into the dream content, and this is unduly expanded. Again, in the dream of my uncle, the fair beard which seems to be its central point appears to have no rational connection with the desire for greatness which we have recognized as the nucleus of the dream thoughts. Such dreams very naturally give us an impression of a displacement. In complete contrast to these examples, the dream of Irma's injection shows that individual elements may claim the same place in dream formation as that which they occupy in the dream thoughts. The recognition of this new and utterly inconstant relation between the dream thoughts and the dream content will probably astonish us at first. If we find in a psychic process of normal life that one idea has been selected from among a number of others, and has acquired a particular emphasis in our consciousness, we are wont to regard this as proof that a peculiar psychic value, a certain degree of interest, attaches to the victorious idea. We now discover that this value of the individual element in the dream thoughts is not retained in dream formation, or is not taken into account. For there is no doubt which of the elements of the dream thoughts are of the highest value. Our judgment informs us immediately. In dream formation, the essential elements, those that are emphasized by intensive interest, may be treated as though they were subordinate, while they are replaced in the dream by other elements, which were certainly subordinate in the dream thoughts. It seems at first as though the psychic intensity of individual ideas were of no account in their selection for dream formation, but only their greater or lesser multiplicity of determination. One might be inclined to think that what gets into the dream is not what is important in the dream thoughts, but what is contained in them several times over. But our understanding of dream formation is not much advanced by this assumption. To begin with, we cannot believe that the two motives of multiple determination and intrinsic value can influence the selection of the dream otherwise than in the same direction. Those ideas in the dream thoughts which are most important are probably also those which recur most frequently, since the individual dream thoughts radiate from them as centers. And yet, the dream may reject these intensely emphasized and extensively reinforced elements, and may take up into its content other elements which are only extensively reinforced. The psychic intensity or value of an idea, the emphasis due to interest, is of course to be distinguished from perceptual or conceptual intensity. This difficulty may be solved if we follow up yet another impression received during the investigation of the overdetermination of the dream content. Many readers of this investigation may already have decided in their own minds that the discovery of the multiple determination of the dream elements is of no great importance because it is inevitable. Since in analysis we proceed from the dream elements and register all the ideas which associate themselves with those elements, is it any wonder that these elements should recur with peculiar frequency in the thought material obtained in this manner? While I cannot admit the validity of this objection, I am now going to say something that sounds rather like it. Among the thoughts which analysis brings to light are many which are far removed from the nucleus of the dream, and which stand out like artificial interpolations made for a definite purpose. Their purpose may readily be detected. They establish a connection, often a forced and far-fetched connection, between the dream content and the dream thoughts. And in many cases, if these elements were weeded out of the analysis, the components of the dream content would not only not be overdetermined, they would not be sufficiently determined. We are thus led to the conclusion that multiple determination, decisive as regards the selection made by the dream, is perhaps not always a primary factor in dream formation, but is often a secondary product of a psychic force which is as yet unknown to us. Nevertheless, it must be of importance for the entrance of the individual elements into the dream, for we may observe that in cases where multiple determination does not proceed easily from the dream material, it is brought about with a certain effort. It now becomes very probable that a psychic force expresses itself in the dream work, which, on the one hand, strips the elements of the high psychic value of their intensity, and on the other hand, by means of overdetermination, creates new significant values from elements of slight value, which new values then make their way into the dream content. Now, if this is the method of procedure, there has occurred in the process of dream formation a transference and displacement of the psychic intensities of individual elements. from which results the textual difference between the dream content and the thought content. The process which we here assume to be operative is actually the most essential part of the dream work. It may fitly be called dream displacement. Dream displacement and dream condensation are the two craftsmen to whom we may chiefly ascribe the structure of the dream. I think it will be easy to recognize the psychic force which expresses itself in dream displacement. The result of this displacement is that the dream content no longer has any likeness to the nucleus of the dream thoughts, and the dream reproduces only a distorted form of the dream wish in the unconscious. But we are already acquainted with dream distortion. We have traced it back to the censorship which one psychic instance in the psychic life exercises over another. Dream displacement is one of the chief means of achieving this distortion. Is fecit qui profuit. We must assume that dream displacement is brought about by the influence of this censorship, the endopsychic defense. Since I regard the attribution of dream distortion to the censorship as a central point of my conception of the dream, I will here quote the closing passage of a story, Traumen wie Wachen, from Phantasien eines Realisten by Linnaeus, Vienna, 2nd edition, 1900, in which I find this chief feature of my doctrine reproduced. Quote, concerning a man who possesses the remarkable faculty of never dreaming nonsense. Your marvelous faculty of dreaming as if you were awake is based upon your virtues, upon your goodness, your justice, and your love of truth. It is the moral clarity of your nature which makes everything about you intelligible to me. But if I really give thought to the matter, was the reply, I almost believe that all men are made as I am, and that no one ever dreams nonsense. A dream which one remembers so distinctly that one can relate it afterwards, and which therefore is no dream of delirium, always has a meaning. Why, it cannot be otherwise, for that which is in contradiction to itself can never be combined into a whole. The fact that time and space are often thoroughly shaken up detracts not at all from the real content of the dream, because both are without any significance whatever for its essential content. We often do the same thing in waking life. Think of fairy tales, of so many bold and pregnant creations of fantasy, of which only a foolish person would say, that is nonsense, for it isn't possible. If only it were always possible to interpret dreams correctly, as you have just done with mine, said the friend. That is certainly not an easy task, but with a little attention it must always be possible to the dreamer. You ask, why is it generally impossible? In your case there seems to be something veiled in your dreams, something unchaste in a special and exalted fashion, a certain secrecy in your nature which it is difficult to fathom, and that is why your dreams so often seem to be without meaning, or even nonsensical. But in the profoundest sense this is by no means the case. Indeed it cannot be, for a man is always the same person whether he wakes or dreams." End quote. The manner in which the factors of displacement, condensation, and overdetermination interact with one another in dream formation, which is the ruling factor and which is the subordinate one, all of this will be reserved as a subject for later investigation. In the meantime, we may state, is a second condition which the elements that find their way into the dream must satisfy, that they must be withdrawn from the resistance of the censorship. But henceforth, in the interpretation of dreams, we shall reckon with dream displacement as an unquestionable fact. End of section 27.
Section 28 of the Interpretation of Dreams. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Interpretation of Dreams by Sigmund Freud. Translated by A. Brill. Section 28. The Means of Representation in Dreams, Part 1. Besides the two factors of condensation and displacement in dreams, which we have found to be at work in the transformation of the latent dream material into the manifest dream content, we shall, in the course of this investigation, come upon two further conditions which exercise an unquestionable influence over the selection of the material that eventually appears in the dream. But first, even at the risk of seeming to interrupt our progress, I shall take a preliminary glance at the processes by which the interpretation of dreams is accomplished. I do not deny that the best way of explaining them, and of convincing the critic of their reliability, would be to take a single dream as an example, to detail its interpretation, as I did in Chapter 2, in the case of the dream of Irma's injection, but then to assemble the dream thoughts which I had discovered, and from them to reconstruct the formation of the dream, that is to say, to supplement dream analysis by dream synthesis. I have done this with several specimens for my own instruction, but I cannot undertake to do it here, as I am prevented by a number of considerations relating to the psychic material necessary for such a demonstration, such as any right-thinking person would approve. In the analysis of dreams, these considerations present less difficulty, for an analysis may be incomplete and still retain its value, even if it leads only a little way into the structure of the dream. I do not see how a synthesis, to be convincing, could be anything short of complete. I could give a complete synthesis only of the dreams of such persons as are unknown to the reading public. Since, however, neurotic patients are the only persons who furnish me with the means of making such a synthesis, this part of the description of dreams must be postponed until I can carry the psychological explanation of the neuroses far enough to demonstrate their relation to our subject. This will be done elsewhere. From my attempts to construct dreams synthetically from their dream thoughts, I know that the material which is yielded by interpretation varies in value. Part of it consists of the essential dream thoughts, which would completely replace the dream and would in themselves be a sufficient substitute for it, were there no dream censorship. To the other part one is wont to ascribe slight importance, nor does one set any value on the assertion that all these thoughts have participated in the formation of the dream. On the contrary, they may include notions which are associated with experiences that have occurred subsequently to the dream, between the dream and the interpretation. This part comprises not only all the connecting paths which have led from the manifest to the latent dream content, but also the intermediate and approximating association by means of which one has arrived at a knowledge of these connecting paths during the work of interpretation. At this point we are interested exclusively in the essential dream thoughts. These commonly reveal themselves as a complex of thoughts and memories of the most intricate possible construction, with all the characteristics of the thought processes known to us in waking life. Not infrequently, they are trains of thought which proceed from more than one center, but which are not without points of contact, and almost invariably we find, along with a train of thought, its contradictory counterpart, connected with it by the association of contrast. The individual parts of this complicated structure naturally stand in the most manifold logical relations to one another. They constitute foreground and background, digressions, illustrations, conditions, lines of argument, and objections. When the whole mass of these dream thoughts is subjected to the pressure of the dream work, during which the fragments are turned about, broken up and compacted, somewhat like drifting ice, the question arises, what becomes of the logical ties which had hitherto provided the framework of the structure? What representation do if, because, as though, although, either, or, and all the other conjunctions, without which we cannot understand a phrase or a sentence, receive in our dreams? To begin with, we must answer that the dream has at its disposal no means of representing these logical relations between the dream thoughts. In most cases it disregards all these conjunctions, and undertakes the elaboration only of the material content of the dream thoughts. It is left to the interpretation of the dream to restore the coherence which the dream work has destroyed. If dreams lack the ability to express these relations, the psychic material of which they are wrought must be responsible for this defect. As a matter of fact, the representative arts, painting and sculpture, are similarly restricted, as compared with poetry, which is able to employ speech. And here again the reason for this limitation lies in the material by the elaboration of which the two plastic arts endeavor to express something. Before the art of painting arrived at an understanding of the laws of expression by which it is bound, it attempted to make up for this deficiency. In old paintings, little labels hung out of the mouths of the persons represented, giving in writing the speech which the artist despaired of expressing in the picture. Here, perhaps, an objection will be raised, challenging the assertion that our dreams dispense with the representation of logical relations. There are dreams in which the most complicated intellectual operations take place. Arguments for and against are adduced, Jokes and comparisons are made, just as in our waking thoughts. But here again, appearances are deceptive. If the interpretation of such dreams is continued, it will be found that all these things are dream material, not the representation of intellectual activity in the dream. The content of the dream thoughts is reproduced by the apparent thinking in our dreams, but not the relations of the dream thoughts to one another, in the determination of which relations thinking consists. I shall give some examples of this. But the fact which is most easily established is that all speeches which occur in dreams, and which are expressly designated as such, are unchanged or only slightly modified replicas of speeches which occur likewise among the memories in the dream material. Often the speech is only an allusion to an event contained in the dream thoughts. The meaning of the dream is quite different. However, I shall not dispute the fact that even critical thought activity, which does not simply repeat material from the dream thoughts, plays a part in dream formation. I shall have to explain the influence of this factor at the close of this discussion. It will then become clear that this thought activity is evoked not by the dream thoughts, but by the dream itself after it is, in a certain sense, already completed. Provisionally, then, it is agreed that the logical relations between the dream thoughts do not obtain any particular representation in the dream. For instance, where there is a contradiction in the dream, this is either a contradiction directed against the dream itself or a contradiction contained in one of the dream thoughts. A contradiction in the dream corresponds with a contradiction between the dream thoughts only in the most indirect and intermediate fashion. But just as the art of painting finally succeeded in depicting in the persons represented at least the intentions behind their words, tenderness, menace, admonition, and the like, by other means than by floating labels, so also the dream has found it possible to render an account of certain of the logical relations between its dream thoughts by an appropriate modification of the peculiar method of dream representation. It will be found by experience that different dreams go to different lengths in this respect. While one dream will entirely disregard the logical structure of its material, another attempts to indicate it as completely as possible. In so doing, the dream departs more or less widely from the text which it has to elaborate, and its attitude is equally variable in respect to the temporal articulation of the dream thoughts, if such has been established in the unconscious, as for example in the dream of Irma's injection. But what are the means by which the dream work is enabled to indicate those relations in the dream material which are difficult to represent? I shall attempt to enumerate these, one by one. In the first place, the dream renders an account of the connection which is undeniably present between all the portions of the dream thoughts, by combining this material into a unity, as a situation or a proceeding. It reproduces logical connections in the form of simultaneity. In this case, it behaves rather like the painter who groups together all the philosophers or poets in a picture of the school of Athens or Parnassus. They never were assembled in any hall or on any mountain top, although to the reflective mind they do constitute a community. The dream carries out in detail this mode of representation. Whenever it shows two elements close together, it vouches for a particular intimate connection between the corresponding representatives in the dream thoughts. It is as in our method of writing. To signifies that the two letters are to be pronounced as one syllable, while T with O following a blank space indicates that T is the last letter of one word and O the first letter of another. Consequently, dream combinations are not made up of arbitrary, completely incongruous elements of the dream material, but of elements that are pretty intimately related in the dream thoughts also. For representing causal relationships, our dreams employ two methods, which are essentially reducible to one. The method of representation more frequently employed, in cases, for example, where the dream thoughts are to the effect, because this was thus and thus, this and that must happen, consists in making the subordinate clause a prefatory dream and joining the principal clause on to it in the form of the main dream. If my interpretation is correct, the sequence may likewise be reversed. The principal clause always corresponds to that part of the dream which is elaborated in the greatest detail. An excellent example of such a representation of causality was once provided by a female patient, whose dream I shall subsequently give in full. The dream consisted of a short prologue of a very circumstantial and very definitely centered dream composition. I might entitle it Flowery Language. The preliminary dream is as follows. She goes to the two maids in the kitchen and scolds them for taking so long to prepare a little bite of food. She also sees a very large number of heavy kitchen utensils in the kitchen turned upside down in order to drain, even heaped up in stacks. The two maids go to fetch water and have, as it were, to climb into a river, which reaches up to the house or into the courtyard. Then follows the main dream, which begins as follows. She is climbing down from a height over a curiously shaped trellis, and she is glad that her dress doesn't get caught anywhere, etc. Now the preliminary dream refers to the house of the lady's parents. The words which are spoken in the kitchen are words which she has probably often heard spoken by her mother. The piles of clumsy pots and pans are taken from an unpretentious hardware shop located in the same house. The second part of the dream contains an allusion to the dreamer's father, who was always pestering the maids, and who during a flood, for the house stood close to the bank of a river, contracted a fatal illness. The thought which is concealed behind the preliminary dream is something like this. Because I was born in this house in such sordid and unpleasant surroundings, the main dream takes up the same thought and presents it in a form that has been altered by a wish fulfillment. I am of exalted origin. Properly, then, because I am of such humble origin, the course of my life has been so and so. As far as I can see, the division of a dream into two unequal portions does not always signify a causal relation between the thoughts of the two portions. It often seems as though in the two dreams the same material were presented from different points of view. This is certainly the case when a series of dreams dreamed the same night end in a seminal emission, the somatic need enforcing a more and more definite expression. Or the two dreams have proceeded from two separate centers in the dream material, and they overlap one another in the content, so that the subject which in one dream constitutes the center cooperates in the other as an illusion, and vice versa. But in a certain number of dreams, the division into short preliminary dreams and long subsequent dreams actually signifies a causal relation between the two portions. The other method of representing the causal relation is employed with less comprehensive material and consists in the transformation of an image in the dream into another image, whether it be of a person or a thing. Only where this transformation is actually seen occurring in the dream shall we seriously insist on the causal relation, not where we simply note that one thing has taken the place of another. I said that both methods of representing the causal relation are really reducible to the same method. In both cases, causation is represented by succession, sometimes by the succession of dreams, sometimes by the immediate transformation of one image into another. In the great majority of cases, of course, the causal relation is not represented at all, but is effaced amidst the succession of elements that is unavoidable even in the dream process. Dreams are quite incapable of expressing the alternative either-or. It is their custom to take both members of this alternative into the same context, as though they had an equal right to be there. A classic example of this is contained in the dream of Irma's injection. Its latent thoughts obviously mean, I am not responsible for the persistence of Irma's pains. The responsibility rests either with her resistance to accepting the solution or with the fact that she is living under unfavorable sexual conditions, which I am unable to change. Or her pains are not hysterical at all, but organic. The dream, however, carries out all these possibilities, which are almost mutually exclusive, and is quite ready to add a fourth solution derived from the dream wish. After interpreting the dream, I then inserted the either-or in its context in the dream thoughts. But when in narrating a dream the narrator is inclined to employ the alternative either-or, it was either a garden or a living room, etc. There is not really an alternative in the dream thoughts, but an and, a simple addition. When we use either or, we are as a rule describing a quality of vagueness in some element of the dream, but a vagueness which may still be cleared up. The rule to be applied in this case is as follows. The individual members of the alternative are to be treated as equal and connected by an and. For instance, after waiting long and vainly for the address of a friend who is traveling in Italy, I dream that I receive a telegram which gives me the address. On the telegraph form I see printed in blue letters. The first word is blurred, perhaps via or villa, the second is distinctly Cesarno or even casa. The second word, which reminds me of Italian names, and of our discussions on etymology, also expresses my annoyance in respect of the fact that my friend has kept his address a secret from me. But each of the possible first three words may be recognized on analysis as an independent and equally justifiable starting point in the concatenation of ideas. During the night before the funeral of my father, I dreamed of a printed placard, a card or poster, rather like the notices in the waiting rooms of railway stations, which announce that smoking is prohibited. The sign reads either, "You are requested to shut the eyes," or "You are requested to shut one eye," an alternative which I am in the habit of representing in the following form. "You are requested to shut eye or eyes." Each of the two versions has its special meaning, and leads along particular paths in the dream interpretation. I had made the simplest possible funeral arrangements, for I knew what the deceased thought about such matters. Other members of the family, however, did not approve of such puritanical simplicity. They thought we should feel ashamed in the presence of other mourners. Hence one of the wordings of the dream asks for the shutting of one eye. That is to say, it asks that people should show consideration. The significance of the vagueness, which is here represented by an either or, is plainly to be seen. The dream work has not succeeded in concocting a coherent and yet ambiguous wording for the dream thoughts. Thus, the two principal trains of thought are separated from each other, even in the dream content. In some few cases, the division of a dream into two equal parts expresses the alternative which the dream finds it so difficult to present. The attitude of dreams to the category of antithesis and contradiction is very striking. This category is simply ignored. The word no does not seem to exist for a dream. Dreams are particularly fond of reducing antitheses to uniformity, or representing them as one and the same thing. Dreams likewise take the liberty of representing any element whatever by its desired opposite, so that it is at first impossible to tell, in respect of any element which is capable of having an opposite, whether it is contained in the dream thoughts in the negative or in the positive sense. In one of the recently cited dreams, whose introductory portion we have already interpreted, because my origin is so-and-so, the dreamer climbs down over a trellis and holds a blossoming bough in her hands. Since this picture suggests to her the angel in paintings of the Annunciation, her own name is Mary, bearing a lily stem in his hand, and the white-robed girls walking in procession on Corpus Christi Day, when the streets are decorated with green boughs, the blossoming bough in the dream is quite clearly an allusion to sexual innocence. But the bough is thickly studded with red blossoms, each of which resembles a camellia. At the end of her walk, so the dream continues, the blossoms are already beginning to fall. Then follow unmistakable allusions to menstruation. But this very bough, which is carried like a lily stem, and as though by an innocent girl, is also an allusion to Camille, who, as we know, usually wore a white camellia, but a red one during menstruation. The same blossoming bough, the flower of maidenhood, in Goethe's songs of the Miller's Daughter, represents at once sexual innocence and its opposite. Moreover, the same dream, which expresses the dreamer's joy at having succeeded in passing through life unsullied, hints in several places, as in the falling of the blossom, at the opposite train of thought, namely that she had been guilty of various sins against sexual purity, that is, in her childhood. In the analysis of the dream, we may clearly distinguish the two trains of thought, of which the comforting one seems to be superficial, and the reproachful one more profound. The two are diametrically opposed to each other, and their similar yet contrasting elements have been represented by identical dream elements. The mechanism of dream formation is favorable in the highest degree to only one of the logical relations. This relation is that of similarity, agreement, contiguity, just as, a relation which may be represented in our dreams, as no other can be, by the most varied expedients. The screening which occurs in the dream material, or the cases of just as, are the chief points of support for dream formation, and a not inconsiderable part of the dream work consists in creating new screenings of this kind in cases where those that already exist are prevented by the resistance of the censorship from making their way into the dream. The effort towards condensation evinced by the dream work facilitates the representation of a relation of similarity. Similarity, agreement, community are quite generally expressed in dreams by contraction into a unity, which is either already found in the dream material or is newly created. The first case may be referred to as identification, the second as composition. Identification is used where the dream is concerned with persons, composition where things constitute the material to be unified. But compositions are also made of persons. Localities are often treated as persons. Identification consists in giving representation in the dream content to only one of two or more persons who are related by some common feature, while the second person or other persons appear to be suppressed as far as the dream is concerned. In the dream, this one screening person enters into all the relations and situations which derive from the persons whom he screens. In cases of composition, however, when persons are combined, there are already present in the dream image features which are characteristic of, but not common to, the persons in question, so that a new unity, a composite person, appears as the result of the union of these features. The combination itself may be effected in various ways. Either the dream person bears the name of one of the persons to whom he refers, and in this case we simply know, in a manner that is quite analogous to knowledge in waking life, that this or that person is intended, while the visual features belong to another person, or the dream image itself is compounded of visual features which in reality are derived from the two. Also, in place of the visual features, the part played by the second person may be represented by the attitudes and gestures which are usually ascribed to him by the words he speaks, or by the situation in which he is placed. In this latter method of characterization, the sharp distinction between the identification and the combination of persons begins to disappear. But it may also happen that the formation of such a composite person is unsuccessful. The situations or actions of the dreams are then attributed to one person, and the other, as a rule the more important, is introduced as an inactive spectator. Perhaps the dreamer will say, "My mother was there too." Such an element of the dream content is then comparable to a determinative in hieroglyphic script, which is not meant to be expressed, but is intended only to explain another sign. The common feature which justifies the union of two persons, that is to say which enables it to be made, may either be represented in the dream, or it may be absent. As a rule, identification or composition of persons actually serves to avoid the necessity of representing this common feature. Instead of repeating, A is ill-disposed towards me, and so is B, I make in my dream a composite person of A and B. Or I conceive A is doing something which is alien to his character, but which is characteristic of B. The dream person obtained in this way appears in the dream in some new connection, and the fact that he signifies both A and B justifies my inserting that which is common to both persons, their hostility towards me, at the proper place in the dream interpretation. In this manner I often achieve a quite extraordinary degree of condensation of the dream content. I am able to dispense with the direct representation of the very complicated relations belonging to one person, if I can find a second person who has an equal claim to some of these relations. It will be readily understood how far this representation by means of identification may circumvent the censoring resistance which sets up such harsh conditions for the dream work. The thing that offends the censorship may reside in those very ideas which are connected in the dream material with the one person. I now find a second person, who likewise stands in some relation to the objectionable material, but only to a part of it. Contact at that one point which offends the censorship now justifies my formation of a composite person, who is characterized by the indifferent features of each. This person, the result of combination or identification, being free of the censorship, is now suitable for incorporation in the dream content. Thus, by the application of dream condensation, I have satisfied the demands of the dream censorship. When a common feature of two persons is represented in a dream, this is usually a hint to look for another concealed common feature, the representation of which is made impossible by the censorship. Here a displacement of the common feature has occurred, which in some degree facilitates representation. From the circumstance that the composite person is shown to me in the dream with an indifferent common feature, I must infer that another common feature, which is by no means indifferent, exists in the dream thoughts. Accordingly, the identification or combination of persons serves various purposes in our dreams. In the first place, that of representing a feature common to two persons. Secondly, that of representing a displaced common feature. And thirdly, that of expressing a community of features which is merely wished for. As the wish for a community of features in two persons often coincides with the interchanging of these persons, this relation also is expressed in dreams by identification. In the dream of Irma's injection, I wish to exchange one patient for another. That is to say, I wish this other person to be my patient, as the former person has been. The dream deals with this wish by showing me a person who is called Irma, but who is examined in a position such as I have had occasion to see only the other person occupy. In the dream about my uncle, this substitution is made the center of the dream. I identify myself with the minister by judging and treating my colleagues as shabbily as lie does. It has been my experience, and to this I have found no exception, that every dream treats of oneself. Dreams are absolutely egoistic. In cases where not my ego but only a strange person occurs in the dream content, I may safely assume that by means of identification my ego is concealed behind that person. I am permitted to supplement my ego. On other occasions, when my ego appears in the dream, the situation in which it is placed tells me that another person is concealing himself, by means of identification, behind the ego. In this case, I must be prepared to find that in the interpretation I should transfer something which is connected with this person, the hidden common feature, to myself. There are also dreams in which my ego appears together with other persons who, when the identification is resolved, once more show themselves to be my ego. Through these identifications, I shall then have to connect with my ego certain ideas to which the censorship has objected. I may also give my ego multiple representation in my dream, either directly or by means of identification with other people. By means of several such identifications, an extraordinary amount of thought material may be condensed. That one's ego should appear in the same dream several times, or in different forms, is fundamentally no more surprising than that it should appear in conscious thinking many times and in different places, or in different relations, as, for example, in the sentence, "When I think what a healthy child I was." Still easier than in the case of persons is the resolution of identifications in the case of localities designated by their own names, as here the disturbing influence of the all-powerful ego is lacking. In one of my dreams of Rome, the name of the place in which I find myself is Rome. I am surprised, however, by a large number of German placards at a street corner. This last is a wish fulfillment, which immediately suggests Prague. The wish itself probably originated at a period of my youth when I was imbued with a German nationalist spirit which today is quite subdued. At the time of my dream I was looking forward to meeting a friend in Prague. The identification of Rome with Prague is therefore explained by a desired common feature. I would rather meet my friend in Rome than in Prague. For the purpose of this meeting I should like to exchange Prague for Rome. The possibility of creating composite formations is one of the chief causes of the fantastic character so common in dreams, in that it introduces into the dream content elements which could never have been objects of perception. The psychic process which occurs in the creation of composite formations is obviously the same as that which we employ in conceiving or figuring a dragon or a centaur in our waking senses. The only difference is that in the fantastic creations of waking life, the impression intended is itself the decisive factor, while the composite formation in the dream is determined by a factor, the common feature in the dream thoughts, which is independent of its form. Composite formations in dreams may be achieved in a great many different ways. In the most artless of these methods, only the properties of the one thing are represented, and this representation is accompanied by a knowledge that they refer to another object also. A more careful technique combines features of the one object with those of the other in a new image, while it makes skillful use of any really existing resemblances between the two objects. The new creation may prove to be wholly absurd, or even successful as a fantasy, according as the material and the wit employed in constructing it may permit. If the objects to be condensed into a unity are too incongruous, the dream work is content with creating a composite formation with a comparatively distinct nucleus, to which are attached more indefinite modifications. The unification into one image has here been to some extent unsuccessful. The two representations overlap one another and give rise to something like a contest between the visual images. Similar representations might be obtained in a drawing if one were to attempt to give form to a unified abstraction of disparate perceptual images. Dreams naturally abound in such composite formations. I have given several examples of these in the dreams already analyzed, and will now cite more such examples. In the dream earlier in this chapter, which describes the career of my patient in flowery language, the dream ego carries a spray of blossoms in her hand which, as we have seen, signifies at once sexual innocence and sexual transgression. Moreover, from the manner in which the blossoms are set on, they recall cherry blossom. The blossoms themselves, considered singly, are camellias, and finally, the whole spray gives the dreamer the impression of an exotic plant. The common feature in the elements of this composite formation is revealed by the dream thoughts. The blossoming spray is made up of allusions to presents by which she was induced or was to have been induced to behave in a manner agreeable to the giver. So it was with cherries in her childhood, and with a camellia tree in her later years. The exotic character is an allusion to a much-travelled naturalist, who sought to win her favor by means of a drawing of a flower. Another female patient contrives a composite mean out of bathing machines at a seaside resort, country privies, and the attics of our city dwelling houses. A reference to human nakedness and exposure is common to the first two elements, and we may infer from their connection with the third element that in her childhood the garret was likewise a scene of bodily exposure. A dreamer of the male sex makes a composite locality out of two places in which treatment is given, my office and the assembly rooms in which he first became acquainted with his wife. Another, a female patient, after her elder brother has promised to regale her with caviar, dreams that his legs are covered all over with black beads of caviar. The two elements, taint in a moral sense, and the recollection of a cutaneous eruption in childhood, which made her legs look as though studded over with red instead of black spots, have here combined with the beads of caviar to form a new idea, the idea of what she gets from her brother. In this dream, parts of the human body are treated as objects, as is usually the case in dreams. In one of the dreams recorded by Ferenczi, there occurs a composite formation made up of the person of a physician and a horse, and this composite being wears a nightshirt. The common feature in these three components was revealed in the analysis, after the nightshirt had been recognized as an allusion to the father of the dreamer in a scene of childhood. In each of the three cases, there was some object of her sexual curiosity. As a child she had often been taken by her nurse to the army stud, where she had the amplest opportunity to satisfy her curiosity, at that time still uninhibited. I have already stated that the dream has no means of expressing the relation of contradiction, contrast, negation. I shall now contradict this assertion for the first time. A certain number of cases of what may be summed up under the word contrast obtain representation, as we have seen, simply by means of identification. That is, when an exchange, a substitution, can be bound up with the contrast. Of this we have cited repeated examples. Certain other of the contrasts in the dream thoughts, which perhaps come under the category of inverted, united into the opposite, are represented in dreams in the following remarkable manner, which may almost be described as witty. The inversion does not itself make its way into the dream content, but manifests its presence in the material by the fact that a part of the already formed dream content, which is, for other reasons, closely connected in context, is, as it were subsequently, inverted. It is easier to illustrate this process than to describe it. In the beautiful up and down dream, the dream representation of ascending is an inversion of its prototype in the dream thoughts, that is, of the introductory scene of Daudet's Sappho. In the dream, climbing is difficult at first and easy later on, whereas in the novel it is easy at first and later becomes more and more difficult. Again, above and below, with reference to the dreamer's brother, are reversed in the dream. This points to a relation of inversion or contrast between two parts of the material in the dream thoughts, which indeed we found in them, for in the childish fantasy of the dreamer he is carried by his nurse, while in the novel, on the contrary, the hero carries his beloved. My dream of Goethe's attack on Herr M. likewise contains an inversion of this sort, which must be set right before the dream can be interpreted. In this dream, Goethe attacks a young man, Herr M. The reality, as contained in the dream thoughts, is that an eminent man, a friend of mine, has been attacked by an unknown young author. In the dream, I reckon time from the date of Goethe's death. In reality, the reckoning was made from the year in which the paralytic was born. The thought which influences the dream material reveals itself as my opposition to the treatment of Goethe as though he were a lunatic. It is the other way about, says the dream. If you don't understand the book, it is you who are feeble-minded, not the author. All these dreams of inversion, moreover, seem to me to imply an allusion to the contemptuous phrase, to turn one's back upon a person. Compare the inversion in respect of the dreamer's brother in the Sappho dream. It is further worth noting how frequently inversion is employed in precisely those dreams which are inspired by repressed homosexual impulses. Moreover, inversion, or transformation into the opposite, is one of the most favored and most versatile methods of representation which the dream work has at its disposal. It serves, in the first place, to enable the wish fulfillment to prevail against a definite element of the dream thoughts. If only it were the other way about, is often the best expression for the reaction of the ego against a disagreeable recollection. But inversion becomes extraordinarily useful in the service of the censorship, for it effects, in the material to be represented, a degree of distortion which at first simply paralyzes our understanding of the dream. It is therefore always permissible, if a dream stubbornly refuses to surrender its meaning, to venture on the experimental inversion of definite portions of its manifest content. Then, not infrequently, everything becomes clear. Besides the inversion of content, the temporal inversion must not be overlooked. A frequent device of dream distortion consists in presenting the final issue of the event or the conclusion of the train of thought at the beginning of the dream, and appending at the end of the dream the premises of the conclusion, or the causes of the event. Anyone who forgets this technical device of dream distortion stands helpless before the problem of dream interpretation. The hysterical attack often employs the same device of temporal inversion in order to conceal its meaning from the observer. The attack of a hysterical girl, for example, consists in enacting a little romance, which she has imagined in the unconscious in connection with an encounter in a tram. A man, attracted by the beauty of her foot, addresses her while she is reading, whereupon she goes with him and a passionate love scene ensues. Her attack begins with the representation of this scene by writhing movements of the body, accompanied by movements of the lips and folding of the arms to signify kisses and embraces. Whereupon she hurries into the next room, sits down on a chair, lifts her skirt in order to show her foot, acts as though she were about to read a book, and speaks to me. Compare the observation of Artemidorus. In interpreting dream stories, one must consider them the first time from the beginning to the end, and the second time from the end to the beginning. End of section 28, read by Alicia in Philadelphia. Section 29 of the Interpretation of Dreams. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Interpretation of Dreams by Sigmund Freud, translated by A. Brill, Section 29. The Means of Representation in Dreams, Part 2. In many cases, indeed, we discover the meaning of the dream only when we have subjected the dream content to a multiple inversion in accordance with the different relations. For example, in the dream of a young patient who is suffering from obsessional neurosis, the memory of the childish death wish directed against a dreaded father concealed itself behind the following words: "His father scolds him because he comes home so late." But the context of the psychoanalytic treatment and the impressions of the dreamer show that the sentence must be read as follows: "He is angry with his father, and further, that his father always came home too early, i.e. too soon. He would have preferred that his father should not come home at all," which is identical with the wish that his father would die. As a little boy, during the prolonged absence of his father, the dreamer was guilty of a sexual aggression against another child, and was punished by the threat, "Just you wait until your father comes home." If we should seek to trace the relations between the dream content and the dream thoughts a little farther, we shall do this best by making the dream itself our point of departure and asking ourselves, what do certain formal characteristics of the dream presentation signify in relation to the dream thoughts? First and foremost, among the formal characteristics which are bound to impress us in dreams are the differences in the sensory intensity of the single dream images, and in the distinctness of various parts of the dream, or of whole dreams as compared with one another. The differences in the intensity of individual dream images cover the whole gamut, from a sharpness of definition which one is inclined, although without warrant, to rate more highly than that of reality, to a provoking indistinctness, which we declare to be characteristic of dreams, because it really is not wholly comparable to any of the degrees of indistinctness which we occasionally perceive in real objects. Moreover, we usually describe the impression which we receive of an indistinct object in a dream as fleeting, while we think of the more distinct dream images as having been perceptible also for a longer period of time. We must now ask ourselves by what conditions in the dream material these differences in the distinctness of the individual portions of the dream content are brought about. Before proceeding farther, it is necessary to deal with certain expectations which seem to be almost inevitable. Since actual sensations experienced during sleep may constitute part of the dream material, it will probably be assumed that these sensations, or the dream elements resulting from them, are emphasized by a special intensity, or conversely, that anything which is particularly vivid in the dream can probably be traced to such real sensations during sleep. My experience, however, has never confirmed this. It is not true that those elements of a dream which are derivatives of real impressions perceived in sleep, nerve stimuli, are distinguished by their special vividness from others which are based on memories. The factor of reality is inoperative in determining the intensity of dream images. Further, it might be expected that the sensory intensity, vividness, of single dream images is in proportion to the psychic intensity of the elements corresponding to them in the dream thoughts. In the latter, intensity is identical with psychic value. The most intense elements are in fact the most significant, and these constitute the central point of the dream thoughts. We know, however, that it is precisely these elements which are usually not admitted to the dream content, owing to the vigilance of the censorship. Still, it might be possible for the most immediate derivatives which represent them in the dream to reach a higher degree of intensity without, however, for that reason, constituting the central point of the dream representation. This assumption also vanishes as soon as we compare the dream and the dream material. The intensity of the elements in the one has nothing to do with the intensity of the elements in the other. As a matter of fact, a complete transvaluation of all psychic values takes place between the dream material and the dream. The very element of the dream which is transient and hazy, and screened by more vigorous images, is often discovered to be the one and only direct derivative of the topic that completely dominates the dream thoughts. The intensity of the dream elements proves to be determined in a different manner, that is, by two factors which are mutually independent. It will readily be understood that those elements by means of which the wish fulfillment expresses itself are those which are intensely represented. But analysis tells us that from the most vivid elements of the dream the greatest number of trains of thought proceed, and that those which are most vivid are at the same time those which are best determined. No change of meaning is involved if we express this latter empirical proposition in the following formula. The greatest intensity is shown by those elements of the dream for whose formation the most extensive condensation work was required. We may, therefore, expect that it will be possible to express this condition, as well as the other condition of the wish fulfillment, in a single formula. I must utter a warning that the problem which I have just been considering, the causes of the greater or lesser intensity or distinctness of single elements in dreams, is not to be confounded with the other problem, that of variations in the distinctness of whole dreams or sections of dreams. In the former case, the opposite of distinctness is haziness; in the latter, confusion. It is, of course, undeniable that in both scales the two kinds of intensities rise and fall in unison. A portion of the dream which seems clear to us usually contains vivid elements. An obscure dream, on the contrary, is composed of less vivid elements. But the problem offered by the scale of definition, which ranges from the apparently clear to the indistinct or confused, is far more complicated than the problem of fluctuations in vividness of the dream elements. For reasons which will be given later, the former cannot at this stage be further discussed. In isolated cases one observes, not without surprise, that the impression of distinctness or indistinctness produced by a dream has nothing to do with the dream structure, but proceeds from the dream material as one of its ingredients. Thus, for example, I remember a dream which on waking seemed so particularly well constructed, flawless and clear, that I made up my mind, while I was still in a somnolent state, to admit a new category of dreams, those which had not been subject to the mechanism of condensation and distortion, and which might thus be described as fantasies during sleep. A closer examination, however, proved that this unusual dream suffered from the same structural flaws and breaches as exists in all other dreams, so I abandoned this idea of a category of dream fantasies. The content of the dream, reduced to its lowest terms, was that I was expounding to a friend a difficult and long-sought theory of bisexuality, and the wish-fulfilling power of the dream was responsible for the fact that this theory, which by the way was not communicated in the dream, appeared to be so lucid and flawless. Thus, what I believed to be a judgment as regards the finished dream was a part, and indeed the most essential part, of the dream content. Here the dream work reached out, as it were, into my first waking thoughts, and presented to me, in the form of a judgment of the dream, that part of the dream material which it had failed to represent with precision in the dream. I was once confronted with the exact counterpart of this case by a female patient who at first absolutely declined to relate a dream which was necessary for the analysis, because it was so hazy and confused, and who finally declared, after repeatedly protesting the inaccuracy of her description, that it seemed to her that several persons, herself, her husband, and her father, had occurred in the dream, and that she had not known whether her husband was her father, or who really was her father, or something of that sort. Comparison of this dream with the ideas which occurred to the dreamer in the course of the sitting showed beyond a doubt that it dealt with the rather commonplace story of a maidservant who has to confess that she is expecting a child, and hears doubts expressed as to who the father really is. The obscurity manifested by this dream, therefore, was once more a portion of the dream exciting material. A fragment of this material was represented in the form of the dream. The form of the dream, or of dreaming, is employed with astonishing frequency to represent the concealed content. Glosses on the dream, and seemingly harmless comments on it, often serve in the most subtle manner to conceal, although of course they really betray, a part of what is dreamed. As, for example, when the dreamer says, "Here the dream was wiped out," and the analysis gives an infantile reminiscence of listening to someone cleaning himself after defecation. Or another example, which deserves to be recorded in detail. A young man has a very distinct dream, reminding him of fantasies of his boyhood which have remained conscious. He found himself in a hotel at a seasonal resort. It was night. He mistook the number of his room, and entered a room in which an elderly lady and her 2 daughters were undressing to go to bed. He continues, "Then there are some gaps in the dream. Something is missing, and at the end there was a man in the room who wanted to throw me out, and with whom I had to struggle." He tries in vain to recall the content and intention of the boyish fantasy to which the dream obviously alluded, but we finally become aware that the required content had already been given in his remarks concerning the indistinct part of the dream. The gaps are the genital apertures of the women who are going to bed. "Here something is missing" describes the principal characteristic of the female genitals. In his young days he burned with curiosity to see the female genitals, and was still inclined to adhere to the infantile sexual theory which attributes a male organ to woman. A very similar form was assumed in an analogous reminiscence of another dreamer. He dreamed, "I go with Fräulein K. into the restaurant of the Volksgarten. Then comes a dark place, an interruption. Then I find myself in the salon of a brothel, where I see 2 or 3 women, one in a chemise and drawers." Analysis. Fräulein K. is the daughter of his former employer. As he himself admits, she was a sister substitute. He rarely had the opportunity of talking to her, but they once had a conversation in which one recognized one's sexuality, so to speak, as though one were to say, "I am a man, and you are a woman." He had been only once to the above-mentioned restaurant, when he was accompanied by the sister of his brother-in-law, a girl to whom he was quite indifferent. On another occasion he accompanied 3 ladies to the door of the restaurant. The ladies were his sister-in-law, and the girl already mentioned. He was perfectly indifferent to all three of them, but they all belonged to the sister category. He had visited a brothel but rarely, perhaps 2 or 3 times in his life. The interpretation is based on the dark place, the interruption in the dream, and informs us that on occasion, but in fact only rarely, obsessed by his boyish curiosity, he had inspected the genitals of his sister, a few years his junior. A few days later the misdemeanor indicated in the dream recurred to his conscious memory. All dreams of the same night belong, in respect of their content, to the same whole. Their division into several parts, their grouping and number are all full of meaning, and may be regarded as pieces of information about the latent dream thoughts. In the interpretation of dreams consisting of several main sections, or of dreams belonging to the same night, we must not overlook the possibility that these different and successive dreams mean the same thing, expressing the same impulses in different material. That one of these homologous dreams, which comes first in time, is usually the most distorted and most bashful, while the next dream is bolder and more distinct. Even Pharaoh's dream of the ears and the kine, which Joseph interpreted, was of this kind. It is given by Josephus in greater detail than in the Bible. After relating the first dream, the king said, "After I had seen this vision, I awaked out of my sleep, and being in disorder, and considering with myself what this appearance should be, I fell asleep again, and saw another dream much more wonderful than the foregoing, which still did more fright and disturb me." After listening to the relation of the dream, Joseph said, "This dream, O king, although seen under 2 forms, signifies one and the same event of things." Jung relates how a veiled erotic dream of a schoolgirl was understood by her friends without interpretation, and continued by them with variations, and he remarks, with reference to one of these narrated dreams, that the concluding idea of a long series of dream images had precisely the same content as the first image of the series had endeavored to represent. The censorship thrusts the complex out of the way as long as possible by a constant renewal of symbolic screenings, displacements, transformations into something harmless, etc. Schörner was well acquainted with this peculiarity of dream representation, and describes it in his Lebende Traum in terms of a special law in the appendix to his doctrine of organic stimulation. But finally, in all symbolic dream formations emanating from definite nerve stimuli, the fantasy observes the general law that at the beginning of the dream it depicts the stimulating object only by the remotest and freest illusions, but towards the end, when the graphic impulse becomes exhausted, the stimulus itself is nakedly represented by its appropriate organ or its function, whereupon the dream, itself describing its organic motive, achieves its end. A pretty confirmation of this law of Schörner's has been furnished by Otto Rank in his essay. This dream, related to him by a girl, consisted of 2 dreams of the same night, separated by an interval of time, the second of which ended with an orgasm. It was possible to interpret this orgastic dream in detail, in spite of the few ideas contributed by the dreamer, and the wealth of relations between the 2 dream contents made it possible to recognize that the first dream expressed in modest language the same thing as the second, so that the latter, the orgastic dream, facilitated a full explanation of the former. From this example, Rank very justifiably argues the significance of orgastic dreams for the theory of dreams in general. But in my experience, it is only in rare cases that one is in a position to translate the lucidity or confusion of a dream, respectively, into a certainty or doubt in the dream material. Later on I shall have to disclose a hitherto unmentioned factor in dream formation, upon whose operation this qualitative scale in dreams is essentially dependent. In many dreams in which a certain situation and environment are preserved for some time, there occur interruptions which may be described in the following words. But then it seemed as though it were, at the same time, another place, and there such and such a thing happened. In these cases, what interrupts the main action of the dream, which after a while may be continued again, reveals itself in the dream material as a subordinate clause, an interpolated thought. Conditionality in the dream thoughts is represented by simultaneity in the dream content. We may now ask, what is the meaning of the sensation of inhibited movement which so often occurs in dreams and is so closely allied to anxiety? One wants to move and is unable to stir from the spot, or wants to accomplish something, and encounters obstacle after obstacle. The train is about to start and one cannot reach it. One's hand is raised to avenge an insult, and its strength fails, etc. We have already met with this sensation in exhibition dreams, but have as yet made no serious attempt to interpret it. It is convenient, but inadequate, to answer that there is motor paralysis in sleep which manifests itself by means of the sensation alluded to. We may ask, why is it then that we do not dream continually of such inhibited movements? And we may permissibly suspect that this sensation, which may at any time occur during sleep, serves some sort of purpose for representation, and is evoked only when the need of this representation is present in the dream material. Inability to do a thing does not always appear in the dream as a sensation. It may appear simply as part of the dream content. I think one case of this kind is especially fitted to enlighten us as to the meaning of this peculiarity. I shall give an abridged version of a dream in which I seem to be accused of dishonesty. The scene is a mixture made up of a private sanatorium and several other places. A manservant appears to summon me to an inquiry. I know in the dream that something has been missed, and that the inquiry is taking place because I am suspected of having appropriated the lost article. Analysis shows that inquiry is to be taken in two senses. It includes the meaning of medical examination. Being conscious of my innocence and my position as consultant in this sanatorium, I calmly follow the manservant. We are received at the door by another manservant, who says, pointing at me, "Have you brought him? Why, he is a respectable man." Thereupon, and unattended, I enter a great hall where there are many machines, which reminds me of an inferno with its hellish instruments of punishment. I see a colleague strapped to an appliance. He has every reason to be interested in my appearance, but he takes no notice of me. I understand that I may now go. Then I cannot find my hat, and cannot go after all. The wish that the dream fulfills is obviously the wish that my honesty shall be acknowledged, and that I may be permitted to go. There must therefore be all sorts of material in the dream thoughts which comprise a contradiction of this wish. The fact that I may go is the sign of my absolution. If, then, the dream provides at its close an event which prevents me from going, we may readily conclude that the suppressed material of the contradiction is asserting itself in this feature. The fact that I cannot find my hat, therefore, means you are not, after all, an honest man. The inability to do something in the dream is the expression of a contradiction, a no, so that our earlier assertion to the effect that the dream is not capable of expressing a negation must be revised accordingly. The fact that I cannot find my hat is an experience of the day which has been exploited in various senses. Our servant, who was a genius at stowing things away, had hidden the hat. A rejection of melancholy thoughts of death is concealed behind the conclusion of the dream. I have not nearly done my duty yet. I cannot go yet. Birth and death together, as in the dream of Goethe and the paralytic, which was a little earlier in date. In other dreams in which the inability to do something occurs not merely as a situation but also as a sensation, the same contradiction is more emphatically expressed by the sensation of inhibited movement, or a will to which a counterwill is opposed. Thus the sensation of inhibited movement represents a conflict of will. We shall see later on that this very motor paralysis during sleep is one of the fundamental conditions of the psychic process which functions during dreaming. Now, an impulse which is conveyed to the motor system is none other than the will, and the fact that we are certain that the impulse will be inhibited in sleep makes the whole process extraordinarily well adapted to the representation of a will towards something, and of a no which opposes itself thereto. From my explanation of anxiety, it is easy to understand why the sensation of the inhibited will is so closely allied to anxiety, and why it is so often connected with it in dreams. Anxiety is a libidinal impulse which emanates from the unconscious, and is inhibited by the preconscious. Therefore, when a sensation of inhibition in the dream is accompanied by anxiety, the dream must be concerned with a volition which was at one time capable of arousing libido. There must be a sexual impulse. As for the judgment which is often expressed during a dream, of course, it is only a dream, and the psychic force to which it may be ascribed. I shall discuss these questions later on. For the present, I will merely say that they are intended to depreciate the importance of what is being dreamed. The interesting problem allied to this, as to what is meant of a certain content in the dream, is characterized in the dream itself as having been dreamed. The riddle of a dream within a dream has been solved in a similar sense by W. Steckel, by the analysis of some convincing examples. Here again the part of the dream dreamed is to be depreciated in value and robbed of its reality. That which the dreamer continues to dream after waking from the dream within a dream is what the dream wish desires to put in place of the obliterated reality. It may therefore be assumed that the part dreamed contains the representation of the reality, the real memory, while on the other hand, the continued dream contains the representation of what the dreamer merely wishes. The inclusion of a certain content in a dream within a dream is therefore equivalent to the wish that what has been characterized as a dream had never occurred. In other words, when a particular incident is represented by the dream work in a dream, it signifies the strongest confirmation of the reality of this incident, the most emphatic affirmation of it. The dream work utilizes the dream itself as a form of repudiation, and thereby confirms the theory that a dream is a wish fulfillment. End of section 29. Recording by Alicia in Philadelphia.
Section 30 of the Interpretation of Dreams. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Interpretation of Dreams by Sigmund Freud. Translated by A. Brill. Section 30. Regard for Representability. We hitherto have been concerned with investigating the manner in which our dreams represent the relations between the dream thoughts, but we have often extended our inquiry to the further question as to what alterations the dream material itself undergoes for the purposes of dream formation. We now know that the dream material, after being stripped of a great many of its relations, is subjected to compression, while at the same time displacements of the intensity of its elements enforce a psychic transvaluation of this material. The displacements which we have considered were shown to be substitutions of one particular idea for another, in some way related to the original by its associations, and the displacements were made to facilitate the condensation, inasmuch as in this manner, instead of two elements, a common mean between them found its way into the dream. So far no mention has been made of any other kind of displacement, but we learn from the analyses that displacement of another kind does occur, and that it manifests itself in an exchange of the verbal expression for the thought in question. In both cases we are dealing with the displacement along a chain of associations, but the same process takes place in different psychic spheres, and the result of this displacement in the one case is that one element is replaced by another, while in the other case an element exchanges its verbal shape for another. The second kind of displacement occurring in dream formation is not only of great theoretical interest, but also peculiarly well fitted to explain the appearance of fantastic absurdity in which dreams disguise themselves. Displacement usually occurs in such a way that a colorless and abstract expression of the dream thought is exchanged for one that is pictorial and concrete. The advantage, and along with it the purpose, of this substitution is obvious. Whatever is pictorial can be capable of representation in dreams and can be fitted into a situation in which abstract expression would confront the dream representation with difficulties not unlike those which would arise if a political leading article had to be represented in an illustrated journal. Not only the possibility of representation, but also the interests of condensation and of the censorship may be furthered by this exchange. Once the abstractly expressed and unserviceable dream thought is translated into pictorial language, those contacts and identities between this new expression and the rest of the dream material which are required by the dream work in which it contrives whenever they are not available are more readily provided, since in every language concrete terms, owing to their evolution, are richer in associations than are abstract terms. It may be imagined that a good part of the intermediate work in dream formation, which seeks to reduce the separate dream thoughts to the tersest and most unified expression in the dream, is effected in this manner, by fitting paraphrases of the various thoughts. The one thought whose mode of expression has perhaps been determined by other factors will therewith exert a distributive and selective influence on the expressions available for the others, and it may even do this from the very start, just as it would in the creative activity of a poet. When a poem is to be written in rhymed couplets, the second rhyming line is bound by two conditions. It must express the meaning allotted to it, and its expression must permit of a rhyme with the first line. The best poems are, of course, those in which one does not detect the effort to find a rhyme, and in which both thoughts have, as a matter of course, by mutual induction, selected the verbal expression which, with a little subsequent adjustment, will permit of the rhyme. In some cases the change of expression serves the purpose of dream condensation more directly, in that it provides an arrangement of words which, being ambiguous, permits of the expression of more than one dream thoughts. The whole range of verbal wit is thus made to serve the purpose of the dream work. The part is played by words in dream formation ought not to surprise us. A word, as the point of junction of a number of ideas, possesses, as it were, a predestined ambiguity, and the neuroses, obsessions, phobias, take advantage of the opportunities for condensation and disguise afforded by words quite as eagerly as do dreams. That dream distortion also profits by this displacement of expression may be readily demonstrated. It is indeed confusing if one ambiguous word is substituted for two with single meanings, and the replacement of sober everyday language by a plastic mode of expression baffles our understanding, especially since a dream never tells us whether the elements presented by it are to be interpreted literally or metaphorically, whether they refer to the dream material directly or only by means of interpolated expressions. Generally speaking, in the interpretation of any element of a dream, it is doubtful whether it is a. to be accepted in the negative or positive sense, contrast relation; b. is to be interpreted historically as a memory; c. is symbolic; or whether d. its valuation is based upon its wording. In spite of this versatility, we may say that the representation effected by the dream work, which was never even intended to be understood, does not impose upon the translator any greater difficulties than those that the ancient writers of hieroglyphics imposed upon their readers. I have already given several examples of dream representations which are held together only by ambiguity of expression. Her mouth opens without difficulty in the dream of Irma's infection. I cannot go yet after all in the last dream related, etc. I shall now cite a dream in the analysis of which plastic representation of the abstract thought plays a greater part. The difference between such dream interpretation and the interpretation by means of symbols may nevertheless be clearly defined. In the symbolic interpretation of dreams, the key to the symbolism is selected arbitrarily by the interpreter, while in our own cases of verbal disguise these keys are universally known and are taken from established modes of speech. Provided one hits on the right idea on the right occasion, one may solve dreams of this kind either completely or in part, independently of any statements made by the dreamer. A lady friend of mine dreams. She is at the opera. It is a Wagnerian performance which has lasted until 7:45 in the morning. In the stalls and pit there are tables, at which people are eating and drinking. Her cousin and his young wife, who have just returned from their honeymoon, are sitting at one of these tables. Beside them is a member of the aristocracy. The young wife is said to have brought him back with her from the honeymoon quite openly, just as she may have brought back a hat. In the middle of the stalls there is a high tower, on the top of which there is a platform surrounded by an iron railing. There, high overhead, stands the conductor, with the features of Hans Richter continually running round behind the railing, perspiring terribly, and from this position he is conducting the orchestra, which is arranged round the base of the tower. She herself is sitting in a box with a friend of her own sex, known to me. Her younger sister tries to hand her up from the stalls a large lump of coal, alleging that she has not known it would be this long, so she must by this time be miserably cold, as if the boxes ought to have been heated during the long performance. Although in other respects the dream gives a good picture of the situation, it is of course nonsensical enough. The tower in the middle of the stalls from which the conductor leads the orchestra, and above all the coal which her sister hands up to her. I purposely asked for no analysis of this dream. With some knowledge of the personal relations of the dreamer, I was able to interpret parts of it independently of her. I knew she had felt intense sympathy for a musician whose career had been prematurely brought to an end by insanity. I therefore decided to take the tower and the stalls verbally. It then emerged that the man whom she wished to see in the place of Hans Richter towered above all the other members of the orchestra. This tower must be described as a composite formation by means of apposition. By its substructure it represents the greatness of the man, but by the railing at the top, behind which he runs round like a prisoner or an animal in a cage, in allusion to the name of the unfortunate man, it represents his later fate. Lunatic Tower is perhaps the expression in which the two thoughts might have met. Now that we have discovered the dream's method of representation, we may try with the same key to unlock the meaning of the second apparent absurdity, that of the coal which her sister hands up to the dreamer. Coal should mean secret love. No fire, no coal so hotly glows as the secret of love which no one knows. She and her friend remain seated, while her younger sister, who still has a prospect of marrying, hands her up the coal because she did not know that it would be so long. What would be so long is not told in the dream. If it were an anecdote we should say the performance, but in the dream we may consider the sentence as it is, declare it to be ambiguous, and add before she married. The interpretation secret love is then confirmed by the mention of the cousin, who is sitting with his wife in the stalls, and by the open love affair attributed to the latter. The contrast between secret and open love, between the dreamer's fire and the coldness of the young wife, dominate the dream. Moreover, here, once again, there is a person in a high position as a middle term between the aristocrat and the musician who is justified in raising high hopes. In the above analysis we have at last brought to light a third factor, whose part in the transformation of the dream thoughts into dream content is by no means trivial, namely consideration of the suitability of the dream thoughts for representation in the particular psychic material of which the dream makes use, that is for the most part in visual images. Among the various subordinate ideas associated with the essential dream thoughts, those will be preferred which permit use of visual representation, and the dream work does not hesitate to recast the intractable thoughts into an other verbal form, even though this is a more unusual form, provided it makes representation possible, and thus puts an end to the psychological distress caused by strangulated thinking. This pouring of the thought content into another mold may at the same time serve the work of condensation, and may establish relations with another thought which otherwise would not have been established. It is even possible that the second thought may itself have been previously changed in its original expression for the purpose of meeting the first one halfway. Herbert Silberer has described a good method of directly observing the transformation of thoughts into images which occurs in dream formation, and has thus made it possible to study in isolation this one factor of the dream work. If, while in a state of fatigue and somnolence, he imposed upon himself a mental effort, it frequently happened that the thought escaped him, and in its place there appeared a picture in which he could recognize the substitute for the thought. Not quite appropriately, Silberer described this substitution as autosymbolic. I shall cite here a few examples from Silberer's work, and on account of certain peculiarities of the phenomena observed I shall refer to the subject later on. Example 1. I remember that I have to correct a halting passage in an essay. Symbol. I see myself planing a piece of wood. Example 5. I endeavor to call to mind the aim of a certain metaphysical studies which I am proposing to undertake. This aim, I reflect, consists in working one's way through, while seeking for the basis of existence, to ever higher forms of consciousness or levels of being. Symbol. I run a long knife under a cake as though to take a slice out of it. Interpretation. My movement with the knife signifies working one's way through. The explanation of the basis of the symbolism is as follows. At table it devolves upon me now and again to cut and distribute a cake, a business which I perform with a long flexible knife, and which necessitates a certain amount of care. In particular, the neat extraction of the cut slices of cake presents a certain amount of difficulty. The knife must be carefully pushed under the slices in question, the slow working one's way through, in order to get to the bottom. But there is yet more symbolism in the picture. The cake of the symbol was really a Dobos cake, that is, a cake in which the knife has to cut through several layers, the levels of consciousness and thought. Example 9. I lost the thread in a train of thought. I make an effort to find it again, but I have to recognize that the point of departure has completely escaped me. Symbol. Part of a form of type, the last lines of which have fallen out. In view of the part played by witticisms, puns, quotations, songs, and proverbs in the intellectual life of educated persons, it would be entirely in accordance with our expectations to find disguises of this sort used in extreme frequency in the representation of the dream thoughts. Only in the case of a few types of material has a generally valid dream symbolism established itself on the basis of generally known allusions and verbal equivalents. A good part of this symbolism, however, is common to the psychoneuroses, legends, and popular usages as well to the dreams. In fact, if we look more closely into the matter, we must recognize that in employing this type of substitution, the dream work is doing nothing at all original. For the achievement of its purpose, which in this case is representation without interference from the censorship, it simply follows the path which it finds already marked out in unconscious thinking, and gives the preference to those transformations of the repressed material which are permitted to become conscious also in the form of witticisms and allusions, and with which the fantasies of neurotics are replete. Here we suddenly begin to understand the dream interpretations of Scherner, whose essential correctness I have vindicated elsewhere. The preoccupation of the imagination with one's own body is by no means peculiar to or characteristic of the dream alone. My analyses have shown me that it is constantly found in the unconscious thinking of neurotics, and may be traced back to sexual curiosity, whose object in the adolescent youth or maiden is the genitals of the opposite sex, or even of the same sex. But as Scherner and Volket very truly insist, the house does not constitute the only group of ideas which is employed for the symbolism of the body, either in dreams or in the unconscious fantasies of neurosis. To be sure, I know patients who have steadily adhered to an architectural symbolism for the body and genitals. Sexual interest, of course, extends far beyond the region of the external genital organs. Patients for whom posts and pillars signify legs, as in the Song of Songs, to whom every door suggests a bodily aperture, hole, and every water pipe the urinary system, and so on. But the group of ideas appertaining to plant life or to the kitchen are just as often chosen to conceal sexual images. In respect of the former everyday language, the sediment of imaginative comparisons dating from the remotest times has abundantly paved the way. The vineyard of the Lord, the seed of Adam, the garden of the maiden, and the Song of Songs. The ugliest as well as the most intimate details of sexual life may be thought of or dreamed of in apparently innocent allusions to culinary operations, and the symptoms of hysteria will be absolutely unintelligible if we forget that sexual symbolism may conceal itself behind the most commonplace and inconspicuous matters as its safest hiding place. That some neurotic children cannot look at blood and raw meat, that they vomit at the sight of eggs and macaroni, and that the dread of snakes, which is natural to mankind, is monstrously exaggerated in neurotics, all this has definite sexual meaning. Wherever the neurosis employs a disguise of this sort, it treads the path once trodden by the whole of humanity and the early stages of civilization, past to whose thinly veiled existence our idiomatic expressions, proverbs, superstitions, and customs testify to this day. I here insert the promised flower dream of a female patient, in which I shall print in Roman type everything which is to be sexually interpreted. This beautiful dream lost all its charm for the dreamer once it had been interpreted. A. Preliminary dream. She goes to the two maids in the kitchen and scolds them for taking so long to prepare a little bite of food. She also sees a very large number of heavy kitchen utensils in the kitchen, heaped into piles and turned upside down in order to drain. Later addition. The two maids go to fetch water, and have, as it were, to climb into a river which reaches up to the house or into the courtyard. B. Main dream. She is descending from a height. 2. over curiously constructed railings, or a fence which is composed of large square, trellis work hurdles and small square apertures. 3. It is really not adapted for climbing. She is constantly afraid that she cannot find a place for her foot, and she is glad that her dress does not get caught anywhere, and that she is able to climb it so respectably. 4. As she climbs, she is carrying a big branch in her hand. 5. Really like a tree which is so thickly studded with red flowers, a spreading branch with so many twigs. 6. With this is connected the idea of cherry blossoms, blood equals flowers, but they look fully opened camellias, which of course do not grow on trees. As she is descending, she first has one, then suddenly two, and then again only one. 7. When she has reached the ground, the lower flowers have already begun to fall. Now that she has reached the bottom, she sees an odd man who is combing, as she would like to put it, just such a tree, that is, with a piece of wood he is scraping thick bunches of hair from it, which hang from it like moss. Other men have chopped off such branches in a garden and have flung them into the road, where they are lying about, so that a number of people take some of them. But she asks whether this is right, whether she may take one too. 8. In the garden there stands a young man. He is a foreigner and known to her, toward whom she goes in order to ask about how it is possible to transplant such branches into her own garden. 9. He embraces her, whereupon she struggles and asks him what he is thinking of, whether it is permissible to embrace her in such a manner. He says there is nothing wrong in it, that it is permitted. 10. He then declares himself willing to go with her into the other garden, in order to show her how to put them in, and he says something to her which she does not quite understand. Besides this, I need 3 meters, later she says square meters, or 3 fathoms of ground. It seems as though he were asking her for something in return for his willingness, as though he had the intention of indemnifying or reimbursing himself in her garden, as though he wanted to evade some law or other, to derive some advantage from it without causing her an injury. She does not know whether or not he really shows her anything. 2. Exalted origin, the wish contract to the preliminary dream. 3. A composite formation which unites 2 localities, the so-called garret, German Boden equals floor, garret, of her father's house, in which she used to play with her brother, the object of her later fantasies, and the farm of a malicious uncle who used to tease her. 4. Wish contract to an actual memory of her uncle's farm, to the effect that she used to expose herself while she was asleep. 5. Just as the angel bears a lily stem in the Annunciation. 6. For the explanation of this composite formation, see earlier in the chapter. See Innocence, Menstruation, La Dame aux Camélias. 7. Referring to plurality of the persons who serve her fantasies. 8. Whether it is permissible to masturbate. Sich enim hirtirium means to pull off, and colloquially to masturbate. Tr. 9. The branch asked has long been used to represent the male organ, and moreover contains a very distinct allusion to the family name of the dreamer. 10. Refers to the matrimonial precautions, as does that which immediately follows. The above dream, which has been given prominence on account of its symbolic elements, may be described as a biographical dream. Such dreams occur frequently in psychoanalysis, but perhaps only rarely outside it. I have, of course, an abundance of such material, but to reproduce it here would lead us too far into the consideration of neurotic conditions. Everything points us to the same conclusion, namely, that we need not assume any special symbolizing activity of the psyche is operative in dream formation, that, on the contrary, the dream makes use of such symbolizations as are to be found ready-made in unconscious thinking, since these, by reason of their case of representation, are for the most part, by reason of their being exempt from the censorship, satisfy more effectively the requirements of the dream formation. End of section 30.